sends me a pager message. She wants to talk. I go to the library and open my laptop, waiting for her Skype call. Her image appears, but only the top of her head. She curses and tilts the screen down, but it goes too far. I can see chin and the collar of her dressing gown. She adjusts it again, centering herself. Her husband Nick is in the background, making a cup of coffee. He's wearing a t-shirt and boxers, showing off his hairy thighs. Nick is the hairiest man I've ever met, which is why Lenny calls him Bear. "Hi, Cyrus," he says, waving at the screen. "Hi, Nick." "Will you put some clothes on?" says Lenny, covering the camera with her hand. I can hear them arguing, although not seriously. Nick sells medical equipment to doctors and clinics, but his hours are flexible. His 2 boys are at university, or have graduated by now. They're good lads. A credit. Lenny removes her hand from the camera. "I had a call from Ness last night. The toxicology results are in. Jodie Sheehan had no drugs or alcohol in her system." I sense there's something more. "Ness noticed that Jodie's hormone levels were high and ran a test. She was pregnant, 11 weeks. Ness might be able to get DNA from the fetal material, but the lab work has to be done in America and could take a week or longer. Any fetal DNA will have half the father's genes, which may be enough to identify someone." "Would Jodie have known she was pregnant?" I ask. "Most girls are pretty good at keeping track, particularly in the age of smartphones." I pause, processing the information. It could have no bearing on Jodie's murder. Then again, the degraded semen found on her thigh has added significance because it didn't belong to Farley. It's now more likely that Jodie had consensual sex earlier in the evening with a boyfriend or a hookup. 5 hours are still missing from her timeline. I want to ask Lenny what she's thinking, but there's too much evidence against Farley for her to change her mind, and there's now even less likelihood of an accomplice. This isn't about police ignoring new evidence. They are shoring up their case, ensuring the inconsistencies won't jeopardize the prosecution. Lenny is thorough and diligent. More importantly, she's honest. She doesn't plant evidence or frame suspects, but neither does she chase rabbits down rabbit holes, wasting time and resources. Knocking pipes signal that Evie is in the shower. She comes downstairs with her hair in a towel and her face set in a scowl. "There's no hot water?" "Sorry, the pilot light went out. It's a storage system, so it might take a while for the boiler to heat up." She utters a curse under her breath and notices that I'm dressed. "Where are you going?" "I have some people to see." "Can I come?" "No." "I won't get in the way. I'll wait in the car, or downstairs, or wherever." Evie looks at me hopefully. She doesn't want to spend another day on her own. Loneliness is not something I associate with Evie because she lives so completely in her head and makes no attempt to befriend people or socialise. Even so, I don't want her spending another day on her own. She should be outside, reintroducing herself to the world, not spending her time in a creepy old house. "Can you be ready in 15 minutes? I ask. "I can be ready in 5. Evie comes downstairs dressed in jeans, cowboy boots, a long-sleeved top, and a denim shirt that she's wearing like a jacket. I have a shirt like that, I think, although I don't wear it often. I have to sweep fallen leaves off the windscreen of my red Fiat, which has faded to a mottled pink. Pigeons have crapped all over the bonnet, and someone has stuck a flyer beneath the wiper blades, advertising a clearance sale at a carpet showroom. Twice I've had towing notices from the local council because neighbours mistook my car for an abandoned vehicle. "Nice," says Evie, being facetious. The engine doesn't start first time. I encourage it under my breath. It splutters and coughs like a consumptive smoker. Before idling so roughly, we sway from side to side. I give it a moment to warm up. "Can you teach me to drive?" asks Evie. "No." "Why not?" "The bus stop is 2 minutes from the house." "It will make me more independent." "You don't have a car." "I could borrow this one." "That's not going to happen." She folds her arms and looks out the window as we head along Derby Road past Woollerton Park. It's early on a Sunday morning, and the traffic is light.
How did Jodie Sheehan die?
Asks Evie. I can't talk about the case.
Is it a state secret?
No.
Well then.
I don't respond.
I've watched the interviews, she says. I know she was hit from behind.
You have to stop going through my stuff. Evie doesn't reply. Instead, she props her cowboy boots on the dashboard, above the glove compartment. We're heading along Abbey Street, past the Priory Church, and onto Castle Boulevard, passing south of the city centre.
Does the CD player work?
No.
What about the radio?
I have to hit the right pothole. She sighs in disgust. The post-mortem wasn't definitive, I say, answering her first question. The pathologist couldn't decide if she drowned or died of exposure.
Farley said he didn't rape her,
says Evie.
But even if he whacked off into her hair, it was a pretty sick act. A guy like that deserves to be locked up, you know. But I guess that doesn't prove he killed her.
An innocent man would have tried to help her.
Sometimes we don't have a choice.
The statement rattles something inside me, and I picture Terry Boland being strapped to a chair, having acid poured into his ears, while Evie listened to his screams. I find a metered parking spot in the entertainment quarter of Nottingham and tell Evie to wait in the car.
It's cold. Can't I come with you?
Okay, but stay out of trouble. She joins me on the pavement, pulling up her collar and pocketing her hands. As we reach the corner, two young backpackers cross our path, a girl and a boy in their early 20s, who are talking excitedly in a different language. The girl laughs and calls the boy a name. Evie stops and turns. For a moment I think she's going to respond, but instead she watches the couple walk away. What made you turn round? I ask.
Nothing.
Was it something she said?
No.
She sounded Russian or Polish. Did you understand her?
No.
What then?
She looked familiar,
says Evie, and I don't know whether to believe her. That's the trouble with Evie. I risk reading clues into everything she does, actions, inactions, silences, shrugs. We're crossing Bolero Square to the National Ice Centre, a twin stadium building made of metal and glass. Pushing through the revolving doors, we step into a cavernous foyer dominated by a 40-foot-high poster montage celebrating British skating champions past and present. A woman at the information desk barely glances up from her screen. She hands Evie a form.
Fill out this for the academy trials. The changing rooms are through those doors. Don't put your skates on until you're on the ice.
She's not a skater, I explain. I'm here to see Brian Whittaker.
He's coaching.
I can wait. Evie and I follow signs to an amphitheatre the size of a concert hall with tiered seating on all sides, rising into darkness at the higher levels. The rink itself seems to glow from within, taking on a bluish tinge. A dozen skaters are warming up, gliding across the ice in graceful movements that look so effortless that a mere flick of their fingers sends them pirouetting or skating backwards. One of them accelerates, leaps and spins, landing on a single blade, arms outstretched and back arched. Most are dressed in tight black leggings and fitted tops. Training wear. I recognise Brian Whittaker. He's wearing an official-looking tracksuit and yelling instructions to a couple of the girls, who look to be 13 or 14. Other coaches are working with their own students. Whittaker claps his hands, signalling the girls to the side of the rink. He issues instructions. One of them shakes her head. He puts his hand on the back of her neck, pulling her face to his, touching foreheads, whispering, his eyes bright, a gold bracelet winking on his wrist. The girl nods and skates away, pulling up at the far end of the rink. After taking a few deep breaths, she sets off, swinging her arms as she builds up speed. She switches direction, skating backwards, and then switches again, leaping off one foot and spinning twice through the air, with her arms across her chest, before landing on her opposite foot and gliding in a graceful circle, unfurling her arms like wings. Whittaker claps. The girl beams. He nods to the next skater, who sets off across the ice, accelerating with less confidence. Stiff. Nervous. I can see her steeling herself, telling herself to jump, but at the last moment she pulls out of the attempt and circles back, hitting her thigh angrily. She collects herself and tries again, her face a mask of determination, ice flicking from her skates. But she doesn't have the speed when she leaps and spins. Her arms don't cross. Her legs tangle. Balance lost, she lands heavily and shoots across the ice, thudding into the hoardings. Whittaker goes to her. He picks her up. She's crying. Hurt. He wipes her tears away and strokes her back like he's petting an animal. "Do you want to try again?" She nods. "You don't have to."
I know.
She brushes ice from her knees and hips before skating back to her position. She tries again, looking even more determined. I don't want her to fall. Neither does Evie.
She should do 1 spin, she whispers. 2 is too much.
The girl launches herself forward, caught in a truncated twirl before crashing and sliding across the ice. She gets up, ready to try again. Whittaker stops her. "That's enough for today, Lara. You'll get it tomorrow." The girls glide towards the gate, chatting to each other. Whittaker goes to the side of the rink where he picks up a clipboard and makes a note. "You stay here," I tell Evie, who seems fascinated by the display. Walking around the rink, I approach Brian Whittaker. He's a small man with delicate hands and the posture of a ballet dancer. "Dr. Haven," he says, glancing up at me quickly and going back to the clipboard. "Bear with me." He scribbles a further note. "Felicity said you dropped by. I heard that some of Tasman's friends were there." He steps through a gate and sits down to unlace his skates. "A tough session," I say. "Not really. If Lara can't land a double axel, she'll never land a triple, and without a triple, she'll never compete at the top level." He moves to his other boot. "Figure skating may look graceful, but the falls are brutal on body and soul." "Was it like that for Jodie?" He seems to relish the question. "Some skaters take 2 years to master a double axel. Jodie took a month. It's a rare thing to find someone who can take the most difficult jump and within days make it look routine, like she could do it in her sleep." "Did you know Jodie was pregnant?" Shock registers on his face. Perhaps Evie could tell if his reaction was genuine. "She didn't tell you?" "No." "What would you have done?" "Arranged an abortion." "Without telling her parents?" Whittaker pauses for a moment, glancing past me at the ice resurfacing machine that is moving back and forth across the rink. "Maggie is very Catholic. She wouldn't have agreed." "What about Dougal?" "He would have found the bastard who got her pregnant and broken him in half." Several ice dancers are circling the rink, waiting for the machine to finish. Whittaker watches them move in tandem, arm in arm, kicking and gliding. 8 years ago, one of your students made an allegation that you photographed her while she was in the shower." "There were no photographs. I didn't think anyone was in the changing room." "Why were you even there?" "One of the girls phoned me. She thought she'd left her wallet in the changing room. I went to check. I knocked. I thought it was empty. I apologised to the girl in question." "Why did she say you took photographs?" "That was her father. He thought he could get money out of me." "Where is the girl now?" "The family moved to Leeds." "Another rink?" "Just so." He pauses. "Why are you asking me about her?" "The pathologist thinks he can get a DNA profile from Jodie's unborn child. They'll be able to identify the father." He shrugs ambivalently. "Aren't you interested?" "Not particularly." "May I ask why?" "It won't bring Jodie back." Something about his attitude annoys me. I can't tell if he's mourning the loss of his niece or the loss of a future champion, his ticket to reflected glory. It must be a very close relationship, a coach and his student, working together, travelling to events, staying overnight. His body tenses, and his eyes are fixed on mine. What exactly are you suggesting? Did you have separate rooms? Whitaker's face goes through a transformation from amazement to anger as the red mist descends. His features become tighter and smaller, rushing to the centre of his face. How dare you suggest? How dare you think? It's a question that has to be asked. It's a question that could destroy my career, he says angrily. Even the merest hint of something like that, and I'd never coach again. You have no right. You. He can't finish. The suggestion that I slept with my niece is obscene. You have a sick mind. A sick mind. Chapter 36. Angel Face.
I've been watching them talking, but I'm too far away to hear what they're saying or decide if they're lying. Neither would be very good at poker. Too many tells. Cyrus is holding his emotions in check, but the coach is all over the place. When people swear on the Bible, promising to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that's bullshit. Everybody lies. Lawyers, social workers, counsellors, doctors, foster carers, teenagers, children. It is what people do. They breathe, they eat, they drink, and they lie. I once did a survey at Langford Hall, keeping count of how many porkies I heard in a single day, and I came up with an average of 18 per person. Before lunch. These were only the obvious lies, not the small fictions that people tell to keep others happy. I love your new haircut. What a cute outfit. I didn't take your yogurt. Others were lies they told themselves. I'm not so fat. I'm not too old. I know what I'm doing. If I had more time, I would. The obvious lies are the easiest to pick. Others are better hidden, or so close to the truth that the dividing line is blurred. Some lies are selfish, some inflate or conflate or mitigate or simply omit. Some are told for good reason. People lie because they think it doesn't matter. They lie because telling the truth would mean giving up control, or the truth is inconvenient, or they don't want to disappoint, or they desperately want it to be true. I've heard them all. I've told them all. Walking between the tiered seats, I follow the passage to the changing rooms. The two skaters I saw on the ice are putting on their street clothes. One of them is in a hurry to leave, angry with herself, slamming the door of her locker and limping out. The other is still unlacing her skates. You were very good, I say. That's the first time I've ever seen anyone skate. Up close, I mean. When you see it on TV, you don't realise the speed, or hear the sound of the skates on the ice. I sit down on the bench opposite her. I'm Evie, by the way. Alice. How long have you been skating, Alice? Since I was 5. Have I left it too late? Anyone can skate. Most people just do it for fun. Is it fun for you? Today, yeah. Ask me tomorrow. Alice pulls a heavy fleece over her head, lifting her hair out from the collar. Did you know Jodie Sheehan? I ask. Sure, we trained together. With the same coach? Alice nods. Mr. Whitaker. Was Jodie his favourite? A cloud of uncertainty passes across her face. He pushed her harder than the rest of us. Why? Because she was so good. I wish I could have seen her skate, I say, running my finger over one of the blades. Can we play a game, Alice? She glances up nervously. My mum is picking me up. This won't take long. It's a bluffing game called 2 Truths and a Lie. I tell you 3 things about me, and you pick which one is a lie. Okay. My real name isn't Evie. I'm a twin. And I can fit 4 boiled eggs in my mouth all at once. That's a lie, Alice laughs. You mean about the eggs? No, that's true. I could prove it to you if we had 4 boiled eggs. Now it's your turn. You tell me 3 things about Jodie, 2 truths and a lie. Why Jodie? It makes things harder. Alice begins thinking. Okay. Jodie wanted to quit skating. She had a secret boyfriend. And she once screamed so loudly at a horror film that the girl next to her peed her pants. That's hilarious, I say. Were you the girl? Alice nods, blushing. How did you know? I guessed. Why did Jodie want to quit skating? Alice looks over her shoulder and back again, whispering, The headaches? She had 3 concussions in a row. From falling? Alice nods. She was trying to learn to triple axel. Did Mr. Whittaker force her to keep trying? Jodie didn't want to disappoint him. What about her boyfriend? That was supposed to be a lie, says Alice. I couldn't think of one. It's hard to think of a lie when you need one, I tell her. Do you know his name? No. Why was he a secret? I think he was older. What makes you say that? I mean, she wouldn't talk about him, so I thought... Alice's phone is beeping. She glances at the screen. I have to go. She puts her skates away, forcing them into a crammed locker. Did Jodie have one of those? I ask. Alice nods and leads me around the corner where she points to a locker with blue and white police tape crisscrossed on the diagonals. They searched that one, says Alice, but missed the other one. What other one? Jodie managed to get 2. Natasha quit during the summer, and she gave her key to Jodie, who never gave it back. Alice takes me along the row and points to an unlabelled metal door. Her phone beeps again. She's late. Slipping her arms through the straps of a small backpack, she raises her fingers in a wave. If you really want to learn to skate, you should come back when the rink is open to the public. I will, I say, still looking at the locker. I'm alone in the changing rooms. The muffled sound of classical music permeates from the rink. Leaning my back against the metal door, I pull at the handle, testing the strength of the padlock. Reaching into my hair, I slide a Kirby grip free from against my scalp. Bending it back and forth until it breaks, I bite off the plastic tips, exposing the metal ends. Sliding the sharpest point into the barrel of the padlock, I feel it bumping over the internal mechanism, forcing down the sequence of pins. A kid called Forager taught me how to open locks. We called him Forager because he used to break into the kitchens at Langford Hall and steal packets of biscuits, juice boxes, and the chef's private supply of chocolate. Forager could open almost anything. He began teaching me, but I gave up after mastering padlocks because I kept getting caught and punished. This one is easy. I hear a telltale click, and the shackle releases, falling open in my hands. Inside the locker, I find ballet shoes, leggings, socks, and a fleece-lined jacket with a badge saying British Junior Figure Skating Team. I check the jacket pockets and upend the shoes. On the lowest shelf, pushed to the back, I discover a padded yellow envelope with a torn flap. Inside is Jodie's passport and a handful of SIM cards, still in their packaging, as well as a cheap mobile phone. Tipping the envelope upside down, I discover a pen-shaped object with writing on one side and a small circular window with 2 pink vertical lines. I know what this is. A pregnancy test. A door opens somewhere out of sight, and I feel the slight change in the air temperature. I close the locker and lean against it, slipping my hand behind my back and securing the padlock. The envelope is tucked under my right arm, beneath Cyrus's loose-fitting denim shirt. "What are you doing in here?" asks a woman. She's one of the coaches I saw on the rink. "I needed the bathroom." This is for Academy students only. I was busting. The woman eyes me skeptically, but I try to match her stare, opening my palms as if to say, nothing to see here. I think you should leave. Don't get all shitty on me. What did you say? I said, don't get shirty. I made a mistake, I'm sorry. I flounce confidently between the benches, turning right through the door, cradling the envelope under my arm. Along the tunnel, up the stairs, through the exit doors. I don't look back until I reach Cyrus, who is waiting in the foyer.
Where have you been? He asks, sounding relieved.
Lou.
You shouldn't just wander off.
Why? Am I a prisoner? Did you want to follow me to the ladies? You could watch me. Some men get a kick out of that.
He doesn't answer.
Side by side, we cross Bolero Square. I have to lengthen my stride to keep up with him. Jody Sheehan wanted to quit skating, I say, making it sound like a revelation.
Who told you that?
Alice. She's one of the other skaters.
Cyrus stops and turns. How do you know Alice?
I talked to her when she came off the rink. Alice said Jody had a boyfriend. He was older, she said, but didn't know his name. Cyrus is staring at me, unsure how to react. I pull the envelope from inside my shirt. You didn't tell me that Jody was pregnant.
How could you possibly know that?
I found this, in her locker.
Chapter 37. Yelling at Evie is like shouting at a TV or at a car that won't start. I can hear myself getting more and more worked up, while she regards me with utter ambivalence, or worse, complete disdain. Have you any idea of how many laws you've broken? The position you've put me in? That was someone's private locker. You stole possible evidence. You could be charged. I could lose my job. Bad show, Evie, bad show. She gives me a dull stare. No regrets. No remorse. Whatever warmth or connection may have existed has gone, replaced by an icy wasteland that I might never cross again. I order her into the car. She doesn't react. Pedestrians are watching us, drawn by my raised voice. I'm clutching the yellow envelope as though it's going to explode in my hands. The wind lifts hair from Evie's forehead and makes her eyes water, but she doesn't blink. It's as though she is closing down her mind, going somewhere else. I stop myself and swallow my anger. Evie isn't ambivalent or unmoved. She is doing what she's always done when under attack. She's escaping to a safe place. This is how she survived years of sexual abuse. Please get in the car, I say, softening my voice. Evie looks at the open door. I shouldn't have shouted at you, I'm sorry. She doesn't say anything. Do you want to go back to Langford Hall?
Is that what you want? She whispers.
The question thumps into my chest. I should say something to reassure her, but I'm too angry. What am I to do with this girl? I know practically nothing about her, despite having read her files. She is surly, ungrateful, stubborn, and her presence in my life makes it seem impossibly overcrowded. I want to yell, "Don't be a child, grow up!" But Evie had no childhood. This is it. We drive through steady traffic and spitting rain to the sound of my wiper blades slapping against the side of the windscreen. When we reach the house, Evie goes upstairs to her room. An hour later, I stand outside her door, unsure of whether to knock. I press my ear against the panels of wood. Nothing. Retreating to the library, I empty the contents of the envelope onto my desk. The pregnancy test, and the SIM cards, and the cheap mobile phone, an old-fashioned Nokia with a flip screen, most likely second-hand. I should give the envelope to the police. How would I explain it? If I tell them that Evie broke into Jodie's locker, they'll send her back to Langford Hall, and I'll likely be investigated and lose my job. Perhaps I could post the envelope anonymously, or leave it on Lenny's doorstep. Evie's fingerprints will be on the contents. So will mine. Shit. The police already know that Jodie was carrying a second phone on the night she died because she kept receiving messages after her own handset was turned off. Now we have proof of a third cell phone and multiple SIM cards. Why would a 15-year-old girl need different phone numbers? And what was she doing with £6,000? Yesterday, at the Whittaker's house, Brianna hinted that Jodie wasn't as innocent as everybody made her out to be, and said I should talk to her brother. It sounded like teenage bitchiness, but hinted at more. Felix Sheehan could be the key to this. In the meantime, I have to do something about the envelope. Opening my laptop, I put a Skype call in to Lenny. She answers on her mobile. I hear laughter in the background. Am I interrupting?
The Sunday lunch. It's like feeding time at the zoo.
I have a package that belonged to Jodie Sheehan. You can't ask me how I came upon it.
I can, and I will,
says Lenny, not in the mood for games. Someone left it on my doorstep?
Don't fuck with me, Cyrus.
I need this favour. Seconds tick by. I can hear her breathing.
Where is this mystery package?
You should send a car. Chapter 38. Angel Face.
I'm sitting in the lee of a bus shelter, head down, hood up, listening to the traffic swish past on the wet road. My anger is so hard against my front teeth that I can taste it in my mouth. Cyrus had no right to shout at me. I was trying to help him, to do something nice. I don't need his lectures, or his charity, or his sad eyes, or his psychoanalysis. Fuck him. A bus pulls up, and the doors fold open. I hesitate for a moment.
Are you getting in?
Asks the driver in a thick accent. I step on board and hand him money.
No cash,
he says irritably.
Card only.
I remember Cyrus gave me some sort of travel pass. I search my pockets and hand it over.
Tap. On reader. Box. Here.
How should I know? I mutter as the bus pulls away. I sway down the aisle and choose a seat where I can't see my reflection in the mirror. Beneath my overcoat, I'm wearing the dress that Caroline Fairfax chose for my court appearance, but I've unpicked the high collar and undone the top buttons, making it look sexier. Mascara and eyeshadow have made my eyes look bigger, and my lashes thicker. Chloe Pringle once told me that lipstick was supposed to emphasize a woman's sexuality by echoing the colour of her labia. I thought this was disgusting and stopped wearing lipstick for a month. Reaching into my coat pocket, my fingers close around my roll of banknotes, my stash, my stake. Soon, I won't need charity, or Cyrus, or anyone else. The old brick warehouse is squeezed between a minicab office and used car yard, close enough to the railway line for the whole building to shake when the freight trains roar past. Opposite is a vacant lot where a handful of cars are parked amid mounds of rubble and patches of weeds. The bouncer on the door is wearing a neck brace that makes him bend from the waist when he looks down at me.
What do you want?
I'm looking for a cash game.
How old are you?
18.
You got proof?
I shrug off my coat, revealing my dress and boots. I've bundled my hair on top of my head, trying to look older.
Nice try,
he says.
Piss off.
I peel off 2 20s and slide the notes into his trouser pocket, letting my hand brush over his groin. How old do I look now? I whisper. When he flinches, I duck under his arm, through the doorway, and up a set of stairs before he can stop me. The cashier is a large woman with peroxide blonde hair that seems to glow in the dark. She's sitting in a wooden booth behind a glass window. I hand her the roll of banknotes and watch her count out stacks of coloured chips that she takes from a drawer. Cupping my hand over each stack, I pick up the chips and let them drop through my fingertips, counting by touch. You've shorted me. The house takes 5%, says the cashier. You're in the Aces High Room, 3rd door on your right. Toilets are out back. Drinks are extra. You want to nap during games, find a couch. They can't be reserved. I take my chips and move along the corridor, not bothering to knock before entering. Nobody looks up. 4 men are sitting at a green baize table in a circle of bright light and a haze of cigarette smoke. Each has a pile of chips in front of him and tumblers of various spirits. The dealer is a young woman, perched on a stool. I clear my throat. The dealer eyes me curiously. "Hello, sunshine, you're new. Are you waiting for someone?" "No, I'm here to play." One of the men laughs.
Go home and watch Sesame Street.
The dealer kicks him under the table. "Where are your manners?" The fat man rubs his shin and fetches a chair from across the wall, positioning it next to him.
You sit right here, young lady,
he says, pretending to dust the seat.
You're gonna bring me luck. You need more than luck. You need divine intervention,
says a large black man with tight curly hair and a small emerald stud in his left ear. A third man is wearing sunglasses that seem to swallow half his face and a t-shirt that says, "I could give up gambling, but I'm no quitter." He continues the conversation.
You're so unlucky. If you fell in a sack full of tits, you'd come up sucking your thumb.
A fourth man interrupts, his voice shaking the room.
Why don't you all shut up and play the fucking game?
His face is drooping on one side, as though collapsing in on itself, while the other side is so animated that one eye sparks dangerously.
What are you staring at?
I look away, wishing I could unsee the image. The dealer leans closer. Don't you worry about Barnum. He's all bark and no bite.
All jacks and no aces,
says the fat man, who blows his nose on a tissue and shoves it into the pocket of a shapeless jacket. The dealer is in her late 20s, dressed in black trousers and a white blouse. I'm Caitlin, she says. You want something to drink? No, thank you.
Come on, have a drink,
says the black man, holding up a bottle of scotch.
I'm Livingston. Don't force her,
says the fat man, whose paunch is like a pregnancy.
Deal the fucking cards,
says Barnum, drumming his manicured fingers on the baize. We're playing Texas Hold'em, says Caitlin. No limit. The buy-in is 2,000. The blinds are 10 and 20. I arrange my chips on the table in order of value, so that I can see at a glance exactly how much money I've won or lost. The first hands are playing quickly as I feel my way into the game. Even when I draw strong hole cards, I fold quickly, letting others fight for the pot. The fat man is easy to read. He talks too much and fidgets, constantly counting and recounting his chips. Shades is also an open book because he procrastinates before making each bet and always checks on the river. Livingston reveals himself through his superstitions, betting from a different pile of chips depending on the strength of his hand. Barnum is the wild card because of his drooping face and his impatience, constantly trying to speed up the game. He's the kind of player who waits until he has good hole cards before committing himself to a hand, but reacts carefully, often betting or raising before the flop, but folding quickly if it threatens him in any way. 2 hours later, I'm £500 to the good, having won regularly but never too much. Each of them has tried to bluff at some point. I let them go, folded, watched. Midnight comes. The game is down to 4 because the fat man has gone home. I've doubled my initial stake. More. That's it for me, I say, getting up from the table.
What's wrong, girlie? Past your bedtime?
Says Barnum.
Let her go,
says Livingston.
She's taken all our money so she can stay for one more hand. What's the harm?
Don't let him bully you, says Caitlin. I know I should quit while I'm ahead, but I'm well ahead. Retaking my seat, I watch the hole cards being dealt. I get a pair, 2 9s. Barnum pushes a stack of chips into the centre without counting them. He's making a play, keeping his eyes fixed on mine, challenging me. But he's got nothing. Zilch. A clumsy bluff. I match his wager and wait for the flop cards, which give me another 9. Barnum isn't looking at me now. Instead, he lifts and drops a stack of chips, counting them between his fingers. He pushes one stack into the centre. Then another. £3,000. I hear Caitlin's intake of breath. A voice inside my head tells me to fold, to walk away, to pocket my winnings. Don't play this game. Don't trust this man. I look at the pot. I could run a long way with that much money. I could set myself up.
Come on, girlie. Show us what you're made of.
Barnum brays. I don't like him, but I can't let that influence me. His head is down. His hands are covering his cards. I want him to look at me. I need to see his face.
Are you going to grow a pair, or fold?
He says, tilting his head. His good eye catches the light. I push my chips into the centre of the table. All of them. The mood in the room has changed. This is no longer a game. It's combat. The river card is dealt. The jack of spades. Barnum throws back his head and laughs. Something is wrong.
All jacks and no aces, eh?
He says, sliding his hands away from his cards and flipping them over. He has 3 jacks. I don't bother turning my cards. I get up from the table and take my coat from my chair.
You played a good game, but you got schooled, says Barnum.
I turn slowly and whisper, You cheated. Air leaves the room like a lung collapsing. Barnum gets to his feet, growling,
What did you say?
I lean across the table and turn the jacks. These are newer cards. You swapped them in. I know I'm right. It's written all over his face, the lie. Shades holds up the cards, comparing them to the rest of the deck. 2 of them look newer.
She's a liar,
says Barnum.
Empty your pockets,
mutters Shades.
Fuck off.
Barnum holds the bottom of his shirt, creating a basket, and scoops poker chips from the table. Livingston grabs him by the wrist. Barnum swings a punch with his other hand, but the black man is bigger, quicker, and stronger. Poker chips spill across the floor, rolling and rattling under the table and chairs. Barnum is pushed face first against the wall with his right arm twisted behind his back. Playing cards fall from his other sleeve. 2 queens and 2 kings, along with a 7 of clubs and a 6 of hearts. He's been holding picture cards, waiting for his chance to swap them in. The bouncer's boots are heavy on the stairs, and his shoulders threaten to widen the door. Caitlin pulls me away, shepherding me into another room. But my money! I'll fix it! She locks the door, and we listen to the blonde cashier yelling at Barnum, telling him he's barred. Barnum threatens to call the police and have you all arrested. And I'll tell your wife how much money you owe me, yells the cashier. Caitlin pulls a packet of cigarettes from the strap of her bra. Christ, you were cool in there. How did you know he was cheating? I gesture with a lift of my shoulders. I've never seen anyone play poker like you. The way you stare people down, you're fearless. She offers me a cigarette. I accept, wishing I could stop my hands from shaking. The lighter flames. Smoke is exhaled in a cloud. You should play professionally, says Caitlin. You'd be a rock star. I don't answer. I want to get away from this place. You could join the poker tour, says Caitlin. There are big tournaments all over the world, televised events. With your looks and your skill, you'd be top table in no time. I don't want to be on TV. We're talking millions. All you need is a decent stake. I could help you. We could be partners. I don't need a partner. I could get you sponsorships and brand deals. Why isn't she listening? I want my money. Okay. I'll talk to the boss. I follow Caitlin out of the room. The cashier is on her hands and knees, picking up the fallen poker chips.
They're hers,
says Shades, motioning to me. Can she prove that? Asks the cashier.
I'm her proof.
And me, says Caitlin. Back in her booth, the cashier opens a safe, taking out bricks of cash which she begins counting. If you like, I could mine this for you. Keep it in the safe. You can pick it up tomorrow or the next time you play. I'm not coming back, I say. The cashier looks annoyed. She hands me my money, more than $7,000. I shove it deep into my coat pocket and descend the stairs. The bouncer has gone, along with Shades, Livingston, and Barnum. The streetlights barely touch on the darkness, and the air is damp with mist. Caitlin has followed me outside. Do you want a lift? She asks. My car is just there. She points to the vacant lot where 2 cars are parked amid mounds of rubble. I can't see her face. Good luck finding a cab at this hour, she adds, lifting the collar of her coat. Not around here. How far is the station? I ask. Trains won't be running. I sniff at the silence. You could come back to mine, says Caitlin. I got a sofa. My boyfriend won't mind. The quiet descends again. Make up your mind. I'm freezing my tits off out here, says Caitlin. She sets off. Halfway across the road, she yells, Hope you don't run into that arsehole, Barnum. I glance up and down the empty street, wondering if she's right. She's almost at her car. I run to catch up. She opens the passenger door and leans inside to sweep envelopes and fast food wrappers onto the floor. She straightens and holds the door for me. Mind your head. I duck. In that split second, I realise my mistake, as Caitlin takes hold of my hair and drives my forehead into the frame of the door. It bounces off, and she does it again. My legs fold, and a knee rises up to meet me on the way down, snapping my head sideways. And then, darkness.
Chapter 39. The night feels tilted. I'm cradling my pager in my hands, staring at the screen, willing Evie to send me a message. Any message. She can abuse me for all I care. I just want to know she's safe. When we first met at Langford Hall, Evie told me that people wanted her dead. I thought she was exaggerating or turning every setback into a catastrophe. What threat could she possibly pose? A teenage girl who has spent a third of her life in care. Sasha Hopewell's parents were the same, convinced their daughter had been hounded out of her home and forced to hide by some nefarious, nameless conspiracy. I shouldn't have shouted at Evie for stealing the envelope. I should have remained calm and let her explain. It should have been a discussion, not a confrontation. But I fucked up. Despite my training, I'm unequipped for this, floundering. I've searched Evie's room. She didn't take a rucksack with her clothes or her makeup. I think she's wearing the dress and boots that Caroline Fairfax bought her for the court hearing. The other thing I noticed was that she decorated her bedroom, painting the walls with vertical green and white stripes. She must have found some old paint in the laundry or garden shed. I wonder how she managed to get the lines so straight. Again, I've misjudged her. All this time, I thought she was skulking around the place and poking through my stuff, but she was doing something useful. Apart from painting, she reorganised the pantry and the laundry, lining up cans and bottles in alphabetical order and according to size, the labels always facing out. I don't know what to do next. What if she's jumped off a bridge or thrown herself under a train? She could be unconscious or have amnesia. I've called the city's hospitals, asking about admissions. The obvious next step is to contact the police, but I know the ramifications of that. Evie will be classed as a runaway and returned to Langford Hall, where Guthrie and the others will make sure she stays. I don't mind being proved wrong. I didn't force Evie to stay with me. I gave her a choice. I bought her clothes, a new bed, vegetarian food and sugary breakfast cereal. I promised her a phone. I've offered her normality, a home, freedom. In the same breath, I chide myself for being so stupid. Evie is damaged, broken, wild. Victims of child abuse don't associate kindness with trust. There is no fairness or balance. I am everything Evie has learned to mistrust. Men, authority figures, experts. Just being here, alone with me in this house, must have worried her, possibly frightened her. The last time she lived in a house with a man, she was sexually abused and kept in a secret room. She became so reliant on her abuser and traumatized by her ordeal that she didn't run when she had the chance. She hid from his killers and the police and the tradesmen who renovated the house. Even as I rationalize this, another thought occurs to me. I look around the room again, at the freshly painted walls and the aging furniture and the bed that still smells of plastic. On the landing, I glance up the stairs and begin climbing to the top floor. This part of the house is closed up, with the rooms used for storage or awaiting a purpose. I enter each of them, turning on the lights. Not all of them work. The remotest of the rooms is in the attic, reachable by a narrow, uncarpeted set of stairs that creak under my weight. The small, recessed window is grey with cobwebs and dust. Boxes of my grandparents' things are stacked beneath beams that follow the sloping roofline to the eaves. Everything seems to be made on a miniature scale, so that I feel huge. There are signs of disturbance, finger marks on the dusty flaps of cardboard boxes and smudges on the floor where a trunk has been moved and pushed back into place. Subtle alterations. I picture Evie finding this place, going softly through the stillness and shadows. What was she looking for? As I turn to leave, I notice how some of the boxes have been stacked to form a partition with a small gap in between. Crouching and peering into the space, I discover a nest, of sorts. Evie has spread a dust sheet over the floorboards, perhaps as protection against splinters. She has added blankets and throw pillows, 2 bottles of water, a packet of dry biscuits, a volume of Encyclopaedia Britannica, letters G to H, and a collection of marbles and pieces of coloured glass. Is this where she sleeps, I wonder? Do I frighten her that much? The doorbell rings. My heart lifts. I'm all the way at the top of the house, and it takes an age to reach the front door. I pull it open, expecting to find Evie, but the man on my doorstep is an old family friend, or perhaps a friend for someone who has no family. Jimmy Verbitch pulls me into a bear hug and holds me for a beat longer than is comfortable. I can feel his breath on my ear and the smoothness of his unshaven cheek. He lets me go.
Dr. Haven!
Councillor Verbitch?
I hope you don't mind.
Not at all, I say, unsure of why he's here. Behind him I see 2 bulked-up minders, whose bodies are shaped like portaloos and make their expensive suits look like sacks. Most politicians travel with PR types or chiefs of staff. Jimmy has muscle.
I saw the light on.
Because you happen to be passing.
I know you're a night owl.
He looks past me along the hallway.
I like what you've done to the place. Shabby chic.
No, just shabby. With a nod of his head, he tells his minders to wait outside and wipes his expensive Italian shoes on my doormat. He's dressed in pleated trousers, an open-neck shirt and blazer, each item matched to the other. I doubt if Jimmy has anything in his wardrobe that isn't stylish and colour-coordinated, or perfect for the occasion. Rich beyond counting, he has twice been mayor of Nottingham, and otherwise served on numerous committees, boards and charitable foundations. He is Nottingham's man for all seasons, a churchgoer, philanthropist, politician, yachtsman, pilot and entrepreneur, with a finger in every pie and a toe in every jacuzzi. Jimmy often boasts about his humble roots, growing up in a soot-stained pit village and losing his father to black lung disease. But there is nothing working class left about his lifestyle or his business interests, which include nightclubs, childcare centres, and a 5-star hotel. Yet he possesses the common man's touch, able to chat to football fans on the terraces or hobnob with opera lovers at the Theatre Royal. I've seen him goal a slap shot from just over the blue line in a charity ice hockey game, and hit a 200-yard 5-iron to within 3 feet at a golfing pro-am. People say he's handsome, although I've always found him to be slightly androgynous with his smooth, egg-white skin and wet brown eyes. Now in his early 60s, he has escorted a string of beauties over the years, filling the society pages and gossip columns while remaining stubbornly single. When my parents and sisters were killed, it was Jimmy who paid for the funerals and set up a trust fund for my education. He didn't know my family, or me. He did it anyway. Perhaps he felt sorry for me, but so did everybody else. It was Jimmy who stepped up. As the caskets were wheeled from the cathedral, he put his arm around my skinny shoulders and said, "If you ever need anything, Cyrus, you come to me. Understand?" In the years that followed, he matched his words with actions, showing up at school speech days and my graduation from university, never acknowledging the fact or seeking publicity. Most people say he's a good man, and I have no reason to doubt that. But having followed the fortunes of Nottingham over the years, I have learned that Jimmy swings like a weather vane when it comes to having his convictions. He always follows the prevailing wind. Although no longer the Lord Mayor, Jimmy is still a city councillor and the sheriff of Nottingham, a ceremonial position rather than a keeper of law and order. He greets tourists, poses for photographs, and promotes the Robin Hood legend. "How can I help you, councillor?" I ask.
Jimmy, please.
We're in the kitchen. I offer him a drink. He refuses and examines the chair before sitting.
"It's been too long,"
he says.
"I was trying to think. I last saw you at Easter."
"The Parkinson's fundraiser."
"That's the one. You're looking well. Working out, I see."
Jimmy is an expert at small talk, and I let him carry on, knowing this isn't a social call. Not at this hour.
"One of my employees came to see me yesterday. He was rather upset by something you'd done."
Me?
I didn't want to believe him. It sounded so out of character.
Who are we talking about?
Dougal Sheehan.
I didn't know he worked for you.
He's my part-time driver and a valued employee. He's in shock, obviously. We all are. Jodie was such a lovely girl. Passionate. Pretty.
You knew her, I say, keeping the surprise out of my voice.
Didn't everyone?
He replies, before realising how smart-alecky it sounds.
Dougal introduced me, he explains. Occasionally we'd drop Jodie off at school in the Rolls. She thought that was great fun.
Did you see her skate?
Of course. I was one of her sponsors.
You gave her money?
He shrugs.
I paid some of her bills. Dougal and Maggie were very appreciative.
He looks at me, askance.
As you'll recall, I did the same for you after your family died. It's what I do, Cyrus. I help where I can.
Jimmy lets the statement linger, as though wanting me to feel guilty for questioning his motives. I can't hold his gaze.
Dougal is a broken man, he explains. I don't know what to say to him, or how to ease his pain, but you can imagine my concern when he told me that Maggie came home from church in tears after a conversation with you. He said you were dragging Jodie's name through the mud.
But that's not my intention.
What is your intention, if you don't mind me asking? The man has confessed to the crime. He's awaiting trial.
There is a question mark over whether Craig Farley acted alone.
You're saying he had an accomplice?
DNA evidence has raised the possibility. Jimmy smooths back his hair, and his mouth narrows to a tight pucker. I sense that he wants to frown, but his smooth white forehead refuses to buckle.
Obviously, you have a job to do, Cyrus, but perhaps you could use a little more tact around Jodie's family?
Of course. Jimmy nods and smiles, as if his work here is done. Then he looks around the kitchen, noting the general state of disrepair.
I heard a whisper about you the other day,
he says, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the window.
You know I'm not one for gossip.
I almost laugh. Jimmy sees the funny side as well.
Somebody told me you had fostered a child.
Yes.
What made you do that?
She needed somewhere. He looks past me.
Is she here?
She's asleep.
Well, that's very noble of you, Cyrus. I hope you haven't given up on the idea of having your own family someday. Are you seeing anyone?
No. Are you? Jimmy laughs properly, showing his white, perfectly aligned teeth.
Okay. It's none of my business. I care about you, Cyrus. You're like a son to me.
One of many, I want to say, but hold my tongue. I owe Jimmy a lot, and he's never given me a reason to doubt him.
Have you been to see Elias?
He asks. Not for a while.
You should keep in touch with him. He's family.
All I have left, is what he means to say, but I don't need reminding. Not a day goes by when I don't relive some moment of that night. What I lost. What he took from me. I follow Jimmy along the hallway to the front door, where his minders are standing like sentries on either side of the steps. Was Dougal Sheehan working for you on the night of the fireworks? I ask.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I had my annual Guy Fawkes soiree. Dougal was on hand to drive people home.
He didn't mention that to the police. Jimmy flashes me another smile.
I expect my employees to be discreet.
At what time did Dougal start work?
Around 9, I suppose.
Did you see him?
No.
Was he driving the Rolls?
Heavens, no. I told him to use the Range Rover. I don't want drunken freeloaders throwing up on white calfskin seats.
Jimmy opens his arms and hugs me again.
We should have lunch. I'll call you.
I don't have a phone.
Of course you don't. You are an odd duck, Cyrus.
One of the minders jogs ahead, checking the street before opening the door of a Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Jimmy slips inside, the door closes. As the car ghosts away, I remember the famous advertising slogan written in the 50s. At 60 miles an hour, the loudest noise in this new Rolls-Royce comes from the electric clock. Chapter 40. Angel Face.
I open my eyes. Clamped tightly in a fetal ball, I remain completely still, trying to place myself in the universe. I wiggle my fingers, stiff with the cold, then my toes. I flex my legs and arms. I move my tongue, tasting iron. Blood. I put my hand between my legs, touching my knickers. Relieved. Raising my head, I bump something hard and cry out. My fingers brush against greasy metal. I'm lying beneath the chassis of a car, where I half remember crawling. Gasping shallowly, I pull myself along the ground until I'm clear of the vehicle and can see the sky. Bracing my hands on the gravel and broken concrete, I attempt to stand, but the pain finds parts of me that I didn't know existed. I stop, lie still, breathe. I remember leaving the game with Caitlin and walking across the road. I picture her opening the car door, my head bouncing off the roof. Reaching into my coat pockets, I search for my winnings. Every pocket. Nothing. Shit. Fuck. I crawl back beneath the abandoned car, hoping I might have dropped the money, but I know the answer already. A bile-like wretchedness fills my chest, rising up my throat, making me want to gag. but I cannot find enough saliva to spit it out. The feeling is familiar, this sense of desolation and helplessness. During all the weeks in the house with Terry's body and afterwards, I had always expected to die. I made plans to kill myself, taking a knife from the kitchen and choosing a spot on my chest that corresponded with the organ I could feel beating inside. Twice, I held the knife in my hands when I heard them getting close to finding me. Even as I doubted my strength, I told myself I could do it. I promised. But when the time came, I couldn't bring myself to push the knife into my chest. Coward. Weakling. I get slowly to my feet and stumble across the vacant lot until I reach a wire fence that has collapsed under the weight of a vine. Leaning against the mesh, I take ragged breaths and wonder if my ribs are broken. Could I be bleeding inside? The bump on my forehead feels like an egg beneath my skin. I have no money, no phone, nowhere to go. I think about Cyrus. He'll have searched my room by now. He'll have knocked on my door and waited for permission to enter, worried that I might be half-dressed or that I wouldn't hear his knock because I was plugged into my music. He'll have searched my things, looking for clues. How long will he wait before he calls the police? Straightening again, I walk gingerly along the road towards a railway bridge. Streetlights are burning palely, floating in air the colour of dirty water. A truck rumbles past. A taxi slows. I feel like a figure from an earlier time. A street urchin, or waif, destined for the poorhouse, or a prostitute forced to walk the streets. I often picture myself like this, in other guises, living other possible lives. Sometimes I'm famous, like Meghan Markle or Taylor Swift, but more often I'm famously tragic, like Amy Winehouse or Marilyn Monroe. Halfway across the bridge, I place my palms on the stained brick wall and watch a freight train pass beneath me, louder then softer, shaking the world. I have fucked up, big time. I have no money or means of escape, nowhere to go. How much will it cost to get to London? Maybe I could steal the money or beg for loose change. The bus station is in York Street near the Victoria Centre, which is an indoor shopping mall full of department stores, boutiques, cafes and food halls, none of which are open at this hour of the morning. The station concourse is brightly lit and dotted with the sleeping bodies of backpackers resting on rucksacks, and the homeless, whose possessions are stuffed into plastic bags or piled in trolleys. A bus for London leaves at 4:30 and another at 5. I could be in London by 9 o'clock. If I had £10. I go to the ladies and examine myself in the mirror. Apart from the bump on my head, my face avoided the worst of the beating. I can hide the bruise with my fringe. A woman enters. Our eyes meet in the mirror. She's middle-aged, wearing jeans and canvas shoes and a bulky sweater. Her lank hair has been dyed so often that her natural colour is a distant memory. She enters a cubicle and locks the door. "Excuse me," I say. "Can you lend us a tenner? My mum is real sick and I need to get to London." The woman doesn't answer. "I lost my purse. I think someone stole it." "I can't help you," the woman says. "It's only 10 quid. "How do I know you're not a junkie?" "I'm not." "Yeah, but I don't know that." "Junkies don't normally dress like me." "You could be a hooker." "If I was a hooker, I wouldn't need to borrow money." "Oh, so you're borrowing now?" "I'll pay you back." "Yeah, sure." She flushes the toilet. The cubicle door opens. This time she's holding a can of something in her fist, pointing it at my face. "Come anywhere near me, and you'll get this," she says, waving the aerosol. "That's deodorant," I say. "No, it's pepper spray." I can read the brand name. It says Dove. Clutching a tote bag to her chest, the woman skirts the sinks, keeping her eyes on me. The zip of her jeans is still undone. "Are you going to wash your hands?" I yell. But the woman is gone. Back on the concourse, I approach the ticket office, where a middle-aged man is putting new paper in a printer.
Won't be a second, love,
he says, snapping the lid shut and pressing a button to make the paper feed through a slot. Short and thick-set, he's wearing a uniform that is so tight across his stomach that the fabric gapes between the buttons, showing his white singlet.
How can I help you?
I need a ticket to London.
Return?
One way. He looks up at the screen.
There's one leaving in 10 minutes. I have 3 seats left.
I'll take one. He rings up the register.
That'll be £9.50.
I don't have any money. He sighs rather than frowns. I'm really good at telling when someone is lying, I say.
That's a coincidence. So am I.
No, I'm being serious. Test me.
Get lost.
Tell me something true or false, and I'll tell you if you're lying.
I'm not here to play games.
I notice the drawer of the cash register is open. Look at a banknote. Don't show me. Tell me the last digit of the serial number. I'll say if you're lying or not. The clerk looks past me, wondering if this is some sort of scam. He picks up a £10 note. What's the last number? I ask.
7.
That's true. Try another.
The first number is a 0.
No. I grow more confident. If I get the next 2 right, will you give me a ticket to London? The clerk doesn't reply. He examines the note more carefully.
The 4th digit is a 9.
Can you look at me when you say that?
What?
I need to see your face.
What difference does that make?
It's not a 9, I say, feeling my chance slipping away. He sighs heavily down his nostrils.
Step back from the window.
What? No, I'm right.
I think you had a friend come in earlier who gave me that tenner after you'd memorised the serial number.
I don't have a friend. Pick another note. Test me.
Step away or I'll call the police.
He reaches for the phone. I retreat angrily, as if robbed all over again. Finding an empty row of seats, I hug my knees, feeling the pain in my back where a boot must have landed. Cyrus will have called the police by now. They'll be looking for me. I'll be sent back to Langford Hall, or some worse place. I should get away from the bus station. It's one of the first places they'll look.
Hello there,
says a voice. I brace myself, ready to run. A young man is grinning at me. He's holding 2 cans of Coca-Cola.
I thought you looked thirsty.
He holds one out to me. I eye him warily as he pops the lid of his can and drinks. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows and looks like a tiny animal trapped in his throat. Tall and thin, he has mutton chop sideburns that crawl down his cheeks but seem to run out of energy before they reach his chin.
I'm Felix,
he says, belching quietly.
What's your name?
Does it matter?
Not to me.
He laughs, showing a chipped front tooth.
You could be Queen Nefertiti for all I care.
Who?
She was one of the most beautiful women who's ever lived. An Egyptian queen, married to a pharaoh. That's what Nefertiti means. A beautiful woman to come.
How come you know so much about Egypt?
A past life.
Felix laughs.
Hey, you hungry? I know this place down the road that opens early for breakfast. They make proper French pastries, you know, pain au raisin and pain au chocolat. One sniff and you'll swear you were in Paris.
I've never been to Paris.
All the more reason.
I open the can of drink. The cold liquid feels good sliding down my throat, and the sugar charges through my veins, shaking exhaustion away. I spend a fraction too long gazing at Felix, wondering why he doesn't look in the mirror and see the absurdity of his facial hair. Can you lend me £10? I need to get to London.
Going to meet your boyfriend?
No,
Family?
I don't have any. This answer seems to please Felix.
I can't just give you the money,
He says thoughtfully.
but you could earn it.
I look at him warily. I'm not fucking you,
Keep it down,
he whispers, glancing over his shoulder.
Nobody said anything about fucking anyone.
What do I have to do?
Let's discuss it over breakfast.
I can't afford breakfast.
That's okay. I'm buying.
Chapter 41. At some point I tumble into an exhausted sleep, full of shadowy dreams and images of Jodie Sheehan floating in a pond or lying half naked in a clearing, surrounded by trees. My mind's eye moves closer, zooming in from above, down through the branches, coming into focus until it settles on a face that belongs to a different girl. I sit bolt upright, unable to draw breath. A scream is stuck in my throat. But I'm not awake. I'm dreaming of being in a dream. Evie is standing in front of me, by the side of the bed. I can almost touch her. She is holding a pack of cards, shuffling them, asking me to play a game.
If you win, you get to ask me a question.
What's your real name?
Not that one.
Are you coming home?
Where's home?
My pager buzzes on the bedside table. Reaching for it too quickly, I send it clattering to the floor and the battery dislodges. I go searching on my hands and knees, collecting the pieces, putting it back together. Robert Ness has left me his number. I get dressed and put on my coat before walking to the corner shop. The front door jangles, and Mrs. Patel smiles from behind the counter. Her long grey hair is plaited down the back of her bright green and gold sari.
Good morning, Dr. Haven.
Please call me Cyrus.
Sorry, I keep forgetting.
I think you do it on purpose. She smiles again, before handing me a cordless phone. Mrs. Patel, a widow, has 2 daughters, one studying medicine at Edinburgh University and the other doing her A-levels. In all the years I've known the family, I've never seen Sonny and Bitu playing in the street like other kids. They were always at school, or studying, or working behind the counter of the shop, which opens at 7 every morning and doesn't close until late. Mr. Patel, an alcoholic, died of a heart attack a decade ago, and it took 4 paramedics to carry his body down the narrow stairs. I never saw him behind the counter. I make the call. Robert Ness picks up on the first ring. When are you going to get a phone? Why, do you want to sext me? Very droll, says Ness. I can hear him sipping a coffee. The lab in America has managed to pull DNA from fetal matter in Jodie Sheehan's womb. The results will take another few days, but they can rule out Farley. He's not really boyfriend material. What does Lenny say? She can't look past the confession, says Ness. And I can see her point. I mean, the idea of a second perpetrator makes it harder to get a conviction. Jodie could have had consensual sex earlier in the evening. Yes. We should be looking for a boyfriend. Or leaving it well alone. What if I'm right? You'll still be wrong. He laughs and keeps talking. The condoms you found in Jodie's locker, we pulled a full thumbprint. The computer found a match. Her uncle, Brian Whittaker. What did Lenny make of that? She wants to put all men in a sack and drown them. Apart from you, of course. Her golden boy. Get lost. Happy to. Ness hangs up, and I hand the phone to Mrs. Patel. I offer to pay, but she waves me away. I buy a carton of milk instead.
I met your cousin the other day,
She says, with an inflection in her voice. Who?
Evie. She seemed very nice. She said she was visiting.
Oh.
She came in to buy turpentine to clean her paintbrushes. Is she going to be staying long?
I don't think so.
Shame. You should fill that big house. Find a wife. Start a family.
I smile and nod, aware that she's only half teasing me. Lenny is sitting outside the house, with her car door open, listening to the radio and tilting her face up to the weak sunshine filtering through the branches.
Nobody answered, she says. I thought I might meet your new house guest.
She's sleeping, I reply, amazed at how easily the lie rolls off my tongue.
How is she settling in?
Good. Fine. I should tell Lenny. Perhaps she could make some discreet inquiries. That way I'd know if Evie was lying unconscious in a hospital bed, or languishing in a police cell, or worse. But I can't ask Lenny to keep a secret like this. It wouldn't be fair or professional. And there's still time for Evie to come home. Once I report her missing, it will be out of my hands. Lenny is watching me, puzzled by my silence.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just need a coffee. I hold up the carton of milk.
No time,
she says, unlocking the passenger side door. Where are we going?
We enhanced the CCTV footage of Jodie Sheehan when she was outside the fish and chip shop in South Church Drive. A reflection in the shop window gave us a partial plate and model of the car that picked her up, a Peugeot 207. Turns out a teacher at her school has that same model and plate. Her form tutor, Ian Hendricks.
Why didn't he say anything?
Exactly.
Lenny pulls out, accelerating between each gear change. A second unmarked police car, 3 up with plainclothes detectives, slots in behind us. What do we know about Hendricks? I ask.
Married, 3 kids, wife pregnant with a 4th. No priors, not even a speeding ticket. According to the school trustees, he's a rising star, popular with his students and his colleagues.
A school bus pulls out in front of us and chugs gently forward until the next stop. School kids jostle to get on board, some staring at mobile phones or plugged into earbuds. Lenny is still talking.
Hendricks graduated from Leeds University in 2011 and transitioned to teaching 2 years later. He's been at Forsyth Academy since 2014, working in the English department and taking religious education classes.
The righteous ones are the biggest hypocrites.
What about the liars?
Them too. The 2-story bungalow looks like a cookie-cutter version of every other dwelling in the cul-de-sac. Signs urge motorists to slow down because children are ahead. This is also evident from the turning circle, which has become a playground full of ramps, hopscotch grids, and an obstacle course made from orange traffic cones and garbage bins. At least a dozen youngsters are playing outside, some waiting to be taken to school, and others too young to be institutionalised. They're riding an assortment of bicycles and tricycles and scooters beneath a large laminated neighbourhood watch sign. Lenny presses the door buzzer and glances at her feet, where the doormat reads, "This house runs on coffee and Jesus." A woman answers. She's holding a toddler on her right hip and has a familiar bulge beneath her sweater. Her curly hair is cut too short for hair clips, so that stray locks have fallen across her eyes. She puffs her cheeks and blows them away.
Can I help you? I'm Detective Chief Inspector Parvel. This is Dr. Cyrus Haven. Is your husband at home?
Her forehead creases just above the bridge of her nose. 2 young boys sprint up the front path, pushing past us and grabbing at her thighs, afraid of missing out. Both are dressed in school uniforms and have their hair neatly combed, parted on the left.
Ian is about to leave for work, she says, glancing above her. Can this wait? No, I'm sorry, says Lenny, apologetically.
The sound of an electric keyboard reverberates from upstairs, thumping out chords to a rock beat.
I'm Kathy, by the way, she says,
showing us to a front room while her oldest boy is sent to fetch his father. He sprints up the stairs. Moments later, the music stops.
Ian plays in a band at the church, she explains.
What church is that? I ask.
Trent Vineyard.
I know the place. It's one of those newer churches where Christianity comes with a light show and pumping rock music in a cavernous warehouse on an industrial estate in Lenton. Thousands of people show up every Sunday, praising the Lord and opening their wallets, because salvation is available on a weekly payment plan, all credit cards accepted. Ian Hendricks appears behind her, looking concerned, yet greeting us warmly.
I'll take the boys to school,
Kathy says, showing them into the hallway where she wrestles them into coats and scarves. We can hear her talking.
Daddy is busy. Yes, the police. No, nothing is wrong.
Hendrik smiles tiredly.
Do you remember us?
Asks Lenny. Yes, of course. You're DCI Pavel and... He clicks his fingers, trying to remember me. Cyrus Haven, I say. Yes, that's right. The psychologist. Lenny unbuttons her overcoat, letting it flare out as she settles into an armchair.
What car do you drive, Mr. Hendricks?
We have a Honda Odyssey, a 7-seater.
Do you also own a Peugeot 207?
That's my wife's car.
Were you driving a Peugeot 207 on the night of the fireworks?
Hendricks hesitates. To be honest, I can't remember.
You went to the fireworks?
Yes, but we left early. Tristan had a temperature. We brought him home.
But you went out again?
Hendricks's tongue pokes out, looking to moisten his top lip, but can't find the spit. I can see him trying to work out how much Lenny knows. I went to get fish and chips for dinner.
In South Church Drive?
Yes. Lenny waits. Hendricks breaks. I bumped into Jodie Sheehan. She was outside on the footpath. I offered her a lift home. There were lots of young lads roaming about. Some of them were drunk, rowdy. I thought it wasn't safe.
Why didn't you tell us this earlier?
Asks Lenny. Hendricks seems to gaze past us, helplessly. I didn't think it was important. I mean, you'd already arrested someone, so I knew... I didn't want to...
Get involved?
He nods, searching for understanding.
We hadn't arrested Craig Farley when we spoke to you, says Lenny.
I knew it wouldn't look good. Teachers aren't supposed to fraternise with students outside of school.
By fraternise, you mean...
Be alone with them.
But you ignored the rules.
We were only talking.
Alone, in your car?
I know it's frowned upon, but Jodie was different. She'd come along to our church a few times.
At your invitation?
Yes.
Why?
He takes a moment to collect his thoughts. I knew Jodie was struggling with things. She was exhausted, what with her training, travelling and competing. She wasn't allowed to go to parties or to have a boyfriend.
She told you this?
Hendricks nods. I thought that maybe she might find some answers if she talked to Jesus.
You were trying to convert her?
We don't convert people. We embrace them.
Did you embrace Jodie Sheehan?
Not like that. I don't appreciate what you're insinuating. Did Jodie ever write notes to you? I ask, remembering the Valentine card we discovered in her school locker. No. Did she send you a Valentine? He falls silent. Did you give her one? No, of course not. I can see how these schoolgirl crushes can happen. It must have been flattering. Nothing happened. You're young and good-looking. You took an interest in her. You listened. I was tutoring her. Because she fell behind. Yes. You gave her more attention in class, called on her first. Hendricks is shaking his head. Soon you were sharing private jokes and secret smiles and stray touches. You told her she was special. You found excuses to be alone with her. If only you were 10 years younger, you said. Stop it, the teacher whispers. I'm a Christian.
So was Myra Hindley,
Lenny says.
and Peter Sutcliffe.
I can't help it if she had a crush on me, says Hendricks. I gave her spiritual advice, that's all, as God is my witness. Do you need God as a witness? I ask. It's a figure of speech. He drops his head into his hands. I can see the top of his scalp, where faint traces of dandruff cling to the parting in his hair. Were you sleeping with her?
Never! I wouldn't!
His voice has risen in pitch. Did Jodie tell you she was pregnant? The teacher's head snaps up, and fear sparks in his eyes. What? No. Lenny reaches into her jacket pocket and retrieves a small, sealed plastic tube with a cotton bud inside. At the same time, she takes out a pair of latex gloves.
Have you ever heard of Locard's exchange principle, Mr. Hendricks?
Hendricks shakes his head.
It holds that every perpetrator of a crime will leave something at the crime scene and take something away from it. It could be soil, fibres, semen, skin cells, or a single strand of hair. Wherever they step, or whatever they touch, they cross-contaminate.
Lenny unscrews the lid of the plastic container. What are you doing? Asks Hendricks.
Collecting a DNA sample. Science is going to put Jodie in your car. Science may also find your semen on her body and your baby in her womb.
That's crazy. I'm a happily married man. A father. I would never... I didn't... We talked is all. Nothing happened.
His voice has a pathetic wheedling quality.
Open your mouth.
No.
Are you refusing to cooperate?
I want a lawyer.
Lenny sighs in disgust.
In my experience, conscientious teachers don't ask for lawyers and refuse DNA tests. Conscientious teachers rarely lose their jobs, unless they're sleeping with a student.
Hendricks takes a moment to weigh up his choices before allowing Lenny to swab the inside of his mouth. His wife has returned from the school drop-off. Her toddler is rugged up in a colourful coat that makes her look like a beach ball with limbs. Outside, 2 men in overalls are winching a rust-streaked Peugeot 207 up the sloping ramp of a truck with a police insignia on the doors.
"That's my car!"
she exclaims.
It's all right, Kathy. They have a warrant,
says Hendricks.
"It's that girl, isn't it?"
she says. Did you know Jodie Sheehan? I ask.
"She came to our church."
Did you see her at the fireworks?
"No. Your husband has told us that he borrowed your car that night and picked up Jodie Sheehan," says Lenny.
Kathy Hendricks glances coldly at her husband, and something passes between them.
"What time did he get home?"
asks Lenny.
"I can't remember. I thought he was getting fish and chips for dinner."
She struggles to find an answer.
"Tristan had a temperature. I put him into our bed and fell asleep." "Where did your husband sleep?" "In the boys' room."
She fixes her husband with a stare that doesn't need translation.
I gave her a lift, that's all, says Hendricks. It was a mistake, but nothing happened. I wouldn't.
Kathy hoists the toddler higher on her right hip and turns away, carrying the child deeper into the house. With that last gesture, I recognise a woman who favours castrating her husband, rather than giving him an alibi. Unless... The Peugeot is Kathy's car. What if she went looking for Jodie that night, and her husband is covering for her? A mother of 3, pregnant with a 4th, has a powerful reason to protect her family, particularly from a pretty teenage girl with a crush on her teacher. One rumour, one allegation, and Jodie Sheehan could unpick the seams of Kathy's perfect life and leave her marriage in tatters. Ian Hendricks is standing on the front path watching the wheels of the Peugeot being chocked and chained.
"You didn't just talk to Jodie. You gave her a lift," says Lenny.
Hendricks doesn't answer.
"Where did you take her?"
She got a message on her phone and asked me if I could drop her off.
"Where?"
An address in the city, a house in the rope walk.
Lenny and I exchange glances.
"Could you find the house again?"
she asks.
I think so.
Lenny points to her car.
"Get in."
But I have to be at work.
"You can be late."
Chapter 42. Angel Face.
The cafe smells of sugar and cinnamon. I finish 2 Panaresa and 2 milky coffees, trying to ignore Felix, who is watching me eat and smiling like it gives him pleasure. Maybe he's a feeder, and he's looking for some fat chick to stuff like a foie gras goose. Well, that's not me. He talks constantly without saying anything, making observations about people, or the weather, or the traffic beginning to build up outside, or the homeless guy washing windscreens with an old Evian bottle and a squeegee.
What's your name?
He asks, having cleaned up my crumbs. Does it matter?
I have to call you something.
Evie. I notice the scars on his knuckles and the heavy silver necklace dangling against his hairless chest.
Okay, that's a start. Now, what do you want, Evie?
I want to go to London.
Okay, and then what?
That's my business.
Yeah, of course.
He leans back and lifts his foot onto a chair between us.
But without money, you won't get very far. 10 quid is a bus ticket. Then what? How will you live? You can't sleep in a park. It's not safe. Not for a girl. Not for anyone.
I'll find a job.
You don't have any work clothes. No phone, no plan. The police will find you and send you back home. I'm assuming you don't want to go home?
I don't say anything. Felix scratches his cheek.
Most people want something, Evie. A nice house, a flash car, holidays in the sun, love, money.
He is watching my face, as though waiting for the wheels on a fruit machine to stop spinning and tell him if he's hit the jackpot.
Sometimes they just want to be safe. Me? I want respect, independence. I want to make more of myself than my old man did.
What does he do? I ask.
That doesn't matter. You have nowhere to stay, am I right?
Again, no answer.
That bruise on your forehead says that someone messed you up. I won't let that happen to you.
I don't need your protection.
I think you do. I think you should stay with me. You'll have your own room, your own bed, somewhere warm, and 2 weeks from now I'll give you a bus ticket to London and 1,000 quid.
What do I have to do?
Work for me?
Doing what?
Running errands.
Drugs.
No. I supply dietary supplements, steroids, vitamins and other pick-me-ups.
The lie just trips off his tongue. You're a drug dealer, I say.
Why get bogged down in semantics? He replies. Let's just say that not all of my product is available over the counter, which is why I require discretion.
What's discretion?
Secrecy. I deal with a lot of professional people. Solicitors, bankers, architects, even politicians. They pay on time and they keep their mouths shut.
What do I have to do?
Deliver the stuff. I pay your cab fares and provide you with a phone. How old are you?
17.
Good.
Why?
You're still a minor, which means if the police pick you up, you won't get charged, or the judge will likely set you free because you're just a kid.
I don't want to be arrested.
And you won't be, I promise.
Another lie.
You don't have to make your mind up now. Come back to my place, see your room, clean up, get some sleep. If you decide tomorrow that you're not interested, I'll give you the 10 quid. No hard feelings.
Does he ever tell the truth? Felix talks as we walk, escorting me to the multi-storey parking garage where he unlocks a 4-wheel drive Lexus that is parked in a space set aside for disabled drivers. He opens the passenger door, but I refuse to get in until he moves away. Parking tickets are balled up on the floor next to empty soft drink cans, fast food wrappers, and advertising flyers.
The seats are heated. You can adjust the temperature.
says Felix, reaching across to show me. I rear away, balling my fists.
Okay, I get the message. So, who beat you up?
I don't want to talk about it.
Suit yourself.
Felix drives to impress me, swerving in and out of traffic, jumping lights and tailgating slower cars. Do you often pick up girls at the bus station? I ask.
It's a good place to recruit.
I'm not a volunteer.
Course not. You're an employee. But you were lucky I found you first. It could have been the Pakis or Bangladeshis. They look for strays and runaways. White girls mainly. First, they give you a burger, then it's drugs and alcohol. Next thing, you're strapped to a bed, fucking every cousin and uncle from here to Birmingham.
He's not lying this time. The car pulls up outside a derelict-looking building with a broken sign that says, Coach House Inn. A tattered flag flaps from a flagpole, and a sign on the cyclone fence warns, trespassers will be prosecuted.
I know it doesn't look like much, says Felix, but you can't judge a book by its cover, you know?
That's the only way I judge books, I think. He ducks through a gap in the fence and pulls back a sheet of corrugated iron, revealing a door with a keypad entrance that looks out of place given the state of the building. Felix punches in the code, trying to shield the keypad with his body, but I clock the number anyway. 4952. Is this where you live?
Nah, I got my own place.
Who lives here?
People like you.
We enter a lobby area, littered with broken furniture and smashed ceiling tiles. The walls have been tagged with graffiti or spray painted with pictures of male and female anatomy. Someone, or something, has defecated in the corner, creating a smell that makes me want to gag. Corridors run off in 3 different directions. Felix leads me along one of them until the stench starts to fade. He nudges open a door with his foot.
This can be your gaff.
I peer inside. The low-wattage bulb barely casts a shadow. The room is shabby and neat, with a bed, a nightstand, a table and chair. The carpet is scarred by cigarette burns, and the bedspread is a faded green with a yellow fleck. At least, I hope it's a fleck. In my imagination, I picture how many thousands of people have stayed here, and the acts of desperation that have been performed on the mattress. The humping bodies, warm corpses, lonely travellers, tourists, cheating spouses, sales reps and battered wives who have cried themselves to sleep, holding their children. The adjoining bathroom has a toilet, sink, and shower. Pulling open the rear curtains, I look out onto a wrecker's yard full of rusting car bodies and piles of twisted metal. Beyond another fence is a factory full of metal shipping containers stacked in rows. I glance down at a pile of clothes on the bathroom floor, ripped jeans and cheap blouses and a Mickey Mouse jacket with silver spangles threaded around Mickey's ears. Whose room is this?
She's gone.
Why did she leave her stuff? Felix shrugs.
Maybe I gave her too much money. Maybe she stole from me.
He looks at the pile.
You're welcome to her gear.
I shake my head.
Suit yourself.
Felix scoops up the clothes and tosses them into the hallway.
Is that you, baby?
Asks a high-pitched voice, before an emaciated girl-woman dashes into the room and throws herself at Felix, who catches her and takes a step backwards, carried by her momentum. Her legs wrap around his waist, her arms around his neck. She's dressed in jeans and a bra. She tries to kiss him. Felix turns his face away.
Your breath reeks.
I've been sleeping.
The girl-woman notices me for the first time.
What's she doing here?
This is Evie.
You said we didn't need nobody else.
Anybody,
says Felix, correcting her. The girl-woman frowns with eyes that are black-rimmed and hollow, as if her skin were collapsing. She could be anywhere from 12 to 30, with sharp hip bones sticking out from above the waist of her jeans, and no discernible breasts.
This is Keeley,
says Felix.
We're together,
says Keely, holding on to Felix. There are bruises along her arms and more on her neck.
Did you bring me something?
She asks in a pleading voice.
Baby wants her medicine.
Later,
He says dismissively.
we have company.
But you promised.
I said later.
Keely drops off him like he's raised a fist. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a wad of cash, peeling off several 20s.
Go buy some food and get Evie a toothbrush.
Why me?
Because I asked you nicely.
Keely doesn't want to leave. Felix gives her a look, and she grudgingly obeys, shooting me daggers on her way out. I'm still thinking about the money Felix had in his pocket. He turns in a slow circle.
Home, sweet home. I know it's not much, but it beats lying in the gutter. The shower works if you want to freshen up. There's no kitchen, but Keely has a microwave in her room. Either that or you can get takeaway.
Where are you going? I ask.
To see my dear old mum.
You said I could earn some money.
Yeah, sure, but it's too early in the day. Deliveries are mostly at night.
What do I do until then?
Sleep? You look like shit.
I want to make a smart-ass comment back at him, but I can't think of one, because I'm too tired. Not everything Felix has told me has been the truth, but that makes him like everybody else, not to be trusted. Right now, I don't have many choices. I need somewhere to stay, and money to start again. And this is the only game in town.
Chapter 43. Lenny is on speakerphone with DS Edgar, asking about Jodie Sheehan's burner phone.
There were thousands of people at the fireworks and most of them were carrying phones, says Edgar. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
This might help, says Lenny. Jodie was picked up by Ian Hendricks from outside the fish and chip shop that Monday evening. He claims he dropped her at a house on the rope walk at 9:30. If we isolate signals from those locations, we should be able to identify which phone Jodie was using.
What was she doing at the rope walk? Asks Edgar.
Ask me later. We're heading there now.
The call ends, and Lenny follows signs towards the city centre. Ian Hendricks has been quiet in the back seat, but grows more animated as we get closer to the rope walk, an upmarket area full of grand Victorian houses, many of which have been converted into flats or turned into offices for accountants and solicitors. A few private houses remain, lovingly restored and harking back to a time when horse-drawn carriages clip-clopped over cobblestones, carrying women in whalebone corsets and men in frock coats. That's the place, says Hendricks, leaning between the seats. We've stopped outside an imposing cream-coloured house that looks like an iced wedding cake. Are you sure? Lenny asks. Yeah. I dropped her at the gates and she walked up the driveway to the side door. The place was all lit up, like they were having a party. Cars were parked up and down the road. I know this house, I say, surprising both of them. It belongs to Jimmy Verbiage. The mayor? Says Lenny. He's the sheriff of Nottingham now. Her forehead creases as though an invisible hand is squeezing her skin. Why would Jodie Sheehan come here? Her father works for Jimmy as a driver. He didn't mention that in his statement. Lenny gets out of the car and signals to the detectives who have been following in a second vehicle. Take Mr. Hendricks to his place of work. The schoolteacher gets out of one police car and into another. Lenny isn't finished. Don't think you're off the hook, Mr. Hendricks. You could still be charged with withholding information from a murder investigation. All I did was drop her off, I promise. The second vehicle pulls away. Lenny and I are standing on the footpath. She turns and gazes through the iron gates at the grand house, muttering, Jimmy Verbiage. We're only talking to him, I say, sensing her disquiet. Councillor Verbiage and the Chief Constable are best mates.
They go on golfing tours together and salmon fishing weekends. For all I know, they swap wives.
Jimmy isn't married.
You know what I mean.
As if someone has been eavesdropping, the gates suddenly begin to move, sliding open on a chain. A Mercedes sports car turns the corner and approaches, pulling into the driveway. I catch a glimpse of a young woman behind the wheel, wearing oversized sunglasses and a scarf tied loosely around her neck. We follow the Mercedes through the closing gates and watch it pull up at the front of the house. One elegant white linen-clad leg emerges, then another, both sporting high heels. She bends back into the car to collect polished paper shopping bags, Louis Vuitton and Cartier. Hearing our approach, she straightens and props her sunglasses on her forehead. She's in her mid-20s, tall and slim, with a proud countenance. She smiles.
You're Cyrus Haven.
How did you know?
Jimmy talks about you all the time. He has a photograph of you in his study.
And you are?
Scarlett.
She holds out her hand as though I might want to kiss it. Her face is almost impossible to read. Beautiful, yes, but somehow bland, as though she's been photoshopped or airbrushed in a glossy magazine. Is the counsellor home? I ask.
He should be.
As if summoned, Jimmy appears, jogging down marble steps beneath an arched porte-cochere. He embraces me, smiling.
Cyrus! What an unexpected surprise!
There is a subtext to his use of the words unexpected and surprise, meaning unbidden or without warning. I introduced Jimmy to Lenny.
Yes, of course, DCI Pavel. You were in charge of the Jody Sheehan investigation. Job well done, making such a quick arrest. I rang the Chief Constable personally to pass on my congratulations.
Was that a name drop? Jimmy slips his arm around Scarlett's waist and gives her a squeeze.
Have you been spending my money again?
It's your mother's birthday next week. You would have forgotten.
She's right,
says Jimmy, laughing.
Scarlett is my PA, my girl Friday, my walking filofax.
What's a filofax?
She asks. Jimmy laughs again and says,
Old technology,
which annoys her. I can see it in her hips when she marches into the house, her heels clicking up the steps. Where did you find Scarlett? I ask.
My sister sent her along. Have you met Genevieve?
No.
She runs an employment agency in Manchester.
Are you sure it's not a modelling agency?
Yes, she is rather easy on the eyes.
Jimmy smiles mischievously.
I know I mentioned getting together, Cyrus, but you could have given me some warning.
It's a business call, says Lenny. We've received information that Jody Sheehan visited this house on the night she was killed.
Here?
Yes.
Who told you that?
I'm not in a position to reveal that information.
Jimmy looks at me, hoping I might help him. His smile has slowly been dismantled in a series of adjustments to his facial muscles. He still comes across as affable, but in a more menacing way.
Pardon my scepticism, DCI Pavel, but this sounds like a crude attempt to smear me. In politics, you grow accustomed to cheap shots and malicious gossip. I hope that Nottinghamshire police haven't fallen into a trap like that.
All hint of warmth has gone. You had a celebration that night, I say, trying to ease the tension.
My Guy Fawkes party. I have one every year. I can assure you that Jody Sheehan wasn't on the guest list.
How many people were here? Asks Lenny.
200, although it felt like more.
Did you know everyone at the party?
Dear me, no. The hangers-on and freeloaders come out when there's an open bar.
But you have a guest list.
Jimmy smiles wryly.
Some of the attendees were very prominent people who might not appreciate being questioned by the police on some frivolous fishing expedition.
A girl was raped and murdered.
And someone has confessed.
Jimmy turns out his palms.
Why are you here, detective? You've made an arrest, held the press conference, received the kudos.
There are some gaps in Jodie's timeline.
Gaps. I see. Well, if politics has taught me anything, it is how easily gaps can be filled with misinformation, particularly by the media, who seem to love conflating random, harmless details and smearing innocent people in the process.
I half expect him to use the term fake news, but mercifully he stops talking. Lenny glances at me, understanding the inference. What's through those doors? I ask, pointing to the side of the house.
The kitchens.
Who looks after them?
Rowena, our housekeeper, but we had caterers that night, a local firm.
Scarlett emerges from inside, having changed into faded jeans and a loose-fitting top. She's holding some sort of fruit smoothie in a tall glass, and still wearing her sunglasses. Did you see Jodie Sheehan on the night of the party? I ask.
Who?
The girl who was murdered, Jimmy says.
Dougal's daughter.
Jimmy's face seems to register the information as though he solved a problem that has vexed him for hours.
That's right. Dougal was working. Jodie must have been looking for him.
He glances from Lenny's face to mine, waiting for us to agree. Any idea why? I ask.
Maybe she wanted a lift home.
I'm concentrating on Scarlett, who seems to be dredging up memories from wherever she stores them.
There was someone who turned up at the kitchen door. One of the caterers came and found me. He said a girl was looking for someone at the party. She wouldn't give a name. She wanted to wait for a text message. I told her to leave.
You saw her?
No, I told the caterers to tell her.
Jimmy makes an exasperated sound, suddenly less certain than before.
Who is this witness?
He asks sceptically.
The person who drove Jodie here and watched her walk through the gates, replies Lenny, studying Jimmy's reaction. For the record, when did you last see Jodie Sheehan?
Not that night.
When?
A few weeks ago. Dougal asked me to be Jodie's sponsor. I covered some of her travel expenses, a few grand here and there.
How did you pay the money?
Asks Lenny.
Directly to Dougal. But I told Jodie that if she ever needed anything, she should come and see me.
The statement resonates deep within me. Jimmy made the same promise as we watched the caskets of my parents and my sisters being wheeled from the cathedral. He had no ulterior motive. It's what he does.
Is Dougal Sheehan working today?
Asks Lenny. Jimmy glances towards a 4-car garage, where 2 of the doors are open.
Please don't harass a grieving father.
Thank you for your cooperation, Councillor, says Lenny.
Jimmy tries to match her politeness, but hasn't taken his eyes off me. He thinks I'm responsible for bringing the police to his doorstep, for failing to warn him.
You should have called,
he mutters when Lenny is out of earshot. I don't have a phone. Dougal is polishing the Range Rover as we step into the dark cool of the garage, which smells of wax and window cleaner. He shakes out a cloth and dabs his brow before tucking it into the pocket of a vinyl apron that is protecting his clothes. Lenny isn't as polite as the last time she spoke to him.
Why didn't you tell us you were working for Councillor Verbitch on the night Jodie disappeared?
I said I was driving a cab. Same difference. I pick people up, I drop them off.
Did you see Jodie that night?
No.
But she was here, I say. Dougal looks genuinely surprised. Jodie was dropped outside the gate just after 9 o'clock.
Why would she come here?
Asks Dougal.
We're hoping you can tell us that.
He looks from Lenny to me and back again.
Did Jimmy see her?
Councillor Verbitch doesn't recall seeing Jodie that night.
I notice a faint tremor in Dougal's left hand, which isn't a sign of infirmity. He doesn't know how to react or what to say.
Did Jodie know where you were working?
Asks Lenny.
I don't know. Maybe.
Has she been here before?
Once or twice. I can't be sure.
If we have forensic officers look at these vehicles, are they going to find Jodie's DNA inside?
Dougal's gaze drops to his feet as though he's standing on the edge of a cliff, unsure of whether he should jump.
She's been in the Silver Shadow.
With Jimmy?
Yeah. We picked her up from skating practice and drove her to school.
Lenny is walking around the Rolls-Royce. She cups her hands to peer into each window, deliberately leaving smudges on the glass.
What else do you do for Councillor Burbage? She asks.
What do you mean?
Ever run errands?
Yeah, sometimes.
Pick people up?
Sure.
Drugs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why would Jodie have a burner phone?
A what?
A cheap disposable phone, says Lenny. We also found spare SIM cards and hidden cash in her locker, all the trappings of a spy, or a terrorist, or a drug dealer.
A light seems to trigger behind Dougal's eyes, something red and bright, which flares and remains burning. For a moment I think he might tell us something important, but instead his voice drops to a harsh whisper.
Our Jodie was raped and murdered. She was left to die alone in a dark, cold place. I thought nothing could be more horrible than seeing my baby girl in the morgue, but I was wrong. This is worse. You're the real monsters.
Chapter 44.
What did you make of that?
Asks Lenny, shaking Tic Tacs into the palm of her hand. She rattles the container, offering me some. I refuse. We're still parked outside Jimmy Verbich's house, sitting in her unmarked police car. An elderly couple shuffles past. The husband rocks forward on a Zimmer frame, and his wife pauses at each intersection to wait for him. Jodie didn't come here looking for her father, I say.
Agreed.
She came to deliver something or pick something up.
I'm listening.
How much do you know about Felix Sheehan?
He has an alibi.
A partial one. You still haven't confirmed where he spent the night. Lenny rubs her eyes with the heels of each hand. Does Felix have a criminal record?
Not as an adult.
Before?
Juvenile records are sealed.
I'll take that as a yes. Clearly, Lenny could tell me more, but chooses not to. It's another reminder that I may work for the police, but I'm not part of the club. I don't have the unambiguous, unerring certainty needed by someone like her, a crusader who divides the world into good and evil. She reaches for the ignition, but something moves in the periphery of her vision. The electronic gates are opening. Moments later, a black cab pulls out and accelerates past us. Dougal Sheehan is behind the wheel, in a hurry. Lenny doesn't hesitate before pulling out and following. She's better at this than I am, tailing someone, keeping at the optimum distance to avoid being caught by red lights or clocked in the cab's mirrors. We drive in silence, but my question about Felix is on her mind.
Do you know why juvenile records are sealed? She asks.
To assist with rehabilitation and treatment, I reply.
Exactly. We don't want youngsters stigmatised or labelled as career criminals. They deserve a second chance.
I agree.
Felix was picked up at a summer music festival in Sherwood Forest. A sniffer dog found him carrying small amounts of crystal meth and ecstasy. He was 14, too young to be charged, but he was most likely a runner for a local gang.
Could he be still involved?
If he's stupid. We've had 3 stabbings since January, all of them unsolved. The Moss Side Bloods are moving in from Manchester, and those guys are seriously dangerous. Most of the gangs operate away from home because they're less likely to draw attention from the competition, or be known to the local coppers. When they move into an area, they look for a base, normally a squat or a derelict building, or sometimes they target the vulnerable, like an addict or someone with mental health problems, befriending them and moving into their house. They call it cuckooing. Once they establish there is a market, they begin recruiting runners. Usually they trawl the train stations, amusement arcades and skate parks, looking for strays or kids on the margins, from dysfunctional families or failing at school. They might offer them alcohol or cigarettes or computer games. Some get turned into junkies. All the girls are groomed for sex.
I remember following Felix to the train station and the job centre. If he's still involved with drug dealing, it could explain the mobile phones and the money in Jodie's locker. Would he risk using her as a runner? We're heading along Maid Marian Way, past the Broadmarsh shopping centre and along Canal Street towards the A612. As we reach the outskirts of Nottingham, the cab takes the exit on a roundabout signposted to Nottingham Racecourse. Another right turn, and we're almost at the river, approaching a newly minted high-rise development called Trent Basin. Cranes dot the skyline, and a huge billboard advertises luxury riverside apartments. The cab stops suddenly in a loading bay. Dougal Sheehan leaps out, heading for the entrance where he stabs impatiently at the button of an intercom. The glass door unlocks. Dougal takes the stairs. Lenny shoves her foot in the closing door and follows him, climbing quickly. I'm a dozen steps behind her, losing track of the floors. We reach an open door and enter an apartment with a large, open-plan living area dominated by floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river. I hear raised voices.
"What did you do?"
yells Dougal.
"Nothing! Get off me!"
Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him!
Pleads a woman. They're in the bathroom.
"Why was Jodie there?"
Demands Dougal.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Police!
Yells Lenny, spinning through the door. Dougal Sheehan is crouching over his son, gripping Felix by the hair and forcing his head into the bowl of a toilet. He presses the flush lever, draining the cistern. Water sloshes over Felix's head, spilling onto the floor.
You're killing him! You're killing him!
Yells Maggie Sheehan, begging him to stop. Dougal presses the button again. Felix can't breathe. His legs are twitching. Lenny kicks Dougal hard in the back of his knees, making his legs buckle. She twists his arm behind his back and forces his face against the white tiles. Felix rolls away from the toilet, opening and closing his mouth like a stranded fish. His teeth are stained pink by blood and water drips from his hair. Maggie drops to her knees and hugs him, wetting her blouse. He pushes her away and manages to sit up, leaning against the bath. Shirtless and concave-chested, he's dressed in baggy jeans that hang low off his hips, showing the crack of his arse.
What's this about?
Asks Lenny. Felix wipes his wide, slack mouth.
"Ask him!"
Dougal's face is still pressed hard against the tiles, twisting his mouth out of shape.
"It's family business,"
he mutters.
Does it involve Jodie?
Neither man answers. Lenny looks at Maggie.
Are you going to tell me?
She's too frightened or clueless to respond. As the silence stretches out, Lenny realises that she can't force the issue.
I should charge all of you,
she says disgustedly, releasing Dougal, who rubs his shoulder and glares at her belligerently.
You can both leave. I want to talk to Felix,
she says.
"You can't talk to him without us being here,"
replies Dougal.
Sure I can. He's over 18.
Lenny looks at Felix.
Do you need Daddy or Mummy to hold your hand?
"I want a fucking lawyer."
By all means,
says Lenny.
You can wait for him at the station. Our holding cells are just like this place, well appointed, fully furnished, with hot and cold running junkies and scumbags. You'll be right at home.
She pauses and wipes her hands on a towel.
Your other option is to talk to me now. A novel approach, I know, but you're not under arrest. Not yet.
Lenny looks up at Dougal.
You're still here.
"He's my son."
You tried to drown him. What's he done?
Asks Maggie.
Is this about Jodie? Leave now, Mrs. Sheehan. I won't ask again.
I can hear husband and wife whispering harshly as they wait for the lift.
But what's he done?
"Nothing."
It must be something.
"Shut up, woman."
Felix uses a towel to dry his hair. Still shirtless, he walks into the living room, where he opens the sliding glass doors and takes a packet of cigarettes from the balcony table. He takes one and taps both ends against his wrist, an affectation that predates filters on cigarettes. The view sweeps across the south of the city and as far west as Lady Bay Bridge. "Nice place," I say, glancing around the room, noting the flat-screen TV, gaming consoles, and expensive sound system. "Yours? I'm looking after it for a friend." "What's your friend's name?" "John Smith." Felix lights up, swallowing smoke. He slumps onto a leather sofa, knees spread, convinced he knows exactly what happens next. Lenny takes an armchair.
Why was your old man so pissed at you?
"Whites and coloureds."
What?
Felix grins.
"I put a pair of red socks in a whitewash. Spoiled Mum's favourite blouse."
Lenny's gaze is absolutely neutral.
I've had smarter bowel movements than you.
I'm standing at the open glass doors, looking across the river at a nature reserve called The Hook, where acres of woodland are fringed by wildflower meadows and orchards. "Do you know Councillor Verbitch?" I ask.
"Isn't he the mayor?"
"Used to be."
"What about him?"
"Is he one of your customers?"
"Never met the guy."
Your father works for him as a driver," says Lenny.
Felix wrinkles his nose as though some unpleasant smell has reached him.
If we ask Councillor Verbitch, will he say he knows you?
This time Felix takes a moment, considering his options.
"I might have met him. I meet a lot of people in my line of work."
"What exactly do you do?" I ask.
"I told you. I buy and sell stuff."
"Anything in particular?"
"Antiques, mainly."
I can't see any antiques around this place," says Lenny.
"Not fond of them myself," says Felix, "but a lot of folks like old shit. Your old man must tell you that all the time."
Lenny doesn't rise to the bait.
Business must be good.
"I do okay."
The police found £6,000 in Jodie's school locker. Do you know how she got it?
"No idea."
Can we look around?
"Do you have a warrant?"
With your permission."
Felix spreads his arms.
"Knock yourselves out."
Clearly he's too experienced to keep anything incriminating in his apartment, but I still wouldn't mind seeing more of the place, learning things about him. I notice a BlackBerry phone on the glass coffee table. It's a brand favoured by criminal gangs because it can use military-grade encryption, making it almost impossible for police to access the data or intercept messages. "Jodie was using a mobile phone the night she disappeared," I say, still looking at the BlackBerry. "Not her usual one, but another handset, a cheap disposable most likely. It's only a matter of time before the police identify her new phone. They'll be able to read her text messages and look at her call logs."
Maybe even trace her movements, says Lenny,
Picking up on the theme.
You think you're safe, Felix, because your data is encrypted. You can't hide the signal. Every phone has a unique signature that pings the nearest mobile phone towers, which means we can see where you've been. Every house, pub, car park, every girlfriend, every business meeting.
Felix has gone quiet. He draws on his cigarette and exhales, blinking into the smoke. His eyes drift lower, focusing on the BlackBerry. He lunges, grabs the phone, pulls back his arm and hurls it towards the balcony door and the river beyond. In the same breath, I shove the sliding glass door. It closes on smooth runners, and the phone clatters against the double glazing, landing at my feet. I pick it up.
"Give it back,"
says Felix.
It's a criminal offence to dispose of evidence,
replies Lenny, taking the phone from me and sliding it into her pocket. Felix is less certain than before.
"You need a warrant."
We'll get one.
I watch how the young man changes. He wants to be menacing, but like a lot of weedy men, he's all push and self-possession, whereas someone like his father, a shambling, shaggy heavyweight, wears the crown more easily.
Was Jodie a runner?
Asks Lenny.
No comment, he replies.
Did you know she was pregnant?
This time Felix hesitates and tosses us a bone.
She came to me a few weeks ago. Said she was up the duff.
Who was the father?
She didn't say.
Did you ask?
Another shrug.
What did Jodie tell you?
She didn't want Mum and Dad finding out. Mum would have thrown a wobbly, you know, crying and praying.
Jodie must have wanted something.
Cash.
Why?
The scrape, I guess.
Terminations are free. Why would she need money?
She wouldn't get it done in Nottingham. Too many people know her. She said she was going to London.
And you gave her £6,000. That's very generous of you.
She stole that from me. I keep a bit of cash around the place, you know, in case of an emergency.
Why didn't you get it back?
Felix doesn't answer. She was blackmailing you, I say. Again, silence. Felix puts his thumbnail between his teeth and bites at the edges.
Did you send her to a house on the rope walk on the night she disappeared?
No comment.
I'll take that as a yes. Who was she delivering to?
Felix laughs.
You must think I'm an idiot.
That's a given, says Lenny. The question is, how big an idiot?
I want to get back to Jodie.
When was she going to London? I ask. She didn't say. She brought an overnight bag around here and put it in the spare room. Said she'd come by and pick it up when she was leaving.
Where is the bag now?
Asks Lenny. Felix nods towards one of the bedrooms. Can we take a look? I ask. Felix's expression changes, his features pushing outwards in a calculating smile.
Do I get my phone back?
I see Lenny weighing her options.
If everything you've told us is true, I'll return your phone. But if you've been lying to me, Felix, I'll be all over you like a drunk aunt on a dance floor.
He smirks. In the bedroom, I open the wardrobe and pull out a small suitcase with a stenciled insignia for the British ice skating team. Lenny tosses me a pair of disposable gloves and dons her own. The main zipper slides open, revealing clothes: knickers, tops, a sweater, 2 skirts and pair of jeans, as well as a woolen hat with earmuffs. There are separate pouches for Jodie's toiletries and makeup. Lower down, I find a soft toy, a floppy-eared rabbit with a missing eye and a chewed ear. She was taking folic acid tablets and reading a book called How to Grow a Baby and Push It Out. Why pack a suitcase? I ask, without realising I've said it out loud.
She was going to London, says Lenny.
Which is only 2 hours away by train. She didn't have to stay overnight. According to Ness, Jodie was 11 weeks pregnant, which was still early enough for her to have a medical abortion. She could have taken a pill and come back a few days later for a second one. I look again at the contents of the bag: the clothes, the makeup, the vitamins, and the much-loved childhood toy. Suddenly, the answer is clear to me. Jodie wasn't terminating a pregnancy. She was running away. Chapter 45. Tasmin Whittaker is still dressed in her school uniform when she answers the door. She opens it far enough to peer over the chain, squinting as though the sun is in her eyes. A dusting of icing sugar covers her top lip.
Mum and Dad aren't home.
It's you I wanted to see. A shadow passes across her face. I want to talk about Jodie. Tasmin looks over her left shoulder, holding the door with both hands.
Who is it, Taz?
Asks a voice from inside.
The police?
She replies. I'm not the police. Aidan pushes Tasmin out of the way, opening the door wider. He's wearing track pants and a football jumper that hangs loosely on his slim frame. They don't look like brother or sister. It's as though Aidan was given first dibs at the beauty buffet, getting the eyelashes, cheekbones, and clear skin, while Tasman had to make do with the leftovers. "What do you want?" he asks. "I was hoping I could talk to Tasman." "I thought you did that already." "I have a few more questions." Aidan seems to pounce on the statement. "You can't talk to her without an adult present." "It's not a formal interview," I reply, "but you seem to know the rules." "I'm reading law at Cambridge." "I thought that was next year." "Yeah, well, I know my shit," he says defiantly. "Yes, you do," I say. "You'll make a great lawyer." Aidan isn't sure if I'm teasing him. Tasman steps in between us.
I don't need a babysitter.
"I could talk to both of you," I say. Aidan agrees grudgingly, and the door shuts behind me with a ragged click. We choose the sitting room because the kitchen table is covered in scraps of yellow fabric and a sewing machine.
Mum is decorating my coat for the memorial service, explains Tasman. Yellow was Jodie's favourite colour.
"When is the memorial?"
The day after tomorrow. Do you want a cup of tea?
She sounds like her mother. "No, I'm fine." Aidan checks his phone before sitting next to his sister, who is perched on the edge of the sofa, as though I'm interviewing her for a job. She's holding a small stuffed monkey in her lap that makes her look younger. "Is that one special?" I ask.
Jodie won it for me at the Goose Fair. You had to get 5 balls through the hoop. I couldn't get one.
"You two were friends for a long time?"
We went to the same primary school and to Forsyth Academy and dance classes and skating, and we went on holidays together and other stuff.
"Do you skate?"
No. Daddy says I skate like a baby hippo.
There's no hint of regret in her voice. "How often did Jodie come here?" I ask, motioning around me.
All the time. We were like sisters.
Again, it's her mother talking. "After school?"
Yeah, Aidan used to help her with her homework.
I glance at Aidan for confirmation. "She was missing a lot of school," he explains, not bothering to look up from his phone. "I helped her with her maths." "How often?" "Twice a week." "Who arranged that?" "Aunt Maggie asked Mum, and she asked me." "Were you paid?"
What?
"Were you paid?"
Yeah.
Another silence. Tasman is growing bored because it's not about her. She's playing with the monkey in her lap, twisting its arms into a knot and undoing them again. I talked to some of Jodie's skating friends who mentioned that she wanted to quit figure skating because of her injuries and headaches. Did she ever say anything to you? "Dad would have a fit," says Aidan. I'm waiting for Tasman, who is looking at the scuffed toes of her school shoes, swinging them back and forth.
No,
she whispers, but I suspect she's lying. "Did you ever feel jealous of Jodie?" The question seems to surprise her, but she doesn't hesitate.
all the time.
"Why?"
It was always Jodie this and Jodie that. Every time she sneezed or sniffled or fell over, people would be fussing over her, calling the doctor, handing her tissues. Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she talented?
"It wasn't like that," says Aidan.
How would you know?
Snaps Tasman.
They said the same things about you. You're the golden child and I'm the golden retriever.
"Shut up, Taz,"
You shut up!
I interrupt. "Did Jodie have a secret boyfriend? Someone older?" "What difference does that make?" asks Aidan. "I'm just trying to understand her." Tasman scratches at the bridge of her nose, but her eyes betray something other than jealousy or boredom.
Sometimes she'd tell Aunt Maggie that she was staying with me, but then she'd go off and do other stuff.
"What other stuff?" You shouldn't be telling tales, says Aidan.
They're not tales. Jodie used to sneak out at night and come back before we all woke up. I used to worry that she'd be late for practice, but she never got caught.
Do you know where she went? I ask. Tasman shakes her head. When did this start?
During the summer holidays.
I turn to Aidan. Did you know? I'm her cousin, not her babysitter. You didn't notice her coming and going? I'm not here, he replies, pointing into the garden where a small egg-shaped caravan is parked against the back fence. A power cable snakes across the lawn to the house. How did Jodie get in and out? I ask.
I'd leave the sliding door unlocked on the patio, replies Tasman.
What about the night she disappeared? Did you leave it unlocked? She lowers her head and bites her bottom lip, leaving white marks in the indentations. Did you forget?
No.
A teardrop hangs on her lower lashes, growing fatter before it falls.
I wanted to punish her for leaving me alone at the fireworks, not taking me along.
You weren't to know, says Aidan, putting his arm around her shoulders.
If I'd left the door unlocked, she wouldn't have tried to walk home. She wouldn't.
Tasman can't finish, and Aidan doesn't know how to comfort her. A door key slides into a lock, and the front door swings open. Brian and Felicity Whittaker carry bags of groceries into the hallway, still arguing about something that must have started in the car. They stop abruptly. What are you doing here? Asks Brian, his eyes sparking with anger. I'm talking to Aidan and Tasman. Without our permission? Aidan is an adult. The groceries are dumped without ceremony on the floor. I don't want you talking to my children without us being here. I don't want you putting words in their mouths. That's not what I'm doing. Everybody is on their feet, and the sitting room feels small. Felicity has gone to Aidan, putting her arm around his waist. She went to him first, not Tasman, who is clearly more upset. Jodie was pregnant and planning to run away, I explain. I thought she might have talked to Tasman. You think our daughter deliberately withheld information? Says Brian. No. That's what you're inferring.
It's all right, Brian, says Felicity. Let it go.
He accused me of molesting Jodie. Tasman makes a gagging sound, and Aidan laughs sarcastically. I don't know what makes Brian Whittaker angrier, my presence or the reactions of his children. He's not a big man, but he makes himself larger, lunging at me. Felicity intercepts and pushes him back, warning me to leave. I take a business card from my jacket pocket and give it to Aidan and Tasman. This is my address and my pager number. If you think of anything, get in touch. You're not welcome here, yells Brian. Don't come back. Felicity catches up with me before I reach the footpath. She pushes hair from her eyes, blinking wetly.
You have the wrong impression of this family, Dr. Haven. If you think we'd do anything to hurt Jodie.
Chapter 46. Angel Face.
The pizza is cold by the time it arrives. I have a slice and leave the rest to Keely, who eats noisily, letting cheese hang from her lips. In between mouthfuls, she guzzles glasses of pink wine from a box, treating it like cordial. Where does the food go? There's nothing of her. During the afternoon, an Uber driver had delivered 2 plastic bags containing clothes for me. A short suede skirt, red tights, knickers, socks, and a fitted white blouse with a Peter Pan collar. All of them new. The knickers are black and lacy and a size too small. I have never worn a thong before. At Langford Hall, they issue the girls with grandma knickers from Marks & Spencer and sports bras that never fit properly. Keely wrinkles her nose as she examines each new piece of clothing, holding it between her thumb and forefinger as though she might catch something. The only thing she seems to covet is the patent leather ankle boots. She's sitting on the bed, waiting for me to finish showering. Where are you from? I ask, over the spitting water.
Why do you care?
I don't. There is a pause.
Sheffield?
Do you have family?
There's me and Mum and 2 half-brothers. They must be 2 and 4 by now.
You ever see them?
Nah.
Why not?
My stepdad.
The answer doesn't need elaboration. I've known at least a dozen girls from Langford Hall whose parents had split up and a new partner pushed them to leave. It's like when a new lion takes over the pride. He kills the cubs or forces them out, clearing the way for his own progeny. That's one of my daily words. Progeny. It means descendants or children. Blood is thicker than sentimentality. Turning off the shower, I reach for a towel and catch a hated glimpse of myself in the mirror. The bruises on my ribs are yellowing at the edges and turning a deep purple at the centre. They only hurt when I touch them. Emerging from the bathroom with a towel around my chest, I use another to dry my hair. Where does Felix live? Keely shrugs. Have you been there?
No.
But you're his girlfriend. Her eyes flare.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
You should keep your opinions to yourself and your hands off him.
I begin getting dressed. Keely spies my tuft of pubic hair and snorts with derision. What?
Your bush?
Embarrassed, I turn my back to her and slide the skirt over my thighs. Once I'm dressed, I risk looking in the mirror, surprised at the transformation. They used to bring me new clothes all the time when I was young, dresses and pinafores and leotards and gowns. Some made me look younger, others made me look older, but none of them felt like they belonged to me. A door opens somewhere, and voices echo through the derelict building.
They're here,
says Keely. Who?
You'll see.
The visitors are in the lounge. 2 black men in their 20s and a skinny middle-aged woman wearing a sarong and sandals like she's holidaying somewhere warm. One of the black men, Tuba, has his hair shaved in rings around his head like crop circles in a wheat field. His friend is lighter skinned but morbidly obese. He wants me to call him Rambo, but Tuba says,
Nice one, Kev. I can call myself Rambo,
complains Kev, who has multiple chins and rolls of fat that fill out a huge, shiny orange tracksuit that must be visible from outer space.
You should call yourself Star-Lord, says Tuba. Or the Hulk. Fuck off.
The middle-aged woman ignores their banter and lights a cigarette. She hasn't acknowledged me, concentrating instead on her phone and chewing at the edges of her fingernails like she's trying to sharpen them. I introduce myself. The woman ignores me.
Don't mind Carla,
says Tuba.
She's not a people person. She's a voodoo priestess,
says Kev, who starts singing I Put a Spell on You and waving his arms around like he's Harry Potter. Felix arrives, carrying 2 6-packs of beer. He's showered and changed, dressed up for a night out, in expensive jeans and a designer shirt. He greets Tuba and Kev with a choreographed handshake involving bumped shoulders and dabbed fists. Keely drapes herself over him, purring into his ear. Carla stops staring at her phone and says, Sorry about your sister. Her voice is coarsened by cigarettes or alcohol, or both.
Yeah, bruh,
echoes Tuba.
Fucking intense. It was all over the TV,
says Kev.
Pictures of Jodie and your folks.
Felix doesn't answer. What happened to your sister? I ask, more alert than before.
Nothing,
says Felix. Is she the girl who got killed?
Not up for discussion.
The statement is so savage that I bottle up my curiosity. Kev sits down and splays his legs, taking up the whole sofa. Tuba keeps moving in a loose-limbed sort of swagger, like he's playing a pimp on TV. Carla has lit up another cigarette, sucking so hard that the filter compresses between her lips. "What's she doing here?" she says, thrusting a bleeding fingernail at me. "She's a new recruit." "How do we know she's not a narc?" "Does she look like a narc?" replies Felix. "Where did you find her?" "At the bus station." "Oh, great. Yeah, she's definitely not a narc." Her sarcasm annoys Felix. "I found you at an AA meeting. Maybe you're the narc." Carla backs off, but isn't happy. Felix tells me to wait outside. I don't mind. I didn't like the vibe in the room, or the direction of the conversation. Nobody had been lying, but I sensed how quickly the mood changed when Jodie Sheehan's name was dropped. Cyrus didn't mention that Jodie had a brother, and his name didn't come up in any of the police interviews with Craig Farley. Yet here he is, organising deliveries of vitamins or steroids, or whatever shit he deals in. It surprises me. I don't know why. It's not as if murder victims have to come from a squeaky clean family. Surely the opposite is sometimes true. Standing in the poorly lit hallway, I press my ear to the door, listening to the muffled voices, which become clearer when they relax and open the beers. "You gotta stop picking up strays," says Carla. "It's too risky." "She's a juvie, a runaway. Someone beat her up," replies Felix. "She knows our names and what we look like." "She won't be here long."
Good,
says Keeley.
I don't like her.
"All of you, shut up!"
Felix says angrily.
"I'll check her out before she does a run, okay?" "Are we working tonight?" says Tuba. "Or gas bagging?" "No, I'm putting deliveries on hold for a while," replies Felix. "I had a visit from the pigs today. They know fuck all, but we're going to lay low for a spell." "For how long?" asks Kev. "Until the heat dies down."
"I got bills to pay," complains Carla.
"More like a habit to feed,"
replies Kev. Carla must react because Kev says,
"You're such a classy lady."
"And you're a fat bastard," she replies.
"I thought they caught the guy,"
says Tuba.
"Yeah, but they're still sniffing around. We'll give it a week, 10 days tops." "And what are we supposed to do? Take a holiday? Go somewhere warm? You dress for it?" "What about our customers?" asks Tuba. "When we get back on track, we'll offer them a discount."
I step back from the door and wrap my arms around my chest, shivering, but not from the cold. I don't trust any of these people. I should have stolen the pizza money from Keeley and caught a bus to London. I should have gone back to Cyrus. Even if he sent me to Langford Hall, it wouldn't be forever. What am I afraid of? I've spent most of my life in one box or another, waiting. The meeting is breaking up. Tuba and Kev leave together, filling the corridor with their laughter and bulk. Carla ignores me as she passes, disappearing in a cloud of cigarette smoke. Keeley is wrapped around Felix, almost dry humping his leg. He pushes her away and reaches into his pocket, removing a tiny plastic bag, which he shakes against his thigh and gives to her.
"Now piss off! I'm busy."
Keeley looks at me with a mixture of disgust and loathing, but also a strange emptiness behind her eyes, like she's already left the building. I hover in the open doorway until Felix tells me to sit down. He gets another beer from a chest fridge, removing the top by hooking the cap on the edge of the counter and thumping the bottle with his fist.
"You want one?"
I shake my head. I thought I was delivering stuff.
"Not tonight."
"But my money."
"Chill, you'll get it."
He turns on a stereo and cranks up the volume on an electro-pop track with so much bass it shakes my insides.
"What sort of music do you like?"
he asks. "Not this." He grins and sits on a stained sofa whose fabric has been worn thin by squirming asses. Beer at his fingertips, he takes a small glass pipe from his pocket, which has a bulb on one end like a pregnant test tube. It reminds me of the science lessons at Langford Hall where we distilled salt water into fresh water using a Bunsen burner and 2 flasks. Felix takes another clear plastic bag from his thigh pocket and holds it up in front of his eyes, examining the contents that look like tiny granules of rock salt. He pinches some of the crystals between his fingers and drops them into the glass pipe where they settle at the base of the bulb. Taking a cheap lighter from his pocket, he triggers the flame and holds it under the glass, filling the room with a soft crackling sound. Smoke, as white as cotton wool, appears in the pipe. Felix draws it deep into his lungs, puffing out his cheeks and letting his head loll back. The same smoke slowly leaks from his lips, lifting the corners of his mouth into an odd smile. It's like a chemical reaction, cause and effect, flooding his eyes with bliss. He hands the pipe to me. I shake my head.
Relax. Lighten up.
I'll have a beer. Felix collects one from the fridge, turning his back as he removes the top. I'm still staring at the glass pipe and the darkened crystals in the bulb. I have smoked weed before, but nothing like this. Maybe I should try it. What harm could it do? It's not as though my life has been a picnic up until now. The opposite is true. All questions and no answers. A real shit show. Counsellors and therapists have always told me to accept my reality, but none of them has ever explained why. In a world full of suffering and sadness, why should anybody accept their reality when they could change it? That's why those makeover TV shows are so popular. They feed on people's compulsive desire to be someone else, to swap their boring, shitty life for something better, to avoid, to deny, to forget. Felix hands me the open beer. I wipe the top with my sleeve and take a drink, filling my mouth, cooling my throat. I don't stop until the last drop falls on my tongue. Another beer is pulled from the cooler. This time I hold it between my knees, telling myself to drink more slowly. Felix picks up the pipe and thumbs the flame. Smoke curls along the glass tube as he inhales. He holds the pipe towards me and turns the lighter upside down.
Don't be afraid. Relax. Let it happen.
I lean forward, opening my lips.
It's like riding a dragon,
he says.
It's like drinking in clouds.
My stomach spasms, and the walls of the room suddenly bulge and suck away. He gave me something. He spiked my drink. I know about such things, roofies and date rape drugs, but I didn't think. Should have thought. Stupid girl, foolish girl. Felix is talking. His features seem to morph and transform into Halloween masks and monstrous creatures, all lips and teeth and multiple eyes.
What did you give me?
I slur, not recognizing my own voice. When did the music change? He pulls me up. I stumble. He catches me, putting his arm around my waist. I try to speak, telling him I want to lie down, but my words are garbled and make no sense. He's leading me along the hallway, holding me up as he fishes for the keys. The door opens to reveal a bedroom, a bed, a camera, a tripod. He lets me fall backwards onto the mattress, where I curl up, wanting to sleep, but a bright light blasts through my closed eyelids. He puts his hands on either side of my face and kisses me, his tongue pushing into my mouth, ammonia on his breath. I gag, turning my face away and grabbing his shoulders, trying to push him off, but he has wedged his knee between my thighs, forcing them open. Fingernails scratch at my skin, pulling elastic aside, rummaging like he's searching for a lost pound. I beg him to stop, but my voice won't make the sounds. In slow motion, Felix leans back and unbuckles his trousers. He grabs my head, pressing his thumbs into the soft flesh beneath my ears, guiding me towards him. I understand. I fight. I pull at his fingers, pleading for forgiveness or for mercy, although I don't know what mercy means. This is my life, who I am, what I've been, that person, used, abused, unloved, unlovable. My stomach spasms and guts erupt. Felix rears back, uttering a sharp cry. Bitch! He's holding his arms out, looking at the masticated mush of cheese and pizza dough clinging to his shirt. This cost me £100! He goes to the bathroom and takes off his shirt, scrubbing it under the running water. I know I have to run. I try to stand, but topple over. I crawl on my hands and knees until I reach the corridor and heave the remaining contents of my stomach onto the carpet. Getting to my feet, I stumble down the passageway, swaying from side to side, bouncing off the walls. I take in gulps of air, trying to focus. Somewhere behind me, the tap is turned off, and light spills past me. Hey! Where are you going? I've reached an unlit exit sign. I push down on the horizontal bar, shouldering the door open, and lurch across a landing to a short flight of stairs. Felix is close behind, reaching for me, clawing at my face to stop me screaming. He slams me against the brick wall, but his thumb has found my mouth. I bite down hard, feeling his skin break, reaching bone. He curses and releases his grip. I lash out with a boot, finding his shin. Psycho bitch! He yells. I'm free, running, revived by the cold air, aware that my skirt is partially undone. I'm through the fence and onto the road, stumbling towards a light. A car swerves, braking hard, wheels locking. I spin away, turning the corner, not looking back. A bus, brightly lit, sounds a horn. I don't stop. I won't stop, because he is somewhere behind me. Suddenly, my head fills with the blast of a police siren and a spotlight turns everything white. Momentarily blinded, I bounce off the side of a parked car and fall to the bitumen. A police officer is crouching next to me. He's saying something, but I can't make out the words. I'm a child again, fuddled by sleep and feverish dreams, conscious of a door opening, a figure backlit, whispering my name, pulling back the bedclothes, saying, You know I love you. You know I won't hurt you. A hand touches my arm, telling me to lie still. I would cry if I weren't so tired, so desperately tired.
Chapter 47. Her ribs are bruised, but nothing is broken, says a triage doctor, wearing crumpled blue scrubs and a cotton surgical cap cocked at a jaunty angle. A rust-coloured rosette of toilet paper is stuck to his neck that must have been there since this morning. He'll soon need to shave again. Evie said her drink was spiked, so I've organised a tox screen and given her drugs to counteract whatever she might have taken. I've also prescribed her some painkillers. Raising her arms above her head is going to hurt, so she might need help getting dressed. Was she... I don't finish the question. Sexually assaulted? I have no idea. She refuses to let anyone examine her internally. The waiting room of A&E is dotted with the broken, wounded, grazed and bleeding, all with jaundiced-looking faces from the fluorescent lights. I've been here since just after midnight, when the police messaged my pager. Evie gave them the number before she fell asleep in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. She's awake now, talking to the police officers that found her. I take a seat and watch a man with fuzzy hair and a food-stained shirt arguing with a triage nurse, demanding painkillers. She uses his first name and tells him to sit down or she'll call security. The man retreats to his shopping trolley, which is parked outside the automatic doors, laden with filthy blankets and folded cardboard. Two officers emerge from the consulting room and have a conversation, heads together, before summoning me. The more senior one looks at me with a sullen animosity, as if I'm personally to blame for his working nights and never seeing his family. I'm PC Burton, he says. This is PC Huntley. How do you know Evie Cormac, sir? I'm her guardian.
Do you have any ID?
I show him my driver's license.
What was she doing out last night?
What did she tell you?
She said she went out to meet friends and her drink was spiked. She says she can't remember what happened after that, where she's been or who she was with. She doesn't want to give us the names of her friends because most of them were underage. Can you help?
Not really.
When did you last see Evie?
Yesterday afternoon. I lie.
Do you have any idea where she was last night?
No. The officer is taking notes in a small flip-top notebook.
Listen, Cyrus. Can I call you Cyrus?
He's going to do it anyway.
Evie was found with no money, or phone, or ID. The state of her clothing and her bruises indicate that she was attacked, robbed, and possibly sexually assaulted. It may be that she's too scared to reveal the identity of her attacker. You should talk to her. Tell her it's in her own best interests.
Is it, though? Of course, I say, trying to sound genuine when I have no idea what to tell Evie. I have treated dozens of victims of sexual assault, some of whom reported their attacker to the police, and others who kept it secret. I can't say for sure which of them made the right choice. For every perpetrator who was punished, 3 walked away without being charged, or were cleared by a jury. Right now, all I can think about is Evie, what she's been through, how to make her whole. Finally, they let me see her. She's sitting on the edge of an examination table with her head down, letting a curtain of hair cover her eyes. She doesn't acknowledge my arrival or the sound of my voice. How are you feeling?
Like shit.
Are you in pain?
No.
The officers are watching how she reacts to me, reading her body language. No doubt my name will be run through the sex offenders register and they'll contact social services, checking on my status as a foster carer.
I need the bathroom,
Evie says, pushing past me. We still haven't made eye contact. A nurse escorts her to the ladies and waits outside. The officers are talking on their phones. Occasionally, one or both of them glance at me. Can I take her home? I ask the doctor. Unless you want me to refer her to the psych ward. I'm a psychologist. It raises an eyebrow. Minutes pass. Evie has been gone too long. There could be another exit. She could be trying to run again. I have to stop myself grabbing a nurse and getting her to check inside the cubicle, but suddenly Evie appears. She has slicked down her hair with water and rubbed and washed her face. A nurse must have given her lipstick and eyeshadow. For the first time, I notice her clothes, the suede skirt, torn blouse and ankle boots, and wonder how and where she got them. Put this on, I say, giving her my coat. It's cold outside. PC Burton stops us before we reach the main doors. He gives Evie his card, telling her to call him if she remembers anything. She nods in a non-committal way. The younger officer escorts her outside, while his partner puts a hand on my shoulder, leaning close until his mouth brushes my ear.
If I discover you've touched her, I'm going to break your jaw and shit down your throat.
Chapter 48. Reaching for her seatbelt, Evie flinches and turns her face away, staring into the lightning sky. I start the engine and we pull out of the parking area, driving along near deserted roads wet from the rain. Where did you go? I ask eventually.
I found a poker game.
For 2 days? She doesn't answer. A bus pulls out ahead of us. I overtake, catching a glimpse of the brightly lit interior, where a handful of bleary-eyed shift workers rest their heads against the glass.
I won,
whispers Evie. The police said you had no money.
I was robbed.
Who robbed you?
I didn't take down their names.
Normally a line like that would be delivered with sarcasm, but Evie doesn't seem to have the energy or the anger. Why didn't you go to the police?
Why'd you think?
You could have sent me a message. Evie looks at me with unexpected coldness, laying waste to something within me. Not for the first time, I recognise something missing inside her, a deficit or arrears. I have never met such a pure nihilist. She is like a new species of human, raised in almost total annihilating self-hatred that has destroyed any self-regard she may once have had. In her mind and heart, she is an insult to the ground that she walks upon and the air that she breathes. All her strength, all her mental faculties are telling her that she must hate the world, that she must smash it to pieces before it destroys her. Yet all my experience tells me that she wants to be normal. She wants to be included. She's like a child who has never been invited to a party, but who presses her face against the glass, listening to the laughter and watching the games being played, hoping to be asked to join in, yet willing to burn the house down without a second thought.
Are you sending me back?
She asks, biting on the inside of her cheek. I haven't decided.
What? I'm on probation.
You've always been on probation. My fingers grip the wheel too tightly, and I realise, not for the first time, that I'm afraid of Evie. I fear her physical proximity, and her darkness, and the damage she could inflict upon me when she senses her power. She gazes out of the window, no doubt aware that we're not heading home, or towards Langford Hall, but she doesn't say anything. I'm taking us east, across the river, past Trent Bridge Cricket Ground, and through the outskirts of Nottingham, where the houses give way to patchwork fields stitched together with hedgerows. The Radcliffe Animal Shelter has a small shop attached to a series of kennels, and prefabricated buildings that look like miniature aircraft hangars. Come on, I say, getting out of the car. Evie is still wearing my overcoat. She follows me into the front office, where a woman behind a desk is chewing on a triangle of Marmite-covered toast. She licks her fingers.
You're up early.
We're looking for a dog, I say. Spinning her chair, she pulls out a form.
Adopting or fostering?
Fostering, I reply. For the moment. I pass the form straight to Evie. She blinks at me, lost for words.
You put your name and address at the top.
There are questions on the page, wanting to know the size of our yard and whether we want an inside or an outside dog, what breed and gender. Evie keeps glancing at me, unsure of how to answer. You choose, I say.
You can meet a few,
says the woman, picking up a walkie-talkie and summoning someone she calls Raptor. Moments later, a young man appears, dressed in a green uniform with heavy work boots. His hair is dyed blonde at the ends and pulled back into a ponytail. We follow him along a cement path to a series of low kennels and wire enclosures. The dogs have heard us coming and set off barking, spurring each other on.
I got just the one for you,
Raptor says.
She's my favourite. She loves being around people and doesn't cope with being on her own, separation anxiety.
He tells us to wait in the yard. Evie watches him leave. Her hands are deep in her pockets. She seems to be holding her breath, anxious that I might change my mind.
Is this a trick?
She whispers. No.
Why are you being so nice to me?
That's the thing, Evie. You shouldn't be surprised when people treat you with respect. It's how it should be.
Does this mean you want me to stay?
I've always wanted you to stay. She turns away, hiding her face.
I went to the bus station, hoping I could get to London, but I didn't have any money. This guy came and talked to me. He offered me somewhere to stay.
Evie hesitates.
It was Felix Sheehan, the brother of that girl.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I take a deep breath. Did he... Were you...
No.
The doctor said you were drugged. She doesn't answer.
Felix is a dealer. He doesn't deliver the stuff himself. He has people do it for him.
Is that what he wanted you to do? Evie nods. We have to tell the police.
No.
He attacked you. She looks at me pleadingly.
They'll send me back to Langford Hall.
Not necessarily.
I ran away. I gambled. I hung out with drug dealers.
Evie sucks in a breath and starts again.
I think he took pictures of me.
What sort of pictures? She shakes her head.
Please don't tell the police.
I want to argue, to change her mind. But at that moment a door opens and a Labrador bounds into view, pulling on a lead and wagging her tail so furiously that her whole body is shaking. Raptor tries to hold her back, but she wants to sniff everything and everyone.
Her name is Poppy, says Raptor. We reckon she's about 18 months old. Still a puppy, really, but she's been neutered and microchipped and had all her jabs.
Evie has dropped to her knees and grabbed Poppy by the head, rubbing behind her ears and under her chin. Poppy's tongue lolls out, wanting to lick Evie's face. Evie laughs and wrestles with her, every movement practiced and assured. She's more comfortable around animals than people. That's why she wasn't frightened of Sid and Nancy in the kennels, why she stole food for them. Raptor is still talking.
She's very intelligent, although a little neurotic. We had to call the vet last week because Poppy chewed up some of her toys and swallowed the plastic.
He looks back at the kennel.
You want to see some of our other rescues?
No, says Evie. Poppy is perfect.
If she were mine, I'd walk her at least twice a day, maybe more. She needs lots of stimulation.
I will.
Evie looks up at me.
You want to pat her? She's really friendly. She has golden flecks in her eyes, see?
As I kneel down, Poppy tries to jump into my arms, knocking me backwards. I finish up on my backside on the damp grass.
She doesn't know her own strength, says Raptor. You should train her. Get her used to socialising with people and other dogs.
Evie nods, draping herself across Poppy. Paperwork has to be filled out, forms signed. I buy a bag of dried dog food from the shop, as well as a harness and lead, and bowls for the kibble and water.
Where is she going to sleep? Asks Evie.
I thought maybe the laundry.
That's too cold. Can she stay in my room?
We'll see how it goes tonight. Evie sits in the back seat with Poppy, cracking a window so the Labrador can sniff the air outside. I get behind the wheel and reach for my seatbelt. Suddenly, Evie wraps her arms around my neck and presses her cheek against my ear. It is a stiff hug, unpracticed, uncertain.
Thank you,
she whispers, her voice breaking.
Thank you.
Chapter 49. Angel Face.
I want to tell Cyrus what happened. I want to tell him nothing. Confiding in him would go against everything I was ever taught. Trust nobody, believe in nothing. Terry told me that. He proved it.
You think you can rely on someone,
he said.
You think you know their name, you think you've seen their worst side, but that is a blindness. You haven't looked closely enough.
Sitting at the kitchen table, I shuffle the cards and deal a hand, playing them in my head before shuffling again. Cyrus is at the sink, using a sharp knife to divide slabs of chuck steak into portions that he'll freeze for Poppy. The Labrador is sitting on her haunches, hoping a morsel might fall to the floor.
Don't you dare feed her from the table,
says Cyrus. I let my hand slip from my pocket and drop a piece of meat under the chair. Poppy sniffs it out and guzzles it greedily.
Labs are notorious overeaters, says Cyrus. You don't want her getting fat.
Poppy is licking my fingers. Cyrus is talking about building a run for Poppy in the back garden.
She can't stay inside all day. She's too destructive.
I glance towards the laundry, where one of his night runners has been chewed into a scattering of rubber, mesh, and synthetic leather. I'm sorry about your shoe, I say, for the umpteenth time. I'll pay for new ones.
What with?
When I get a job. Cyrus doesn't comment. The Labrador seems to be listening. Her paws make clicking sounds on the floor as she crosses the kitchen, wagging her tail and shoving her nose into Cyrus's crotch. He pushes her away.
We should teach her not to do that.
She's saying sorry.
She's begging.
I laugh and produce a phone from the pocket of my smock dress. It was on my pillow this afternoon, along with a note saying, I know it's second-hand, but I can't afford a new one. As I tap the phone, the screen lights up, showing the different icons and apps. I don't have anyone to call, but that's okay.
I've programmed my pager number into the contacts, says Cyrus. Next time, if you get into trouble...
I won't get into trouble.
I know, but just in case.
A piece of meat drops from the chopping board and is quickly gobbled up by Poppy. Hey, you said not to feed her.
That was an accident,
says Cyrus, winking at me. You have a bathtub, I say, in a mildly inquiring tone.
Yes.
I've never had a bath. At least, I don't think I have. I don't remember.
You can borrow mine,
he says. When?
Whenever you like.
Now?
Sure.
I go upstairs and collect a towel. In Cyrus's bathroom, I adjust the taps and begin filling a deep, claw-footed tub. Spying a bottle that says bath crystals, I pour half the contents into the running water. Pillows of foam erupt from beneath the taps, getting higher and higher. Maybe that was too much. Slipping out of my clothes, I avoid looking in the mirror, because my bruises look like the ink blot tests that Guthrie used to give me.
What does this remind you of, Evie?
He'd ask. A vagina.
And this?
Another vagina. It did his head in. Having run the bath, I slide into the tub, sending a tsunami of foam spilling over the sides onto the floor. I'm not sure what to do next. In a shower, you wash yourself. But in a bath, going by the films I've seen, people read magazines or drink champagne or go to sleep. I rest my head on a folded hand towel and close my eyes, letting the warm water soak into my muscles and bruises. I can see the point of baths now. I'm going to stay in this tub forever. Cyrus knocks. Immediately, I cover up, before remembering the door is locked.
Are you okay?
He asks. Yeah.
I thought you might have drowned.
No.
Okay.
Hey, Cyrus.
Yeah?
How do you get scurvy?
By not eating enough fruit.
Oh.
Why?
My fingers have gone all white and wrinkly. I wait. Why are you laughing?
No reason. Chapter 50. I hear the news on the radio the next morning. The alleged killer of schoolgirl Jodie Sheehan is under police guard in hospital after a failed suicide attempt. 26-year-old Craig Farley was found hanging from a torn bedsheet in his cell at Her Majesty's Prison, Nottingham, and was revived by a prison medical team. Farley was charged 2 weeks ago with the rape and murder of Nottingham schoolgirl Jodie Sheehan, whose body was discovered near a popular footpath. My pager is vibrating, showing Lenny's number. Opening my laptop, I Skype her. Her face appears on screen.
You heard the news?
Just now.
It's another sign of his guilt.
If you say so. Lenny doesn't take the opportunity to gloat.
Farley's lawyer has given you permission to talk to him.
Why now?
The guy is suicidal, you're a psychologist.
She makes it sound like a simple sum.
The hospital has a psych department.
Yeah, but he asked for you.
A police officer is dozing on a chair in the corridor, his hat resting over his eyes. Nobody has told him I'm coming. He grumbles and mutters darkly under his breath before making the necessary calls to confirm my visit. Half an hour is wasted. Farley is out of intensive care and in a private room. I knock, enter. He's lying on a bed, facing the window where the blinds have been left open, and the sky outside is the colour of cigarette ash in a white bowl. "Hello, Craig," I say. He turns his head, and I notice the bruising around his neck. He looks at me with interest, frowning, as though he's expecting someone older, or someone else, or salvation in general. The future is a scary place when you've been charged with raping and murdering a child. Prison is not an end point. Paedophiles and child killers are the lowest form of life behind bars, normally segregated or held in solitary for their own protection. Farley might not be the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree, but he knows what awaits him. The beatings, insults, and hurled bodily waste, until the inevitable moment when a crude shank finds its mark, and if he's lucky, he's condemned to pissing into a bag for the rest of his days. He has lost weight since I last saw him in the interview room at West Bridgford Police Station. His face has thinned out, and his eyes seem to be submerged in pools of shadow. "My name is Cyrus," I say. "Do you mind if I sit down?" He doesn't answer, but I take a chair and pull it closer to the bed. Settling. "How are you feeling?" No response. "Do you mind if I turn the light on?" I don't wait for him to answer. I can see the blue of his eyes and the dry patches of skin on his forehead. "You can always try again," I say. "What?" "If you really want to die, you can always try again." He frowns, unsure if I'm being serious. "How old are you, Craig? Mid-20s? Still a young man. You could live to be 90. You could choose any one of those days to die. What's the rush?" I wait for an answer. Each second without sound creates tension, like a rubber band being stretched out. "Aren't you supposed to talk me out of dying?" he croaks, his vocal cords bruised by his near hanging. "Everybody dies, Craig." "Yeah, but that's different." "You mean they wait for old age, or disease, or some tragic unexpected accident?" "Yeah." I lean forward and rest my elbows on my knees. "You're not special, Craig. Most people contemplate suicide at some point, even if it's only to imagine who might show up at the funeral and what they might say. Living isn't evolutionary. We can pull a trigger at any time, step off a cliff, or walk in front of a train, or wrap a torn sheet around our necks. Most of us don't. We wait and see what happens." Farley pretends not to be listening. He reaches for a cup with a straw and takes a sip, staring at me over the rim. "I don't think you killed Jodie Sheehan," I say. He blinks at me. "Maybe you played a part. Maybe you could have saved her, but I don't think you killed her." The silence in the room magnifies the humming of the air conditioning. "I can understand why you were charged, and why you'll be convicted. You pulled down her jeans and her underwear. You masturbated into her hair. That's pretty damning stuff. Most people would happily put you away for a long stretch. Some would pull the trap door. But while I have you, I want to ask a question. Why? Jodie was right there in front of you. She was everything you desired, young, pretty, unconscious. You could have done anything to her, but you didn't." "You're sick." "Did you lose your erection when you tried to penetrate her? Maybe you wanted to humiliate her." Farley's fist rattles on the side of the bed where he's been handcuffed to the frame. I know you put branches on her body, but it's not as though you covered your tracks. You left footprints at the scene. You tied your dog to a nearby tree. You bragged to a schoolgirl that the police had found Jody. You couldn't have made it any more obvious if you'd hung a sign around your neck saying, "Arrest me." I'm not dumb. Prove it to me. Farley goes quiet. I let the silence build until it fills every corner of the room. It leaks into his ears, and his chest, and his bladder, and his bowels, and every dark place in his mind. Very few people are comfortable with silence. It's one thing to be on a plane, or in a train carriage, or in a waiting room and to ignore those around you, but not when you know someone is expecting you to answer. How? He mutters. Tell me what happened. The whole story. I'm not the police. There are no cameras or recorders, no notebook, no witnesses. I'm not a priest. I can't take your confession. I don't care if you're guilty. I don't care if you feel guilty. I only want the truth. Farley turns to face the window, and I wonder if he's chosen to stonewall me. I didn't chicken out, he whispers. What were you doing on the footpath? When I can't sleep, I walk my dog. Why did you choose that path? It's close to home. There are parks that are nearer. Farley raises his shoulders, drops them. It might be a shrug. It might be resignation. I got a dog yesterday, I say. A Labrador called Poppy. She's not really mine. She belongs to a friend of mine who's staying with me, but we're going to take turns to walk her. I do the night walks because I don't like my friend going out alone. Farley is listening. Our nearest park gets locked up at dusk, so last night I took Poppy around the block a few times. It's a different world at that hour. You think the roads would be deserted, but all sorts of people are out walking their dogs. Some stop and chat, talking about the weather or the stars. Last night I was 2 streets from home and I looked up and saw a woman getting ready for bed. She'd left her curtains open. Was she naked? Asks Farley, facing me again, more animated now. She was wearing a dressing gown and drying her hair. How much could you see? She was studying herself in the mirror, turning her face left and right, as though she was searching for something she'd lost. What? Youth. Farley doesn't understand. I felt sorry for her. She looked lonely. I wondered if that's why she'd left the curtains open, to be noticed. Lots of them do, he says. Really? Oh, yeah. Is that why you go walking at night? He goes quiet. Is that what you were doing on the night you saw Jody? Looking in windows? Again, nothing. Did you see Jody on the footpath? No. Where was she? In the water. You first saw her in the water? I heard her. What did you hear? He looks at me plaintively. Splashing. I make him go over it again, describing how he left home with his dog and went along certain roads where he'd been lucky in the past. At some point, he decided to take Silverdale Walk, past the school and across the tram lines. As he approached the footbridge, he heard someone cry out, and then a splash. I thought it was an animal, you know. What did you do? When I got to the footbridge, I peered over the side. That's when I saw her. Jody? He nods. I didn't know it was her. I thought somebody had dumped some rubbish into the pond. I went to check it out, in case it was something valuable, you know. But I saw her moving. She was crawling through the reeds. He swivels his head slowly, eyes wide, wanting me to believe him. I I can smell the sweat rising from his body and the faint hint of urine. Then what?
I scrambled down the bank. I thought she might need some help. She was coughing, wet, cold. I wanted to keep her warm. I offered her my jacket.
What did she say?
Nothing.
He lifts his eyes, blinking miserably, unable to make his mouth form the words. She ran away. You chased her.
I didn't mean to hurt her. I wanted to make her warm.
But you didn't. You tied your dog to a tree. You undressed her. You were going to rape her. His head rocks from side to side. You tried to have sex with a dead or dying girl.
Please don't say that.
That's why you couldn't penetrate her.
No. No.
The handcuffs rattle against the frame. You could have called an ambulance. You could have kept her alive. You could have saved her. Snot is running from his nostrils, over his upper lip to his mouth.
Tell them I'm sorry.
Who?
Her parents.
Chapter 51. Angel Face.
The weeds reach as high as my knees. Nettles and creeping thistles, daisies and dandelions. My feet seem to be taking root like I'm just another unwatered plant, caught between cracks in the broken concrete. Nobody has gone in or out of the Coach House Inn for the past 2 hours. Skirting the fence, I duck through a broken gate and approach the main doors. I'm holding a 2-foot length of steel pipe, which is hollow yet heavy, keeping it tucked under my arm. The keypad is covered by a plastic milk bottle, cut to form a rain shield. My fingers punch out the code, and I nudge the door open, listening. I cross the foyer and follow the corridor, retracing my steps from the other night, feeling the stickiness of the carpet beneath my feet. The door to the lounge is open. There are beer bottles spread across the table and cigarettes crushed into ashtrays. I try to remember which room belonged to Felix. I look for a padlock, find it. Kneeling before the door, I slip a Kirby grip from my hair and bend it back and forth until it breaks. This one is harder to pick than Jodie's locker. My fingers grow sore and sticky with sweat. I wipe my hands and begin again, listening as I hold down the pins, being directed by the clicks. One more. One more. The lock falls open. The door swings inwards. The room is as I remember. The bed, the rumpled sheets, the soiled mattress, the camera on a tripod. Clothes are strewn across the floor. It reminds me of another room, in another house, where I lived with Terry's body, watching it bloat and discolour and leak. Swinging the metal pipe, I shatter the camera, sending shards of broken plastic and glass pinging off the walls like fists full of thrown gravel. The tripod buckles. I tear at the sheets and punch holes in the mattress and rip at the clothes. Breathing hard, I pause, looking at the destruction, feeling dissatisfied. How does this hurt him? Emptying my mind, I study the room, searching for hiding places. I'm good at this. Nobody is better. Dragging the mattress to the floor, I lever the metal pipe between the narrow horizontal slats, tearing out nails and splintering the wood, exposing the floor beneath. Crawling inside the bed base, I tap at the skirting board, listening for a hollow echo. Silverfish, dead and living, tumble or scurry as I search the carpet for signs of wear or concealment. Nothing. I start again, walking up and down the room, taking small steps. The floor creaks under my right foot. Dropping to my knees, I peel back the carpet, revealing a loose sheet of plywood that covers a gap between the beams. Lifting the board away, I discover a shoebox. Inside the shoebox is a package, double wrapped in tape. I tear open one corner with my teeth and recognize the contents. Crystals, ice, Meth. There's something else wrapped in an oily black rag, heavy in my hand. A pistol, with a long, narrow barrel and brown polymer handle. It looks old, like it should be in a museum. I test a button, and a compartment slides from the handle into my other palm. Bullets are pressed inside, one on top of the other. I've held a gun before. Terry had one. He used to clean it on the kitchen table, taking it apart like a puzzle and wiping down each part with solvent and oil, using a cut-up T-shirt and a brass rod for the barrel. One day, he grabbed my wrist and made me pick it up. I didn't want to touch it.
Go on,
He said.
feel how heavy it is.
I took the gun in both hands.
Put your finger on the trigger.
I did as he asked.
Point it at me.
No.
Aim it just here.
He tapped the centre of his chest. No.
Point the fucking gun. I'm a bad man, remember?
I shook my head.
Do it. Now. Pull the trigger.
My hands were trembling. Terry sighed in disgust and took the pistol from me.
There's no bullet in the chamber, you idiot.
He showed me how to release the magazine and rack the slide and clear the chamber.
Next time I tell you to shoot, you better follow my fucking orders.
I rewrapped the pistol in the rag and tucked the bundle into the waistband of my jeans, where it rests against the small of my back. Then, I replaced the empty shoebox and the plywood and the carpet before taking the package of drugs to the bathroom, where I rip it open, spilling crystals into the toilet bowl. Most of them sink, while others float on top like soapy scum. I flush. Water swirls and disappears. I flush again. Bye-bye. Voices. They're here. Edging across the floor, I press my cheek against the door. Keely, Tuba, Felix. They're in the hallway, getting closer.
What time is the memorial?
Asks Tuba.
3 o'clock.
I left the padlock lying on the floor. What if Felix looks down? If he sees? They're passing, turning into the lounge. Edging the door open a crack, I look across the hallway and see Tuba unpacking beers and putting them in the cooler box. Felix is wearing a coat and tie. His hair is oiled. I want to stay hidden. I want to curl up and wait them out. But if Felix sees the padlock, I'm going to die. You have a gun. He'll take it from me. Not if you shoot him first. Felix lights a cigarette and tosses the lighter onto the table, resting the ashtray on his stomach and tilting his head back. Tuba puts on some music. They're arguing over whether British rap is better than American rap. This is my chance. Unwrapping the pistol, I hold it against my chest and slip out of the room into the empty corridor. Quickly, quietly, I pass in front of the lounge, momentarily glimpsing Felix lounging on the sofa. He doesn't see me. I keep moving, eyes ahead. The floor creaks, and Keely steps out of a room, looking at the screen of her phone. I freeze, holding the pose as though we're playing a game of musical statues. She lifts her eyes and opens her mouth. I lunge and grab her hair, yanking her to the ground and covering her mouth with my other hand. Not a word, I whisper. Not a word. I close my teeth around her earlobe, feeling the back of a silver stud scratching at my tongue. Keely whimpers. I show her the gun, pressing the muzzle against her forehead and holding one finger upright against her lips. Not a fucking word. Keely cowers. I get to my feet and walk backwards until I reach the foyer, then the main doors and the steps and the parking area and the road outside. Finally, I run, holding the gun inside my sweatshirt.
Chapter 52. The incident room is slowly being dismantled. Shredded paper spills from bins, and the whiteboards have been picked clean of photographs and maps. The bulk of the task force has been reassigned, but a few remaining souls are typing out statements and tying up loose ends. Lenny's office is full of half-packed boxes and empty filing cabinets. I haven't had a chance to talk to her about her transfer and whether she's seriously considering retirement. She's too good at her job to walk away, but too poor at the politics to change direction.
I have another week to wrap up the Jody Sheehan investigation, she says, putting another box file in a carton. Once I turn over the brief to the CPS, the lawyers take over.
What if Farley's confession is disallowed?
Won't matter. We have DNA, fibres, and dog hairs. Those things are better than a signed confession. People might not believe in God, or ghosts, or man-made climate change, but they believe in forensic evidence.
I move a box from a chair and sit down. I talk to Farley. He heard Jody being thrown off the footbridge.
Let it go, Cyrus.
Tasmin didn't leave the patio door unlocked. Jody couldn't get inside. That's why she walked home. Lenny reads another label on a file. Behind her, Antonia appears in the doorway.
Dr. Ness wants a word. Patch him through, says Lenny. He's waiting outside.
Lenny glances at me, raising an eyebrow. The chief pathologist rarely ventures outside the morgue, unless it's to a crime scene, or the golf course. Stepping around Antonia, Ness smiles apologetically, his eyes bright and his tightly curled hair looking like a furry helmet. He gives Lenny's office a quick once-over, as though he might be in the market for one just like it, before taking a seat next to me and pulling off his soft leather gloves, one finger at a time. "There's been a development," he says. "The DNA report on Jody Sheehan's unborn child was emailed through from the lab in Boston this morning. It closely matches the traces of semen found on her thigh and indicates that the father was someone close to her." Lenny frowns.
When you say close to her?
"He shares runs of homozygosity."
Runs of what?
"He's family," I say, understanding a little more of the science. Lenny looks from Ness to me.
Which one?
Ness gives us both a quick lesson on chromosomes and DNA. "When children are born from incest, their genomes show an absence of heterozygosity because their DNA contains large chunks where the mother and father's contribution are identical because they already share much of the same genetic code. These are called runs of homozygosity. The more chunks of the child's DNA where the mother and father's contribution are identical, the more likely it is that they're first-degree relatives."
Okay, so who are we looking for?
Asks Lenny. Ness won't be rushed. "A brother and sister share 50% DNA. If they had a baby, it would likely share roughly 25%. It's the same if father and daughter incest leads to pregnancy. An uncle and niece share 25% DNA, and their offspring would have 12.5%. The figures are the same for half-siblings. First cousins share about 12.5%, but any offspring would have less than this. These figures aren't absolute, but a Y chromosome match with the blood relative can confirm the incest." Lenny is growing impatient.
Who impregnated Jody?
Ness blinks at her before realising that he's only told us half of the story. "The fetal sample showed a commonality of 12.5%, so you're looking at the uncle, Brian Whittaker. Like I said, you'll need to test him to be absolutely sure, but unless she has another uncle..." I glance at Lenny. Her fists are clenched, bloodless. "He was home that night," I say. "Jody could have confronted him, threatened him with blackmail." Lenny grabs her coat from a hook on the wall and opens the door, yelling, "Antonia, I want a car, now!" We're moving. Lenny projects her voice across the incident room.
Edgar, you're with me. Monroe, get me a search warrant for the Whittaker house and car. I want everything we have on Brian Whittaker. Sexual complaints, rumours, whispers. We need his phone records and internet search history.
I'm in the corridor with Lenny ahead of me. Ness has been left behind. Lenny looks over her shoulder.
Where do I find Whittaker?
He'll be at the memorial service. Chapter 53. Brian Whittaker is arrested in the parking area of the Corpus Christi Catholic Church as the memorial service ends. Mourners are slowly filtering through the doors, many of them dressed in yellow hats and scarves or carrying yellow balloons. Lenny dispenses with the handcuffs and offers Whittaker a phone call, which he uses to call his wife rather than a lawyer, a poor decision. Felicity is still inside, comforting Maggie, or shielding her from sympathisers and reporters.
I don't understand what this is about, Whittaker says, from the rear seat of the police car. What am I supposed to have done?
You've been read your rights, replies Lenny.
What am I being charged with? Aren't you supposed to tell me?
You've been arrested on suspicion of murder.
That's ridiculous.
Lenny ignores his subsequent questions and protests, but lets him keep talking, enjoying his frustration. We're nearing the police station when she turns and looks over her shoulder from the front seat.
Are you a religious man, Brian?
He doesn't answer.
There's a passage in the Bible, the Gospel of Matthew, if memory serves. If anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea.
I would never hurt a child.
You love them, I know. All the nonces say that.
Whittaker's face alters, twisting out of shape, and his fists clench and unclench. Lenny doesn't press the issue. Instead, she puts him in an interview room at West Bridgeford Police Station and lets him marinate for a few hours in a toxic slurry of fear and uncertainty. In the meantime, a search warrant is issued for his house, where laptops, tablets, and mobile phones are seized. Felicity Whittaker is brought to the station, entering through a rear door. Although she's not under arrest, everything about her body language seems to be weighted down like she's a deep-sea diver wearing leaden boots, walking along the ocean floor. "Can I get you something?" I ask, as she waits to be questioned in a comfort room normally set aside for sexual assault victims.
No, thank you.
I bring her a cup of tea anyway. She leaves the tea bag dangling inside, as she holds it with both hands to keep it steady.
How long will this take?
She asks. I don't know. She's nursing a leather handbag, touching it occasionally like she's petting a cat. Do you want to be left alone? I ask.
No, stay.
She sips her tea.
I've never been to a police station. I mean, I've seen them on TV. I used to love the Bill and Inspector George Gently, crime dramas, you know. I like a good detective story.
Are you very good at picking the villain?
Hopeless. Half the time they don't give us a chance, do they? They make it someone so unlikely.
Her hands are shaking.
I'm sorry Brian shouted at you. You didn't mean to be rude. What's this about?
Jodie was pregnant.
Yes, I know. But what's that got to do with Brian?
On the night she went missing, did Brian go to the fireworks with you?
No. He had an AA meeting at the Methodist Church in Sherwood. He goes every week. He's been sober for nearly 9 years.
Was he a bad drunk?
He never took it out on the kids.
What about you? She sighs.
We've been married a long time. Some arguments are worse than others.
What time did you get home that night?
9:30. I was a bit tipsy. Maggie kept filling my glass with champagne.
Did you see Brian?
I heard him come home. I was in bed.
What did you hear?
The front door, keys on the table, the shower running.
Did he get up during the night? Felicity looks at the tea bag, which is solidifying in the bottom of her mug.
We don't sleep in the same room. Not since.
She shakes her head.
You can't really believe that Brian had sex with Jodie.
The DNA tests on her unborn child show she was carrying his baby. Felicity stares at me, as though waiting for a different punchline. Then she shakes her head from side to side, gasping.
Oh, God. What will Maggie say? She'll never forgive me.
It's not your fault.
He's my husband.
Lenny carries a pile of printouts and folders into the interview room, putting them on the table in front of Brian Whittaker. It's part of the theatre, a prop to unnerve the suspect. Right now, he's wondering how he could have generated so much paperwork in such a short time. Opening a folder, Lenny turns several pages, silently reading the contents while Edgar pulls up a seat and checks the recording equipment, announcing their names, along with the time, date, and location.
How long have you been married, Brian?
Asks Lenny. 22 years?
That's a fair innings. Do you still look into your wife's eyes when you tell her that you love her?
Leave my wife out of this.
I'll take that as a no, says Lenny. I doubt if there's a single drop of passion left after that long, although I'm sure you can pretend. You can close your eyes. You can imagine you're with someone else. Tell us about Bonnie Dowling.
Understanding seems to blossom behind Whittaker's eyes.
She made a vexatious complaint. Vexatious? That's a big word. A lawyer's word. You took photographs of her in the showers.
No.
You walked in on her.
That was an accident.
Why would she lie?
Her father owed me coaching fees. £400. He wouldn't pay up. I threatened to sue him. Next thing, he's accusing me of being a pervert.
But you ended up paying him.
I waived his fees. I should have sued him for slander.
That sounds plausible, says Lenny. But it seems odd that your phone was stolen before the police could investigate the complaint. I can't work out if that's convenient or unfortunate.
There were no photographs, says Whittaker. It was bullshit. Watching him through the observation window, I can see him fortifying himself, but he's less confident than before. When did you start coaching Jodie? Asks Edgar. I've always coached her.
When did you start grooming her?
That's a lie.
Your fingerprints were found on condoms in her school locker, says Lenny. The statement rattles his composure.
I bought them for her when I discovered she was sexually active. I didn't want her falling pregnant.
That's very avuncular of you. Did Jodie's parents know you were buying her condoms?
Of course not.
Did Jodie ask you to?
No.
How did you discover she was sexually active?
I guessed. I feared. I've had it happen before. Young skaters reach a certain age. They think they're missing out, or they go boy crazy.
You must see how it looks, Brian. You're her uncle, her skating coach, and you're buying her condoms. You're facilitating her having underage sex. Did you take her virginity?
Don't be ridiculous.
I can see how it could happen. You're travelling together to competitions, sharing a room to save money, separate beds to begin with. Then, one night...
Whittaker is breathing heavily through his nostrils, while his eyes are screwing a hole through Lenny's forehead. You're wrong!
You got her pregnant, Brian.
No!
We found the search history on your laptop. You were looking up abortion clinics.
I wanted to help her.
By lying to us.
No! I mean, Jodie came to me. She told me she was pregnant. I thought, because of her skating career and her age, she was too young to have a baby. Jodie couldn't talk to her parents. Maggie is so devoutly Catholic, and Dougal would have gone to war. I thought if we could do it quietly, without anyone knowing...
It was your suggestion.
Jodie agreed.
But she changed her mind.
Whittaker doesn't answer.
We've done the DNA tests, Brian. We know you're the father.
What? No!
It doesn't matter if Jodie consented.
You were in a position of trust, and she was a minor. In a few hours from now, technicians will have triangulated the signals from Jodie's phone, pinpointing her movements in her last hours. They're going to put you and Jodie together on the night she died. I think you had sex with her, and afterwards you followed her. You begged her to have an abortion, but she wouldn't listen. She threatened everything. Your career, your marriage, your reputation. You hit her from behind and dumped her off the bridge. You left Jodie for dead. And that's what happened. She died cold and alone in that clearing.
No, he moans.
His chest is bent forward towards his knees, and his forehead almost touches the table. Opening a different folder, Lenny begins pulling out crime scene photographs, laying them down one by one.
Don't look away, Brian. See what you did.
Whittaker blinks at her wordlessly. The deep lines around his eyes are etched in misery.
I didn't. I wouldn't. Ask Felicity.
We've spoken to your wife. She didn't see you come in that night.
I was there. I came home. I had a shower. I went to bed.
You sleep in different rooms.
I didn't go out again.
Lenny sighs and collects the photographs.
You can keep telling that story all the way to your trial, but eventually a jury is going to see right through your fabrications and bluster.
You caught the guy. You charged him.
Craig Farley is guilty of many things, but he didn't get Jodie pregnant. He didn't hit her from behind or push her off a bridge.
Dropping his head into his hands, Whittaker groans.
This is wrong. A mistake. Let me talk to Felicity. Let me explain.
Chapter 54. 3 words appear on my pager. Poppy has gone. I call Evie's mobile, and she answers breathlessly, unable to get the words out quickly enough.
There's a hole under the fence, near the gate. I found her collar hanging on the chain. I've looked everywhere.
I tell her to calm down. She won't go far.
What if she gets run over? What if someone took her?
We'll find her. Minutes later, I'm behind the wheel. Each time I catch myself driving too quickly, I reluctantly touch the brakes, cursing the amount of traffic. Why is every Sunday driver out today? Every little old lady, slow truck, Belgian, Audi owner, and lawn bowler. I don't want to imagine losing Poppy. Not because I've grown attached to her, but because of Evie. I should never have got her a dog. The downside risk was too great. She hasn't loved anything or anyone in so long, and now I've opened her up to being hurt again, abandoned. Pulling up outside the house, I see Evie standing on the brick wall, yelling Poppy's name. Her arms are wrapped around her body, hugging her chest, shaking. She tells me again about the collar and the fence, and how she's knocked on doors and talked to neighbours. I know how hard that must be for Evie, meeting strangers and interacting with people. We should make posters, I say, wanting to keep her occupied. Do you have a photograph? She holds up her phone. Okay, download them onto my laptop and make a poster and flyers. We'll put them up on lampposts and in mailboxes. Upstairs, I begin getting changed, pulling on a t-shirt, compression leggings and a fleece-lined top. I have to wear my old running shoes, which are almost worn through.
Where are you going?
Evie asks. I can cover more ground.
What will I do?
You put up the posters. She shows me an A4 page with a photograph of Poppy taken in the garden and the headline, Missing Dog. Underneath is a description of Poppy and Evie's phone number, along with the words, Reward offered. What reward? I ask.
We'll think of something,
she says, hopefully. We decide on a plan. I'll cover the park and run along Willerton Road, while Evie knocks on doors and distributes the flyers. Setting off, I jog my usual route, along Parkside, before turning through the entrance to Willerton Park. I soon grow breathless, trying to run and call Poppy's name at the same time. Occasionally I stop and ask people if they've seen her, showing them Evie's poster, which is damp with my sweat. I carry on running, calling, asking. Having circled the park, I crossed Derby Road and searched the grounds of the university, past the boating lake and the faculty buildings. Nottingham is suddenly a maze. Poppy could be anywhere, sleeping under a hedge or in someone's garden. She could be miles away by now, or I could run right past her and never know. They say there are only 4 human emotions, and sadness is one of them. But there are different types of sadness. Loss, failure, abandonment, depression. Some of these are unavoidable. Some are necessary. Some make us human and whole. I remember seeing a Michael Robotham cartoon showing a tiny, sad-eyed man with a noose around his neck. The rope was curled over a beam with a large bucket tied to the other end. As the man cried, his tears filled the bucket and lifted him higher and higher off the ground. Evie is that figure, standing on her tiptoes, filling a bucket with her tears. If only she could stop crying. It's growing dark. I'm exhausted. I cannot run or stumble any further. With dread in every step, I turn for home, trying to fashion words for Evie. As I turn the corner, I see her waving from the gate, yelling,
She's home! She's home!
A wave of relief breaks over me, rushing over the shingles with a soft rattling hush that whispers, "Thank God." Chapter 55. Angel Face.
I knew you'd come, the woman had announced. I had been about to put a flyer through the mailbox when the door swung open and she said, Labrador, golden-coloured. What's her name? Poppy. Come, she's in the garden. She ushered me along the hallway and through patio doors to a small, neat garden with paving stones and raised flower beds. Poppy was tethered to a wheelbarrow full of ornamental plants. She didn't have a collar, but I knew she belonged to someone. She's such a beautiful girl. Short and dumpy, with a pudding bowl haircut, the woman had a yappy dog in her arms and 2 cocker spaniels leaping around her legs. I threw myself at Poppy, burying my face in her neck, squeezing her so hard that she whimpered, but she kept wagging her tail. We were in the park, and Poppy came bounding over and started playing with Ajax and John Brown, the woman said. They were having such fun. I kept looking for her owner, but nobody showed up. Poppy followed us home and sat at the front door. Eventually I brought her inside. I knew you'd come looking. The lump in my throat made it hard for me to answer. It's still there now as I tell the story to Cyrus, who is unlacing his running shoes and looking at a blister on his heel. Meanwhile, Poppy is curled up on a rug in the laundry, oblivious to the trouble she's caused. I promised her a reward, I say.
Do you think she expects money?
We could take her flowers.
Good idea.
I saw a nice garden a few doors down.
We're not stealing flowers.
Okay. Right. The blister looks really nasty. I've tightened Poppy's collar so it won't slip off, but there's still a hole under the back fence, so we can't let her go outside.
I'll fix it,
says Cyrus, retying his runners. You don't have to do it now.
I should.
Cyrus collects a metal toolbox from beneath the stairs and walks outside to the garden shed. After a few minutes, he emerges with a sawhorse under his right arm and several wooden planks balanced on his opposite shoulder. He kneels and examines the hole beneath the fence. Some of the palings have rotted where they were partially buried in the ground, breaking easily in his fingers. He kneels and begins scooping out soil. Can I help? I ask. Cyrus hands me a torch and peels off his sweaty t-shirt, tossing it onto the steps. Then he takes out a tape measure and calculates the dimensions of the gap. I notice his tattoos. The inked birds on his torso and arms look like mythical creatures that shimmer in the torchlight, transforming into new shapes as he moves his arms and bends his body, measuring wood and marking it up. He tucks the pencil behind his ear and picks up a handsaw, which he draws back and forth along the line with a strong, easy rhythm, creating puffs of sawdust that fall onto the grass like tiny flakes of snow. "Where did you learn to do that?" I ask.
My father taught me. These were his tools.
I look at the folding drawers of the toolbox, full of chisels and screwdrivers with worn wooden handles. There is a small axe. Momentarily, I contemplate what happened to Cyrus's family before pushing the thought away. Cyrus kneels again and measures the piece of wood against the hole. I try not to look at the cabled veins and muscles on his back. The tattooed wings are so beautifully drawn, I have to fight the urge to reach out and touch them with my fingertips, to stroke the feathers, feeling their softness.
Light, please.
Huh?
The torch?
Oh, sorry. I focus the light on Cyrus's hands as he measures another length of wood and begins sawing. When he straightens, I notice the downy line of dark hair beneath his navel and the slight shadow where the waistband of his running leggings is stretched across his hip bones. "Are you cold?" I ask. "I can get you a sweater."
I'm okay,
he replies. "What about a cup of tea?"
I'd prefer a beer.
I go inside and glimpse him through the kitchen window, telling myself to stop being so foolish. Getting 2 bottles of Heineken from the fridge, I open them and return to the garden. Cyrus takes the beer and empties it in one long series of swallows. He notices that I have one too.
Is that for me?
He asks. I mumble and thrust the bottle towards him. He smiles and says,
No. You have it.
Before turning back to the repairs. I'm aiming the torch, but my eyes stray again. This time I'm looking at his mouth and wondering what it would be like to kiss those lips, the upper one thinner and shaped like a cupid's bow, the lower one fuller and pinker. How would it feel to touch his teeth with my tongue? Don't be stupid. Foolish girl. I am not a sexual being or a sensual one. I don't crave physical contact or need sexual release. Yet, I feel strange around Cyrus. Different. Light spills across the grass from the open door, a golden glow with slashes of purple where the shadows are deepest. Cyrus has stopped speaking. He's looking up, waiting for me to say something, but I haven't been paying attention. Has he asked me a question? He brushes dirt from his knees.
Are you okay, Evie?
What?
I asked what you wanted for dinner.
Oh.
The pub on the corner does a good steak. The fillet is this thick.
He holds his thumb and forefinger an inch apart. I'm a vegetarian.
They have other things.
That'd be nice, I whisper.
Chapter 56. Evie has pinned back her hair, letting a few carefully arranged locks fall across her cheeks, framing her face. She's wearing mascara and eyeshadow, making her eyes look enormous and her skin impossibly pale. I prefer it when she's scrubbed clean of blandishments, and I can see her freckles, when she looks her age. We find a table in the restaurant area, away from the busy front bar where people are watching a European Cup match on the TV, groaning or cheering at the ebb and flow of the action. Evie is mirroring my movements, unfolding her serviette, putting it on her lap, reading the menu. At times like this, she doesn't seem like a damaged teenager. She is confident and articulate and trying to be normal, practicing. Our relationship has already crossed boundaries in professional terms because of the emotion that comes with therapy. When you hire a lawyer, it doesn't matter if he or she believes in your innocence or if you like spending time with them. The same is true of a surgeon. As long as they do a good job, your personal feelings don't matter. With a psychologist, it's different because it involves observation and trust and engagement and empathy. I am walking a tightrope when it comes to Evie because I'm not sure if I can be everything she needs. A guardian, a therapist, a friend, and a confidant. She has a gift. She calls it a curse. Perhaps she's right. Perhaps she'll never lead a normal life, but I can try to protect her. If others discover what Evie can do, they'll never let her go. Guthrie was right about that much. The questions, experiments, and clinical trials will never stop. Evie will become a guinea pig, a lab rat, a freak, a weapon. I will not let that happen. The restaurant is short-staffed, and the lone waitress is chatting to two young guys at the bar. I wave. She ignores me. One of the young men glances at Evie, trying to make eye contact. She seems oblivious. I signal to the waitress again. Nothing. Evie gets up and weaves between tables, interposing herself between the waitress and the two men.
Sorry if I'm interrupting your planning for tonight's threesome, but we're waiting to order?
Heads turn. The waitress looks horrified. The men laugh. Evie jabs one of them in the chest with the knuckle of her forefinger.
If you don't stop staring at me, I'll shove that glass in your face.
His smile evaporates, and he steps back, no longer certain of anything. Returning to the table, Evie sips from her glass of water, acting as though nothing has happened. You didn't have to do that, I say.
Do what?
Embarrass people.
He was staring at me.
He was admiring you.
What?
You look nice tonight. Evie screws up her nose, embarrassed by the compliment. She doesn't understand praise because it heightens expectations. She thinks I don't mean it, or that I should be praising someone else. The waitress arrives, glancing at Evie nervously.
I'll have a rum and coke, says Evie, and the mushroom risotto.
I order the fillet steak, medium rare, with the peppercorn sauce on the side. We share a salad. Waiting for our meals to arrive, Evie picks up her drink and leans back in her chair. She holds the glass to her lips, studying me over the rim. Any thoughts on what you might like to do? I say, making conversation. Evie considers this for a bit, giving the question a sense of gravity.
I could work with animals.
You mean like a veterinary assistant?
Or a dog walker. I saw one today. She had 6 dogs in the park and a van with the company logo on the side.
You don't have a driving license?
I know.
We could apply for a provisional one. Her face brightens.
Really?
All we need is a birth certificate or a passport.
I don't have anything like that.
But the court gave you a new identity.
Without papers.
This information surprises me, but Evie seems resigned to the fact. It's another reminder that she has no official past beyond a secret room in a murder house. Most people belong somewhere. They have a family, a school, a neighbourhood, and a country. They share interests, join groups, support teams, vote for parties, and form tribes. Evie has none of this. I'll see what I can do about getting you a license, I say, not sure of who I can call. Maybe Caroline Fairfax can help. We've almost finished eating when my pager beeps and Lenny's number appears on screen. I call her from a payphone near the cigarette machine.
Brian Whittaker didn't break, she says, but we'll have another crack at him in the morning. Sex with a minor is worth 2 years, but I want him for more than that.
I hear loud music in the background. She pauses for a moment, telling someone to turn the volume down. She's back.
The boffins managed to isolate Jodie Sheehan's burner phone. It was purchased a month ago as a job lot of 6 phones from an eBay seller. The signal puts Jodie at the fireworks and the fish and chip shop and Jimmy Verbich's party.
How long did she stay?
15 minutes, give or take. Most likely she was delivering drugs for Felix, but I'm leaving that out of my report.
Does Verbich frighten you that much?
Yes, she says bluntly. There were 200 guests, and for all we know, one of them was the chief constable.
I can see her point. Where did Jodie go when she left Verbich's place?
The signal shows she walked to Old Market Square and caught the 10 o'clock tram towards Clifton South. She got off the tram at Ruddington Lane, probably heading for the Whittaker House, which is 10 minutes away. She used the pedestrian underpass beneath the A52 and walked along Somerton Avenue.
What time was that?
11:15.
Tasman Whittaker said Jodie didn't arrive.
According to the signal, Jodie spent nearly 3 hours at the house, which puts Brian Whittaker on the hook. Her phone stopped transmitting just before 2 a.m.
Where?
Best approximation? On the footbridge.
The facts are starting to fit the timeline. Whittaker came home from his AA meeting and found Jodie at the house, or had arranged to meet her there. They had sex. Maybe she tried to blackmail him. They argued. He followed her. She finished up dead. Evie is waiting for me at the table where the bill is sitting on a saucer with a single mint. Evie is sucking on the other one. I open my wallet and take out my card.
Thank you,
she says, rubbing a lock of hair between her forefinger and thumb. My pleasure.
I'll find a way to repay you.
You don't have to. We take our coats from hooks beside the stairs and get a blast of frigid air as we step outside. A clear day means a cold night. Evie puts her arm through mine. It feels self-conscious, as though she's unsure how I'll react. Our hips and shoulders bump together as we walk.
What is Claire like?
Nice, I say, feeling the tameness of the word.
Is she pretty?
Yes.
She must be very smart to be a lawyer.
Yes, she is.
Do you miss her?
Sometimes.
Do you think you'll get married?
I don't know if we're still together.
Not to her, necessarily. To someone else.
Maybe. Evie tries to walk on her toes, putting one foot in front of the other, like a catwalk model. Reaching the house, I unlock the front door, standing back to let her pass me. Suddenly, she pushes herself against me in a reckless hug. My whole body stiffens. Undeterred, Evie kisses me. It's not so much a kiss as a wrestling hold or a spin-the-bottle attempt by someone who has practiced for hours on the back of her hand. I push her away. She tries again. This time I'm firmer, shoving her hard, holding her at arm's length. Don't do that, I snap. The colour drains from her face. What's got into you?
You think I'm ugly?
No.
I'm damaged goods.
Of course not.
Bullshit.
Look at me, Evie. Ask the question again.
Do you think I'm damaged goods?
No.
Do you think I'm ugly?
No. She believes me now.
Why then?
She asks. It's unprofessional.
You're not my shrink.
I'm your guardian.
I won't tell anyone.
It can't happen, Evie.
How long do I have to wait?
It's not a matter of time. It's never going to happen. Ever. Evie studies my face and sees that I'm telling the truth. It makes her angry, embarrassed, humiliated. I should have seen this coming. I did. I feared her physical proximity and how my actions could be misinterpreted or misconstrued. Evie has been lost in the system for years, labelled a management problem to be controlled, not listened to. Then I come along, someone who doesn't make demands or rush to judgment or punish her for mistakes. If anything, I've rewarded her worst behaviour because I know where it comes from. This must be enormously attractive to someone like Evie. We're still on the doorstep. Every fibre of her seems ready to flee, or fight, or have the ground swallow her up. She slaps me hard across the face. What was that for?
Nothing. I'm sorry. You can hit me back.
She braces herself. No.
Please.
No. Chapter 57. Angel Face.
Foolish girl. Stupid girl. My hand is stinging from the slap, and Cyrus has finger marks on his cheek, outlined in white, as if my hand had been covered in chalk dust when I hit him. I rock from foot to foot, unable to look in his eyes, frightened of what I might see. He turned cold the moment I kissed him. He didn't want to touch me. Not my face, not my mouth, not my body. Of course not. Other men have touched me and kissed me and done things that didn't feel right. I thought that if I did it with someone like Cyrus, it would feel different. It wouldn't be wicked. It wouldn't be wrong. I'll get you some ice, I say.
No, I'm fine.
I keep messing things up.
We won't mention it again.
Why doesn't he get angry? Why won't he hit me? He hasn't shut the door. Are you leaving? I ask.
Just for a while.
Because of me?
No. The police have tracked Jodie Sheehan's last movements. I thought I might retrace her steps.
Can I come?
It's a tram ride, nothing exciting.
I want to. Cyrus hesitates. Please let me come. Please let me come. He nods. I breathe again and say, I'm sorry about before.
Before?
The kiss.
What kiss?
An Uber drops us in central Nottingham, opposite a grand Victorian house that looks like it's made from white marzipan. Mist has turned the streetlights into fuzzy yellow balls that seem to be suspended from invisible strings. I've been quiet on my journey, still angry with myself. What was I thinking? He's not handsome. He's one of them, the whitecoats, a shrink. Ugh! We're standing on the side of the road, wrapped up against the cold. What was Jodie doing here? I ask. Cyrus nods into the darkness.
She went to a party up the road.
I recognise a half-truth. Was she delivering for Felix? He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. We're walking down Regent Street, retracing Jodie's steps. Occasionally I have to skip or add an extra step to keep up with him. As we near the centre of the city, there are more people, spilling out of pubs, bars, restaurants and fast food places that smell of piri-piri chicken, hamburgers, pizzas and kebabs. We pass the city library and cross Old Market Square to the tram stop in the shadow of the council house. A dozen people are waiting, some of them drunk, others kissing, a few studying their phones.
She caught the next one,
says Cyrus, checking the time. He buys tickets from a machine. 5 minutes pass, and a modern-looking tram ghosts quietly into view, pulling up at the platform. We sit near the front, side by side. I'm not sure if I should talk, or if Cyrus needs quiet to concentrate. When he's thinking, his brow furrows, and his eyes take on the colour of green sea glass, as though he's searching for an idea, or listening to a distant, unseen object that is broadcasting information to him. The tram heads east along Cheapside and turns south when it reaches Weekday Cross. I know some of these places from day trips away from Langford Hall. They have cameras, I say, pointing above the driver's head. Do you think someone followed her?
Maybe.
I pull my feet up and wrap my arms around my shins. Did you know your brother was sick? I ask. When he killed your family, I mean.
He'd been on medication since he was 16.
Do you blame him for what happened?
No.
I say, making it clear I don't believe him. Where is Elias now?
A place called Rampton. It's a secure psychiatric hospital, about an hour north of here.
Do you ever visit him?
Yes.
He's lying, but not completely.
The last time I visited, Elias caused a scene because I didn't bring him any jelly babies.
Jelly babies?
They're his favourite, but visitors aren't allowed to bring in food.
What happened to him after the murders?
He pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility.
Does that mean he can get out one day?
I suppose it does.
Is that why you became a psychologist?
People assume that.
What do you say?
I avoid self-analysis.
That's another lie.
My grandparents wanted me to be a surgeon, but I chose psychology because it was the most difficult thing I could imagine doing.
Why?
Surgery has rules. The problems are tangible and technical, whereas psychology relies more on instinct and empathy. A surgeon can see his or her results and knows all the answers after the operation. He can declare a decision right or wrong, looking forwards and understanding backwards, which is how we all live. A psychologist has no such certainty. I cannot reach inside a brain and rearrange things. I cannot search for holes with my fingertips or repair damage with sutures and clamps. Yet, that's what I have to do. Fix holes, paper over cracks, mend and compensate. I have to repair what's broken using words and ideas and thoughts.
You want to heal the world, I say.
Or to save myself.
The answer is too glib, too neat. I think you don't want to visit your brother, I say. You don't want to look into his eyes and remember what he did. And it doesn't matter how many times you remind yourself that he's your brother and you should love him. It doesn't change how you feel. Cyrus looks sad rather than angry.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
What?
That.
The tram has been moving quietly between stops, and the carriage has slowly emptied. It crossed the river and skirted a pond before the tracks straightened for a long stretch.
This is us,
says Cyrus, as it slows again. Ruddington Lane has an uncovered platform bathed in a pale yellow glow from trackside lights.
This way,
says Cyrus. We follow a concrete footpath, past rows of neat semi-detached houses and cottages, most of which are dark except for security lights that trigger as we pass, or the occasional grey flickering of a TV behind the curtains. Do you know who got Jodie pregnant? I ask.
Our uncle?
Did he rape her?
We don't know.
What about Craig Farley?
I think he found Jodie's body.
Alive?
Close to death.
I make a sound through my nostrils. And people say I'm screwed up.
Chapter 58. The Whitakers' house is dark, except for a light upstairs behind a glowing square blind. I know the layout of these post-war bungalows. 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom on the upper floor, with a narrow staircase that partially doubles back on itself. The ground floor has an entrance hall, sitting room, kitchen, laundry, and a dining area overlooking a patio and rear garden. I try to picture Jodie arriving here that night. Smoke from bonfires and the smell of gunpowder must have lingered in the air. Jodie didn't have a key, I say out loud. Tasmin had promised to leave the patio door unlocked.
Did she?
Asks Evie. No, she wanted to punish Jodie for keeping secrets.
Is that why she walked home?
According to the phone signals, Jodie spent 3 hours here. She must have knocked on the door or found another way inside. Perhaps Brian Whitaker let her into the house. I glance along the side path of a small silver caravan. Aidan told the police he was home that night, but that he didn't see Jodie. Surely he'd have a key to the house. Headlights swing around the corner towards us, bleaching our faces white. Evie instinctively raises her hand to shield her eyes. I recognise the distinctive silhouette of a black cab. Dougal Sheehan doesn't seem to notice us as he brakes hard and flings open the driver's door. Moments later, he's hammering his fist on the front door and holding down a plastic button that chimes through the house. Nobody answers. He grunts disgustedly and leaps over the low hedge before jogging down the side path towards the caravan.
Aidan!
He yells.
Are you in there?
He tries the handle. It's locked. He tries to break it off, but fails. Dipping his head, he drives his shoulder into the side of the van, making it rock violently on rusty springs.
Come out, you coward!
Stay here, I say to Evie, before sprinting across the road and down the path. Dougal Sheehan has picked up a shovel and is trying to smash the back window of the caravan. He succeeds on his third attempt, sending glass exploding inwards. Stepping to the right, he starts on another window.
Did you touch her?
He bellows.
Was it you?
Aidan is trapped inside, calling for help. Felicity Whittaker appears from inside the house, wearing a dressing gown and slippers. She throws herself at Dougal, grabbing at his arms, trying to wrestle the shovel from his hands. He pushes her away, sending her sprawling onto the grass. Up again, she hammers her fists on his back, yelling at him to leave Aidan alone.
It was Brian,
she sobs, breaking down.
It was Brian.
Dougal hurls the shovel at the caravan. It bounces off the door, leaving a dent in the aluminium.
I promise you, please don't blame Aidan.
Felicity has pulled him down to his knees, where she cradles his head against her chest, like a mother comforting a hurt child. Dougal wants to argue, but she points a finger to his lips, saying,
Leave it be. It's better that way.
Another voice. Tasmin is standing on the patio in her pyjamas.
Mummy, is everything all right? Go back to bed,
says Felicity, wiping her cheeks. She notices me for the first time. There is a beat of silence, and a sharp light enters her eyes.
What are you doing here?
She says, accusingly.
Have you been spying on us?
No. Dougal has climbed to his feet.
Did you follow me?
I was tracing Jodie's last movements. Felicity's voice has changed to a harsh whisper.
You're trespassing.
I glance at Dougal, hoping for an explanation. What has Aidan done?
Get off this property,
yells Felicity.
Leave my family alone.
Her face is twisted in fury, and her fists are tightly bunched. She is half Dougal's size, but I fear her more because she doesn't seem rational. Behind her, the caravan door bursts open, and Aidan leaps from inside, almost spinning his legs in midair before he lands on the grass and takes off, sprinting down the side path and out onto the road, past the black cab and Evie Cormac. A small, dark knapsack bounces loosely on his back. Felicity yells for him to stop.
It's all right, love. You've done nothing wrong.
Dougal tries to take off in pursuit, but Felicity pulls him back, begging him to stop. The big man can't hope to catch Aidan, who is gone by the time I reach the road.
He went that way,
says Evie, pointing towards Silverdale Walk. I listen, and imagine I can still hear his footsteps on the asphalt path, crossing the bridge and skirting the meadow. But the only sound is Felicity tearfully calling his name, telling him to come home. Chapter 59. Angel Face.
I fall into step beside Cyrus as we walk along the footpath as far as the footbridge and glance over the railing at the pond. Why did Jodie come this way? I ask.
It's the shortest route home.
Silently, I mouth the word home. It should be a simple concept, but I've never understood what it means. Is home a place, or a language, or a culture, or a climate, or geography? People run away from home and get homesick and become homeless. Does home mean something different to each person? Do we make our own? Does it make us whole? I wipe my nose on my sleeve. Why did that boy run?
I don't know.
He looked frightened.
Yes.
Cyrus pauses and raises his face to the treetops, as though sniffing something on the breeze. Without warning, he turns off the path. Where are we going?
There's a place just beyond those trees, an old hunting lodge. I want to check it out.
He takes my hand, leading me along a muddy path that narrows in places and is soft beneath my boots. A cobweb brushes and breaks against my cheek. Faint night sounds are audible between our footsteps. I can see the building now. The roof has partially collapsed, like a house of cards that has fallen on one side, and vines have grown up into the rafters, trying to wrestle the remaining walls to the ground.
Wait here,
He says. Don't go.
Do you have your phone?
I nod.
If I'm not back in 15 minutes, I want you to call the police.
10 minutes.
Okay.
I lose sight of his silhouette in the deeper shadows, but hear the creak of weight being placed on wooden steps. I hear his voice,
Aiden?
but no reply. The trees lean towards me, closing over my head, blacker than the sky, although some are edged by faint traces of silver from cobwebs and beads of dew. I'm used to understanding night sounds, not the insects or the birds, but the creak of floorboards and the groan of branches and someone breathing in the darkness. Time passes. I look at my phone. The brightness of the screen blinds me for a few seconds. I don't know how many minutes have passed. I didn't make a note of the time when Cyrus left. It must be 10 by now. Longer. I softly call his name. Louder. Don't leave me, I want to say. Is he playing a game? Is he hiding? Is he hurt? Moments later, I hear voices. Cyrus appears. The boy is with him. Aiden keeps his eyes down, not acknowledging me. His hair is uncombed and wild. He scuffs his shoes in the fallen leaves.
This is Evie,
Says Cyrus. No hands are shaken. No looks are exchanged. Can we go home now? I ask.
Yeah.
After midnight. The kettle is cooling. Tea has brewed. Aiden is sitting at the table with his bag between his feet, occasionally running his hands through his hair. He looks like a girl, I think. Prettier than most. Prettier than me. Cyrus asks him if he's hungry. A shake of the head.
Do you have any cigarettes?
I offer him one of mine from the packet I keep in the laundry, on a shelf above the dryer. Poppy lifts her head from the oversized wicker basket that has become her bed. We'll have to smoke in the garden, I say. Cyrus has a thing about second-hand smoke.
I'll make an exception for tonight,
Cyrus says. I give him a raised eyebrow.
Maybe you should go to bed, Evie.
I'm fine. He jerks his head towards the door, but I reach for a cigarette and light up, positioning an ashtray between Aiden and me. Cyrus opens a window, settles again.
What was all that about? The fight with your uncle?
Aiden shrugs, eyes down, faltering. Cyrus tries again.
Jodie came to your house on the night she died. I think she knocked on the door of the caravan.
Aiden doesn't have to say anything. He's an open book. He's a whole library of open books.
How long had you two been...
5 months?
Says Aiden, filling his lungs with smoke.
Who knew?
Nobody.
Are you sure?
Aiden is staring at his reflection in the window.
We couldn't tell anyone. Aunt Maggie would have freaked out. She's so Catholic, you know. Jodie and me have known each other since we were kids. Most of that time, I thought she was just another annoying brat like Tasman. But then...
He stops and starts again.
Tasman had a sleepover party for her 16th birthday. It was all girls, dressed in pyjamas, playing games and dancing around the house to crappy pop songs. They were sneaking vodka into their lemonade. I was supposed to be the responsible adult, but I let it go, you know? I paid for the pizzas and then made myself scarce, hanging out in my van. Tasman wanted to play hide and seek. I could hear the girls finding hiding places in the garden and upstairs. Next thing, Jodie burst into the caravan and pleaded with me to hide her. I told her to find somewhere else. I mean, you've seen my van. There are no hidey holes or crawl spaces. She could hear Tasman counting, calling out, "Ready or not?" Jodie burrowed under the duvet next to me and lay still with her head on my chest, and her arms and legs wrapped around me.
Aidan looks up at Cyrus imploringly.
I know what you're thinking, but it wasn't like that. Up until that night, Jodie was just Jodie, you know? We grew up together. We splashed in wading pools and played Monopoly and wrestled for the TV remote. She was my cousin, not even a girl. But now she was wrapped around me, her head on my chest. I could feel her warm breath and smell her shampoo. Tasman came bursting through the door, asking if I'd seen Jodie. I told her no. She left. Jodie didn't move. For minutes she lay there, holding me, her face invisible, her body warm. Eventually she pushed back the duvet and looked up at me. Her eyes were shining. We'd never kissed before, not even on the cheek. But this was a proper kiss. An on-screen kiss, you know, like in the movies. She had a wad of chewing gum in her mouth. It finished in mine. It felt like we were trying to breathe for each other.
Did you have sex that night?
Not then. Later.
Was Jodie a virgin?
He nods.
Did you know she was pregnant?
Uh-huh.
Cyrus glances at me, wordlessly asking the question. I nod. Aidan is telling the truth. He continues.
We took precautions most of the time. Jodie wanted to go on the pill, but we knew what Aunt Maggie would say if she found out.
Who did you tell?
Nobody at first. But when Jodie got pregnant, she told my dad because she didn't want to keep practicing the difficult jumps. He wanted her to land the triple axel, but she knew that any fall could hurt the baby.
Did he know about you?
No, Jodie refused to say. Dad wanted her to get an abortion. He said nobody had to know if they did it quietly, and that Jodie could keep skating and stay at school.
But she wanted to keep the baby,
says Cyrus. Aidan nods, stubbing out his cigarette. He reaches for another.
It's not illegal, you know. First cousins get married over time, and have babies, I checked. Charles Darwin married his first cousin, and so did Albert Einstein. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert were cousins. It's not taboo or anything like that. The baby would have been fine.
You plan to run away,
says Cyrus.
Where to?
We figured we'd go to London and rent a place.
What about your law degree? The scholarship?
I don't want to be a lawyer. Never have. I only applied because of Mum. It was her dream, not mine.
What's your dream?
I want to write songs and produce them. People think that's pie-in-the-sky stuff, but I'm good. You should listen to my stuff. I got a CD.
He rummages in the bag at his feet and hands Cyrus a USB stick with the words "Bedroom Recordings" handwritten on the side.
I should be able to try, right?
Asks Aidan.
If it doesn't work out, I can go to university.
He's looking from face to face, wanting us to agree. He must have had this argument 1,000 times in his head, convincing himself before he risked talking to his parents.
They took DNA from Jodie's unborn child,
says Cyrus.
You're not the father.
No! You're wrong! Dad would never... She would never...
Again, Cyrus looks at me, Again, I nod. Aidan believes what he's saying, but that doesn't make it true.
Who knew that you were sleeping with Jodie?
Asks Cyrus.
Nobody.
What about your mother?
No. I mean, she almost caught us one day and went batshit crazy. I lied to her. I told her we were just fooling around. She read me the riot act, telling me that Jodie was underage and that she was my cousin, and that Dougal and Maggie would be heartbroken if they knew, and that I couldn't touch her like that again. I told her nothing had happened and promised her that nothing would.
When was this?
Aidan pauses, trying to remember.
Early September, maybe?
Before you knew that Jodie was pregnant?
Yeah.
Cyrus seems to be calculating the dates and rearranging the timelines.
On the night Jodie came to the caravan, what happened?
Nothing. I mean, she was cold and tired. Some old lech at a party had groped her and offered her money for sex, but she ran away.
What did you do?
I made her a cup of tea. We talked.
You slept together?
Aidan nods.
Why use a condom?
Force of habit,
he says, without irony.
What made Jodie go home that night?
Asks Cyrus. Aidan shakes his head, unable to explain.
When she left the caravan, I thought she was going to sneak into the house and sleep in Tasman's room. It's what she always did. I gave her my key.
What time was that?
Early hours. Jodie had to be up for training at 6.
Cyrus looks at the clock above the sink. It's almost 2 a.m.
You can sleep here tonight. We'll talk to the police in the morning.
He turns to me.
Can you help me make up a bed for Aidan?
I nod and empty the ashtray and put the mugs in the sink.
You should call your mother and tell her you're okay,
says Cyrus. Aidan balks.
I don't want to speak to her.
It can wait until morning.
Upstairs, Cyrus shows me where he keeps the spare sheets and blankets. We make the bed together, although he's pretty useless. I'm an expert at making beds with nurses' corners. They used to check mine every day at Langford Hall. He was telling the truth, I say.
Or what he believes to be the truth,
Cyrus replies. What are you going to do?
Let the police decide.
I hold a pillow under my chin and shake it into a slip. Do you know who killed Jodie Sheehan? I ask.
Not yet.
Cyrus frowns.
You always make that sound when you don't believe me. Chapter 60. The sun is almost liquid, angled so low that it slants through the blinds, reflecting from computer screens and empty whiteboards in the incident room. Aidan is sitting next to me, wearing yesterday's clothes, but he showered and combed his hair. Lenny is in a meeting. I can hear raised voices behind her closed office door. One of them I recognise. Antonia glances up from her desk.
I whisper, "Who is it?"
She mouths the words, Timothy Heller-Smith and Jimmy Verbitch.
Why?
She motions me to move closer, cupping her hand over my ear.
I'm not sure, but it could have something to do with Felix Sheehan. He's in hospital with a broken jaw and internal bleeding.
What happened?
Lenny thinks he ripped off his supplier and copped a beating. Apparently he started off asking for police protection, but then changed his mind.
The office door opens suddenly. Antonia jumps up as though it has triggered a motor inside her. She bustles around, collecting coats and hats and scarves. Heller-Smith recognises me and smiles mockingly.
Ah, it's Dr. Haven, the shrink who won't shrink.
Have we met? I ask.
No, but I've heard all about you. DCI Parvel seems very enamoured. Maybe it's a gender thing.
This he finds funny. I glimpse the loathing in Lenny's eyes, but know she won't say anything.
I assume you two know each other,
says Hella Smith, gesturing towards Jimmy. We nod, but don't shake hands.
Councillor Burbage has asked for and received a formal apology from Nottinghamshire Police for any hurt and inconvenience we have caused him. The Chief Constable feels that it has bordered on harassment. The Chief Inspector was only doing her job,
says Jimmy.
I'm sure it wasn't personal.
It wasn't, says Lenny. Hella Smith ignores the comment.
I have also received a complaint from the Sheehan family accusing the police of being insensitive and heavy-handed.
I'll draft a response, says Lenny.
Yes, you do that.
Hella Smith notices Aidan.
Let me guess. Another suspect. Who is it this time?
Aidan doesn't move. I glance at Lenny, wanting to talk to her privately, but this isn't the time or the place. This is Aidan Whittaker, I say. He wants to make a statement.
Did he kill Jodie Sheehan?
No. He claims to have got her pregnant.
Another one? Should we start compiling a list?
She was murdered, I say, through clenched teeth.
That case is closed, replies Hella Smith.
With all due respect, sir, that's not your decision,
says Lenny, stepping forward.
This is still my investigation, and I decide when it's closed.
Hella Smith smiles crookedly and scratches his cheek. It's like he's marking up an unseen ledger, keeping a list of whatever slights and abuses he will avenge later.
Another example of why you're being transferred,
he says, to nobody in particular.
Maybe, but not until Monday.
The men leave. Hella Smith makes a barking sound all the way along the corridor, growing louder as he passes the incident room, letting everyone know what he thinks of Lenny. She gives me a lazy sideways glance, but doesn't hold my eyes.
Your timing is shit,
she mutters, addressing me but studying Aidan. He was with Jodie that night, I explain. They were together in the caravan. He claims the baby is his.
He's wrong. Cousins don't match the DNA profile.
Aidan shakes his head.
No, I'm the father.
How do I know you're not saying this to protect your old man?
I'm not. I loved her.
Lenny sighs and yells to Antonia.
Get me Ness. On the phone?
No, here. Now.
Chapter 61. Angel Face.
Poppy is barking at a squirrel in the garden. Be quiet, I tell her, worried the neighbours might complain about the noise. The Labrador spins and lopes across the soggy grass, pausing to look back at the squirrel, as if to say, I'll get you next time. I'm sitting on the back steps, barefoot and in my pyjamas, wrapped in a blanket. Poppy's tail thumps against my thigh as I scratch her behind the ears. Is this how happiness is meant to feel? I miss Cyrus. I miss hearing his footsteps and the creak of the plumbing when he turns on the taps, and the clang of his weight dropping into the cradle. The house feels empty when he's not here. Wandering back inside, I think about reading some of his books, or beading my hair, or watching TV. I flick through the channels where people are buying houses in the country, or showing off kitchen gadgets, or yelling at each other in a courtroom. The mail flap echoes along the hallway. The newspapers are lying on the doormat, wrapped in plastic, along with the morning mail, 2 letters, and a postcard with an Irish stamp. It shows a picture of a rocky coastline in the Aran Islands. 4 words are scrawled beside the address. Leave my parents alone. I have no idea what it means, but leave it on the desk for Cyrus. Unwrapping the newspaper, I read about Brian Whittaker's arrest. The photograph shows him sitting in the back of a police car with a coat over his head, which means it could be anyone. The story gives details of his skating career and how he'd coached Jodie Sheehan since she could walk. The doorbell starts ringing and doesn't stop. Someone is holding his or her finger on the button. I answer, ready to complain, but a woman pushes past me, knocking me off balance. Where is he? Cyrus isn't here. She's moving from room to room, searching. Where's Aidan? They've gone to the police station. Get them back! What? I said get them back! I can't. Get them back! She screams, frantic, desperate. I flinch, backing away. Cyrus doesn't have a phone. She swallows a deep breath and apologizes. Please, I have to talk to Aidan. This must be Felicity Whittaker, Aidan's mother. She was at the house last night, but I didn't meet her. I can send him a message. Mrs. Whittaker steps closer as I type on my phone. He has to bring Aidan. Nobody else. No police. I press send. The message disappears. Poppy has come to the back door, whining and scratching, wanting to come inside. Who's that? My dog. Where are you going? To let her inside, I say. She won't hurt you. No, leave her. The blanket has dropped from my shoulders. She looks at my pyjamas. Are you his daughter? What? She speaks slowly, as though I'm retarded. Are you his daughter? No, I'm a foster child. Where is your mother? Dead. The bluntness of my answer surprises her. What happened to her? It doesn't matter. Would you like a cup of tea? No. I could make coffee. No. She's pacing back and forth, knocking her fist repeatedly against her head, as though trying to dislodge a thought. She's mumbling. Poppy barks. I glance at the clock above the sink. Why hasn't Cyrus called? Call him, she says, pointing to my phone. I told you. He doesn't have a mobile. I know it's weird. He doesn't have a landline either. Don't bullshit me, girlie. Call him. I'm not lying. I realise that she's going to hit me before it happens, but can't stop the blow. She backhands me across the face, knocking me sideways so that my head strikes the door jamb. I slide down the wall, seeing sparks when I blink. She takes hold of my ponytail and jerks my face around. Call him. Tell him not to bring the police. I want Aidan. Nobody else.
Chapter 62. I glance at my pager and see Evie's number. You have to bring Aidan home, says the message. A moment later, a second one arrives. No police. I glance at Lenny.
What's wrong?
She asks. Can I use your phone? I call Evie's number, listening to it ring. She answers.
Cyrus?
Is everything okay?
Bring him back! Now!
Snarls Felicity Whittaker. Felicity?
I want Aidan.
He's talking to the detectives.
Stop him!
Why? What's wrong?
Tell him to shut up!
He's at West Bridgeford Police Station. Why don't you come here and talk to him?
Bring him here!
I can't do that. Silence for a long time, but I can hear her breathing. Are you there, Felicity? Let me talk to Evie.
Aidan's done nothing wrong,
she blurts. I know.
Tell the police.
I will. Put Evie on the phone.
No, you're not listening. Bring Aidan now.
He'll be home soon.
Bring him, or she gets hurt. I'll do it. I'll kill her. I'll kill myself. Bring Aidan, or she dies.
The line goes dead. My heart is suddenly where my brain should be, the blood pounding behind my temples. Vaguely, I'm aware of Lenny yelling orders across the near-empty incident room, calling for a tactical response team. No sirens, radio silence. In between firing off commands, she is asking me questions about Felicity Whittaker and the layout of the house. How many entrances or access points? Are the windows locked or unlocked? Could she be armed? How did she seem? Upset, I say.
Irrational?
Yes.
What about the girl, Evie? Is she likely to panic?
I hesitate, trying to think. I remember the incident at Langford Hall when Evie disarmed Brodie. Back then she had been so calm, it had bordered on serenity. She'll look to escape, I say. We're talking and moving, descending the stairs, into the parking area, where 3 unmarked police cars are waiting. Lenny pulls body armour from the boot of the first car and throws a black vest in my direction. Is that really necessary?
You wear it, or you stay here.
There are more questions on the journey, most of them about Felicity's state of mind.
Does she have any history of mental illness?
I don't know.
Why take a hostage?
She doesn't want Aidan talking to the police.
Why?
Maybe she's worried this will jeopardise his future. He's been offered a place at Cambridge to study law, a full scholarship.
Sleeping with his cousin won't jeopardise anything.
Jodie was underage.
And he's not much older.
Lenny takes a call. I can only hear one side of the conversation.
No helicopters. A drone? How noisy is it? OK, yeah. Evacuate whoever you can without alerting Mrs. Whittaker. Do it quietly.
Lenny turns to me.
Do any of the neighbouring properties overlook the front or back of the house?
The front, yes.
OK, we need a floor plan. You might have to sketch one. What room are they likely to be in?
The kitchen, maybe. It's at the back. We're getting closer to Willerton Park. My pager beeps. It's another message from Evie. Where are you? Chapter 63. Angel Face.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. Mrs. Whittaker is fussing over me, looking for frozen peas in the freezer. I don't normally. I never hit Aidan or Tasman. I don't know what came over me. Her eyes are jittering from side to side as she paces the kitchen. I've seen someone overdose before, and I've seen loads of kids suddenly kick off because they're angry or high or hearing voices, but nothing like this. I'll wait upstairs, I say. No! I should get dressed. Stay here! But I need the loo. I cross my legs as though I'm busting. There must be one downstairs. I reach for my phone, but she takes it from me. What if he calls? I ask. I'll answer it. The loo is off the laundry. I lock the door and glance at the window. It's too small for me to crawl out. Maybe I can stay here until Cyrus arrives. I can't hear anything happening, she says, from the far side of the door. You're making me nervous. Piss or get off the pot. My phone is ringing. She answers, asking, Where's Aidan? I don't hear the reply, but it must be Cyrus. After another pause, she knocks. He wants to talk to you. You have to tell him you're okay. I unlock the door and step out. Cyrus is on speakerphone. Hey, I say.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Has she threatened you?
Asks Cyrus. Mrs. Whittaker interrupts. She's fine. Where's Aidan?
You can come out and see him.
No!
He didn't hurt Jodie. You don't have to protect him. He's giving the police a statement, that's all.
She curses under her breath. No statements.
You can't make demands.
I want my son! She screams, grabbing a knife from the wooden block beside the stove.
Please, stay calm,
says Cyrus. Don't tell me to be calm! She has a knife, I yell, ducking under her arm and bolting for the door. She grabs my hair and hauls me back. I cry out in pain. Cyrus has heard it all.
Don't hurt her,
he pleads.
Evie, can you hear me?
Mrs. Whittaker holds the knife to my neck. Answer him. I'm here.
Are you hurt?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He exhales with relief, but doesn't say anything for a while. It's like he's lost for words. Finally, he says,
Let me come inside, Felicity.
Not without Aiden.
How about we do a swap? Take me instead of Evie.
No.
She's just a kid.
So is Aiden.
The police aren't going to let him walk into a house where you've threatened someone. Not when you're holding a knife. Talk to me.
Get me Aiden. Then we'll talk.
Chapter 64. Police cars have been parked diagonally across the road to create a staggered series of checkpoints, each one closer than the next. The outer ring is 100 yards from the house, where uniformed officers are keeping spectators behind barricades. Most of them are neighbours, who are no doubt filling the vacuum of uncertainty with breathless rumours of terrorism or a domestic siege.
The hostage negotiator is still 40 minutes away, says Lenny.
I'm trained, I say.
You're personally involved.
I know the layout of the house. I know Felicity Whittaker.
I'm not giving her a second hostage.
What if she agrees to release Evie?
She just refused.
More police are arriving. Men dressed in black, wearing body armour and helmets, carrying rifles, battering rams and shields. The head of the tactical response team is straight out of Hollywood casting, with chiselled features and a Clooney-esque haircut. We'll be ready in 15, he tells Lenny, who remains in overall command until negotiations are deemed to have failed.
Do we have eyes?
She asks. We had a sighting in the kitchen before the blinds were lowered, says Edgar.
What about ears? The directional microphones aren't picking up much.
Lenny looks at me.
Phone her again.
I dial Evie's mobile. It goes to her voicemail. I try again. Nothing. Can we get Aiden here? I ask.
He's on his way.
Lenny motions towards the tactical response officers who are taking up positions behind hedges and parked cars and in neighbouring properties with windows that overlook the house.
What would you do?
She asks. Give her more time. She's a middle-aged mother of two, not a wanted terrorist. Lenny gazes at the house as though contemplating tomorrow's headlines.
Okay, but first I want confirmation that Evie Cormac is unharmed.
Grabbing a loudhailer from the front seat of her car, she signals for me to follow. The birds have gone quiet, and traffic noise drops away, leaving a soundtrack of our shoes crushing seed pods on the footpath. We reach the front gate. Lenny raises the megaphone.
Mrs. Whittaker, I know you can hear me. I'm DCI Parvel. We met a few weeks ago.
We wait, watching. Nothing moves behind the curtains.
Your son is on his way, but I can't help you unless you help me. I need proof that Evie Cormac is safe and unharmed.
The front door opens a crack. Felicity yells,
She's safe! I'll need more than your word for it.
The door opens wider, and this time Evie emerges, dressed in her red flannelette pyjamas, printed with penguins. She's barefoot and looks younger than 18. Younger than 14. Too young. Felicity Whittaker has her arm wrapped around Evie's neck, crooked at the elbow, using her as a human shield. She's holding a bottle of clear liquid in her right hand. She holds it aloft and begins emptying it over Evie. Fluid splashes across her head and shoulders, into her eyes. Evie screams, trying to cover her face. What is it? Paint thinners? Gasoline? Turpentine? Evie tries to drop and roll, but Felicity holds her upright and tosses the empty bottle away. It bounces down the steps and rolls onto the grass. She pulls a cigarette lighter from her pocket and holds it against Evie's cheek.
You know what I want?
The door closes. Chapter 65. Angel Face.
My eyes are burning. My mouth, my nostrils, my ears, every hair follicle is on fire. It's like red-hot wires have been driven through my pupils straight into my brain. I use my pyjama sleeves to wipe at my eyes, but the liquid is all over me, soaking the fabric, clinging to my skin. Dragged backwards along the hallway, I'm dumped in the library, where I curl up on the floor. More liquid is splashed across the desk and bookshelves, the fumes scalding my throat, making me gag. "Why are you doing this?" I scream. "They aren't listening. That's not my fault." She grabs my hair again. "How many entrances?" "2, front and back." She pulls me from room to room, where she closes the blinds and curtains, checking the windows are locked. "Water," I plead. "My eyes." We're in the kitchen. She holds my head over the sink and turns on the tap. I splash water onto my face, but still can't see properly. Bottles and cans are scattered across the floor. She has emptied the shelves in the laundry and kitchen, examining the labels, keeping some bottles and discarding others. I spent hours tidying those shelves, putting paints on one side and cleaning products on the other, with the labels facing out. She makes me sit down and unspools a roll of masking tape, wrapping it around my wrists and up my forearms. "You don't have to do this." "Shut up! I'm not Dr. Haven's daughter. We're not related." "You're living here?" "I'm visiting." "You must mean something to him." The statement jangles something inside me. Does Cyrus care about me? He must do. He didn't send me back to Langford Hall. He let me have Poppy. Darling Poppy. Poor Poppy. She's whining from the back steps, wondering why she's being ignored. In a different life, in a different house, I listened to dogs barking as Terry was tortured to death. He stopped begging after a while. Then he stopped talking, which infuriated them even more. He groaned and cried, and I wished they would hurry. I wished they would finish. I wished his suffering would end. I've heard people die before. Some hardly make a squeak, while others fought like drowning cats in a sack. My father, my mother, my sister. They left me alone with the nameless men and the faceless men. Only they do have names, and they do have faces. And I remember every one of them. Next time, I will pull the trigger. Next time, I won't hesitate.
Chapter 66. Lenny is yelling orders over the two-way, wanting fire crews in place and the gas and electricity turned off to the house. The nearest hospital burns unit is on standby. Her eyes spark with a fresh energy, as though she's operating on a different level to everybody else, seeing several moves ahead.
"Where is Aidan Whittaker?"
10 minutes away, replies Edgar.
"No sirens,"
says Lenny. She glances at me.
"Tell me something I don't know."
She's desperate.
"That's obvious. Come on."
She's delusional.
"Why?"
This is about Aidan. She's protecting him.
"Why?"
Maybe she thinks he killed Jody.
"Did he? The kid could be playing us."
He's not lying.
"How can you be so sure?"
I can't tell her about Evie and what she can do. Last night she asked me if I knew the killer's name. She didn't believe me when I said no. I thought she'd made a mistake and that she wasn't infallible after all. An idea rises from the depths of my unconscious mind, becoming clearer as it nears the surface. When I chatted to Maggie Sheehan at the church, she said that Felicity had struggled to get pregnant. It took her years of IVF, one failure after another. She almost went mad, Maggie said. Then Aidan arrived, her miracle child, and she projected onto him all her dreams and unfulfilled ambitions. A mother's job is to protect her children, to keep them safe. There must be more. Suddenly, I see it. Aidan, Jody, Brian, Dougal, Felicity. They are like cards in a poker hand, a full house. That's what Evie saw last night. Some shard of light from my subconscious mind. The tell. Let me go in, I say. I know why she's doing this. Lenny hesitates and glances at the tactical response group. She hands me a radio device that clips to my belt.
Give us the word and we're going in. If that happens, keep your head down.
Moments later, I'm walking alone past parked cars, cutting across the grass verge to the front gate. I press the doorbell, smelling the turpentine that has been splashed on the threshold. A voice from inside.
Aidan?
No, it's Cyrus.
Where's Aidan?
He's on his way.
I'll torch this place. I'll burn her first.
I promise you he's coming. Felicity is talking to me from the hallway with only the door separating us. I'm just going to sit here, I say, lowering myself onto the step and leaning against the brickwork. I pluck a flower from the overgrown garden and begin picking off the petals one by one. The silence is filled with quiet breathing. I had a pen friend when I was at school, I say, remembering the postcards that were stuck on Felicity's fridge. Her name was Camille. She lived in Manila, in the Philippines. We wrote to each other every month for about 10 years, letters at first, then emails. We promised that one day we'd meet up.
Did you ever do it?
We came close. We were both turning 25 and we planned to celebrate our birthdays in Singapore.
What happened?
She had a baby. A little boy. I pluck another petal from the flower. You could still make your world tour. See all your friends, I say. Felicity makes a mocking sound. She's closer now, only inches away from me. I imagine her leaning her back against mine, with only the door separating us. I've heard some of Aidan's music. He's very good.
Music is just a hobby. He's going to Cambridge. He won a scholarship.
Did he apply for that, or did you? Felicity ignores me.
He was a straight-A student. His teacher said he was the best and brightest. He's going to be a lawyer. He's going to make a difference.
A difference for who? I ask. Felicity goes quiet. The pause stretches out for so long, I wonder if she's still leaning against the door. What does Aidan want? I ask. Have you asked him? Nothing. I know it feels good, basking in Aidan's successes, but if children are pushed into fulfilling parental expectations, they can fail to explore other opportunities. They can feel stifled, trapped.
I know my son.
I'm sure you do. But Aidan is scared of disappointing you. He wants you to listen. I've treated kids who feel pressured to fulfill some sort of destiny. Some achieve great things, but others suffer anxiety and depression, which feeds addictions. Some even sabotage themselves rather than risk disappointing those who expect too much.
That's not me,
she says, savagely. I talked to Aidan. He was sleeping with Jodie. He got her pregnant.
No, it was Brian.
You've known all along, haven't you? Silence. I can hear her breathing. She seems to swallow her answer. Glancing along the front path, I see Lenny moving into place. Aidan is with her. They're both wearing body armour. Firemen have unspooled hoses and hooked them to the nearest hydrants, positioning them just in case. I know what you did, Felicity. I know why you did it. You couldn't fall pregnant. It wasn't your fault. You did everything the doctors suggested, the vitamins and diets, rounds of IVF. How many times did you try?
4,
she whispers. That must have been expensive.
It almost broke us. Brian didn't want to keep paying. If it happens, he said.
That must have been hard. Being around Maggie made it worse because she had Felix. Every day you were being reminded of what you couldn't have. She gives a hiccuping sob. In your desperation to have a child, you slept with your brother-in-law. Dougal is Aidan's father, not Brian. Felicity groans. Nobody could ever find out, not Maggie, or Aidan, or your husband. That's why you couldn't let Aidan fall in love with Jodie. You couldn't let them sleep together or have a baby.
It was incest. It was wrong, she whispers.
When Brian told you that Jodie was pregnant, you didn't know that Aidan was the father until you overheard them together in the caravan that night. You confronted Jodie. You begged her to have an abortion.
I wanted her to understand, says Felicity. Why wouldn't she listen?
You followed her.
She was being foolish. She was risking Aidan's future and her own. He's going to Cambridge. She's going to the Olympics.
Did you tell her that Aidan was her half-brother? I hear another stifled sob.
She wouldn't have believed me.
What happened?
I wanted her to hear what I was saying, to listen. She was ruining everything.
You tried to stop her.
I didn't hit her hard.
What did you use?
A piece of iron. A fence post. It was lying on the ground, near the bridge. I only hit her once. I thought she was pretending, you know. I shook her. I said her name. Put my hand on her chest.
He pushed her body into the water.
I thought she was dead. I thought I'd killed her.
She was still alive. Felicity moans. Lenny is signalling me from the road. Aidan is with him. He's here, I say. The police have brought Aidan. I hear the floorboards creak as Felicity stands. Moments later, the library curtains twitch and open a crack.
I want to talk to him, she says. I need to explain.
Come out and you can talk to him.
No, send him in.
That's not going to happen. Her voice changes.
Send him in, or I'll kill her!
Please stay calm, I say. If you lose your temper, the police will storm this place.
Let them try.
You don't want that. Let me come inside. Swap me for Evie. I can make them understand. I can get Aidan for you. There is a long pause before the lock turns. The door swings inwards. Felicity has her arm around Evie's neck. Let her go.
Not until you're inside.
Don't believe her,
Yells Evie. Her eyes are swollen and almost closed, and vomit stains the front of her pyjamas. I slip past them into the hallway, which reeks of turpentine, gas, and alcohol. Felicity keeps her distance, holding the cheap plastic cigarette lighter to Evie's cheek.
Put your hands through the railings,
she says, pointing towards the stairs. Felicity kicks a roll of packing tape across the floor and tells Evie to bind my wrists. Evie struggles to unspool the tape because her own wrists are bound, but manages to secure my hands while Felicity stands over her. Turn off the gas and open the windows, I say. We have to air the house. Felicity ignores me, jerking her thumb towards the door, telling Evie to get out.
I'm not going without Cyrus.
Please, Evie, just go, I say.
She's going to set the house on fire. She's poured stuff all over your books.
Felicity waves the lighter in front of Evie's face, threatening to flick at the flint wheel.
Last chance.
Evie seems to react instinctively, spinning around and scrambling up the stairs. Blindly, she collides with a wall and bounces off, but keeps going, disappearing into the upper floors. This is madness. She has to get out.
Stupid little cow,
curses Felicity, climbing past me on the stairs. Leave her, I say. You have other things to worry about. Lenny's voice interrupts me, projected through a loudhailer.
Mrs. Whittaker, we have your son.
Chapter 67. Angel Face.
I squeeze between boxes in the turret room, navigating by touch. I slide my hand beneath a pillow until my fingers close around the oily rag. The pistol. I rack the slide, putting a bullet in the chamber, pointing it towards the door. There are no footsteps on the stairs, no blurry shadows in the doorway. I put down the handgun and pick up the knife. Jamming the handle inside a closed drawer, I lean my hip against the front panel to keep the blade steady. I run my wrists back and forth against the sharpest edge, cutting the masking tape before ripping it with my teeth, spitting out bits of torn plastic. I can hear Cyrus yelling my name, telling me to get out, until another voice drowns him out, coming from outside. Feeling my way between boxes, I stand on tiptoes at the window. Through watery eyes, I see two figures standing near the front gate. I recognise Aidan's voice.
Mum, it's me.
Mrs. Whittaker answers, repeating his name, as though wanting to be sure.
What are you doing, Mum?
Yells Aidan.
I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't mean. I need to explain.
Okay. Are you coming out?
Listen, baby.
Her voice seems to break.
You're going to hear some things about me, but you have to believe that everything I did was for you.
What did you do?
I tried to protect you. I wanted you to be happy.
I was happy.
You and Jodie. It was wrong. You couldn't be with her, not like you were.
Why?
The question brings silence. Aidan asks again.
Mum, why couldn't I be with Jodie?
Felicity answers in a wheedling, sorrowful voice.
She was your half-sister.
You mean my cousin?
Says Aidan, less certain now.
No.
How can she be my half-sister?
I couldn't get pregnant. Not with your dad.
So, who is my father?
Felicity answers hoarsely.
Your Uncle Dougal.
Aidan doesn't respond.
Are you there, baby? I know it's a shock. I know I should have told you.
Aidan's voice changes.
Did you hurt Jodie?
Another pause, followed by a defeated moan.
It was an accident. I didn't mean it. You have to forgive me.
He says nothing.
Aidan?
Without a word, he turns and brushes past the shoulders of the detective, walking past the police cars and the barricades and the watching crowd. Mrs. Whittaker is calling after him, begging him. He doesn't stop.
Chapter 68. It's over, Felicity. Put down the lighter. She's kneeling on the hallway rug, hunched over, breathing raggedly. Words get caught in her throat. She tries again.
What have I done? What have I done?
Listen to me. You have to open the windows. The house is full of gas. Rocking on her knees, she holds her stomach, moaning. You can get Aidan back. Explain things to him. It's not too late. Right now, we have to get out of here. She's not listening to me. I hear Lenny on the loudhailer.
Mrs. Whittaker, can you hear me? You talked to your son. I want you to come outside.
She doesn't respond. I can picture the SWAT team outside, ready to break down the doors. The smallest spark will light this place up. Give us a minute, I yell to Lenny. I concentrate on Felicity, who can't see beyond her misery. It was an accident, I say. I don't think you meant to hurt Jodie, but what you're doing now is making things worse.
I've ruined everything,
She sobs.
He'll never forgive me.
You made some bad decisions. Don't make another one. Open the windows. Let's walk out of here together.
It's too late.
It's only too late if you give up, I say. If something happens to you, it won't end the pain. You'll be passing it on to Aidan and Tasmin.
They'll be better off if I'm dead.
You'll stain their lives. You'll be betraying them, rejecting them. She is staring at the cigarette lighter, which is cupped in her hands like an offering. An answer. A key. I lost my parents and my sisters. You know the story. Not a day goes by when I don't wonder if I could have saved them, if I'd come straight home from football practice, if I hadn't stopped for chips, if I hadn't ridden my bike past Ailsa Piper's house. What if? Maybe. If only. Don't let the same thing happen to Aidan. Come on. Let's get out of here. I yell up the stairs. Evie, it's time to go. She doesn't answer. Can you hear me, Evie? We're leaving. Chapter 69. Angel Face.
I can hear you. I'm on the landing, peering through the wooden railings. My eyes are swollen shut, and the shapes below me are vague and indistinct, like I'm watching them from the bottom of a swimming pool. Cyrus is sitting on a lower step with his hands taped around the wooden spindles. Mrs. Whittaker is kneeling in the hallway.
You have to open the doors and windows, then go outside, get away from the house.
I descend, touching the wall with my right hand. I'm holding the pistol behind my back. As I get closer, I can see Mrs. Whittaker more clearly, but not her face. I want to see her face.
Open the windows, Evie, then leave.
What about you?
The police will cut me free.
Stay where you are! Mrs. Whittaker gets to her feet, swaying, sweating. I am between steps. The gun is heavy in my hand. I pull it out, aiming at the centre of her chest. Cyrus takes a sharp breath. He utters my name and the word, no. She turns to face me, holding the cigarette lighter in her hand, her thumb on the flint wheel.
Don't do it,
says Cyrus.
The gas.
I realise my mistake, but I don't lower the gun. She's not going to let us go, I say.
Yes, she is. We're all getting out.
Are you letting us go? I ask. She doesn't answer. The gas and fumes are making me lightheaded. Rocking forward, I catch myself before I fall and slide down onto a step, holding the gun in my lap, no longer aiming. Cyrus looks up at me.
We're getting out of here.
Mrs. Whittaker hasn't spoken. I give her the evil eye. It's the look I used on Guthrie and Miss Macready and kids who pissed me off at Langton Hall. You're too selfish to let us go, I say. It's always been about you. You wanted a baby so badly you cheated on your husband. You wanted Aidan to go to Cambridge because it made you look good. You wanted Jodie to get rid of the baby because it threatened your secret. You're such a coward you can't even die alone. Anger flares in her eyes. You asked me about my mother. You see this? I open the palm of my left hand and show her a tortoiseshell button the size of a 50-pence piece. It's all I have left of her. She had this bright red coat with a fur-lined collar that she said made her feel like a Russian Tsarina. I think that means princess. She was wearing it when they found her body. I hugged her for as long as I could, until they had to bend back my fingers to make me let go. When she'd gone, I found this button in my fist. I close my fingers and hold it against my cheek. She gave up, just like you're doing. She abandoned me. She pushed me away. For years I told myself that I didn't blame her. But I'll never forgive her, because she can't tell me why. There is a beat of silence, and I wonder if anyone is listening. Slowly, Mrs. Whittaker gets up from her knees. She glances into the kitchen. I'll turn off the gas. You open the door, she says. I slide down the stairs until I reach Cyrus. I don't have the knife.
Open the front door,
he says, nodding along the hallway. I'm a step below him when I hear a surprised cry, or half a curse. In that same instant, the house seems to breathe in and then out, as though someone has suddenly opened the window of a moving car, lifting dust and litter from the floor. The world explodes around us, filling the air with wood, plaster, dust and debris. Flames shoot out of the kitchen doorway and suck back again as the walls buckle. Mrs. Whittaker appears, her face blackened, eyes white and wide with shock. She touches her smoking head, as though seeking physical proof, and looks at me curiously, before collapsing forwards. The entire back of her head has disappeared, and her clothes have burnt off like a plastic doll held too close to the fire. The whooshing sound returns, and fire rolls across the hallway ceiling to the library. I look at my pyjamas and know I can't survive. Cyrus grabs my arm, yelling for me to get out. How? There's no escape. The kitchen ceiling has collapsed, leaving the claw-footed bath where the table used to be. Flames have reached the front rooms, blocking the hallway. I hear the sound of smashing glass. Hoses are blasting water through the windows, turning spray to steam.
Get out, Evie! Get out!
I pull at the tape around his wrists and run my fingers down the lathe-turned spindle. Bending my leg, I kick hard, but I'm barefoot and don't have the strength to break the wood. I scramble up the stairs and retrieve the pistol. Holding the barrel against the spindle, I unlock the safety and pull the trigger. The noise is louder than I expect, louder than the guns on TV and in films. Cyrus pulls free, scrambling to his feet, taking me with him.
This way,
he says, tugging at my sleeve, wanting me to follow. What about her?
She's dead.
Chapter 70.
Christ, Evie, where in God's name did you get a gun?
We've reached the landing. Thick black smoke has filled the stairwell. Evie is coughing so hard she doubles over, curling up on the floor.
Stay with me,
I yell, making her focus. I put her hands on the back of my belt and close her fingers.
Don't let go.
I crawl blindly across the landing, leading Evie. Feeling my way, I find her bedroom door and then her bed. My head bumps against the far wall. I reach for the sash window. I pull it up and lean outside, taking deep gulps of air.
Evie?
She's let go of me. I drop to my knees and feel for her, touching her hair. At that moment, flames sweep past the bedroom door, feeding on the oxygen from the open window. I drag her to her feet and lean her body outside, telling her to breathe. Poppy is below us in the garden, barking and leaping up the wall, planting her paws on the bricks as though wanting to climb. I lift Evie onto the window ledge with her feet dangling out. The garden is 20 feet below us. A jump like that will break her legs. Where are the ladders? The firemen? On the wrong side of the house. I take Evie's wrists and lower her down so that she's dangling above Poppy, but it's still too high.
Let go,
she yells, as a window blows out beneath us and glass scatters through the shrubbery. I notice a downpipe to my right, but it's too far for Evie to reach. 4 feet? More? I begin to move my shoulders, swinging her back and forth, building up momentum. She gets the idea and kicks with her legs, swinging out further, but I can't hold her much longer. Her fingertips touch the downpipe, but she's unable to hold on and slides away. I swing her one more time and let go. She wraps her hands around the black painted metal and clings on, slipping down. Safe. It's my turn. I can't make a jump like that. I doubt if the pipe can take my weight. These old houses know how to burn with their dry timbers and drafty rooms. My history is in flames. Family photographs, books, heirlooms, memories. Smoke billows past me, and I can't see the pipe anymore. I can't see Evie or Poppy. I can't breathe. I hear her voice, yelling at me, but not the words. I lower myself out of the window, clinging by my fingertips, my shoes scrabbling for a toehold in the mortared bricks. I'm ready for the fall, for whatever comes. But as I let go, strong hands find my feet, directing me onto the rungs of a ladder, helping me down one step at a time through the smoke. My feet touch soft earth and I wheel around, stumbling a dozen paces before falling to my knees, coughing as though my lungs might slither out of my throat and convulse on the grass. Evie has her arms around me, her head buried in my neck. The girl without tears is crying. Her wet cheeks are smeared with soot that clings to her like a second skin, except for around her eyes, giving her the appearance of an emaciated cartoon panda. I wrap my arms around her, holding her, feeling her sob. Meanwhile, jets of water arc over the rooftop, falling onto our heads like rain. Where did you get the gun?
I stole it from Felix.
Why?
In case they come.
Chapter 71. Angel Face.
I'm sitting on my bed, sticking pictures in a scrapbook. Cyrus will be here soon. He tries to come every day when he can, bringing me cigarettes and chocolate fingers and pictures of Poppy. Poppy in the park, Poppy chasing squirrels, Poppy drinking from the bird bath, Poppy wading in the pond. Langford Hall is the same. The food, the routines, the staff. I'm used to it now. I feel safe here. I once read a story about how inmates sometimes get so used to being behind bars, they don't want to leave. I can't imagine myself ever getting to be like that. But I can survive this. I've lived through worse. Other girls my age are going to parties, or getting a job, or hanging out with friends. But I don't want any of those things. I wouldn't know what to do with that sort of life. That's why I don't have a calendar on the wall or a clock in my room. I don't want to see time passing. Instead, I've become an expert at existing and letting each day play out like the one before. I miss Poppy. I miss Cyrus. I wish he didn't blame himself for what happened. It was nobody's fault, I told him. Bad luck follows me around.
You don't believe in luck,
he replied, and I knew that he understood. Cyrus can't foster me again. They say he put me in danger and involved me in a murder investigation. The gun would have sealed the deal. I was ready to take the blame, but Cyrus wouldn't let me. He said they'd keep me locked up for longer or send me to an adult prison or a general psych hospital. Guthrie would love that. So I told the police that Felicity had the gun, and nobody could prove otherwise. Davina knocks on the door.
Your boyfriend's here?
He's not my boyfriend.
Well, why are you smiling?
Fuck off.
I love you too.
She laughs as she disappears down the corridor, tossing her dreads and swinging her hips. Cyrus pokes his head around the corner.
Hi.
Hello. He hugs me. I stiffen. I wonder if I'll ever get used to someone touching me like that.
I have a surprise,
he says. More photographs.
Better.
He wants me to close my eyes. I look at him suspiciously, but obey, letting him lead me out of my room and along the hallway. He tells me to mind my step when he opens the sliding door to the courtyard. Poppy is tied to a baby tree, trying to rip it out of the ground. Let loose, she leaps all over me, pushing me backwards onto the grass, licking my face and hands. Cyrus sits on a concrete bench and watches while we chase, wrestle and run. Later, exhausted, I sit beside him. Normally I'd light a cigarette, but I'm trying to quit.
How have you been?
He asks. Fine.
Are you sleeping?
Yeah. He always starts this way, with the simple questions, before he begins asking me about my dreams and earliest memories, my fears and regrets.
Victims of childhood abuse often dissociate, he says, talking like a textbook. They block out cognitive links and emotions. Sometimes they do it so completely, it's as if they never consciously experienced trauma. That could be why you have so few memories.
It could be, I say.
Whatever was done to you as a child, it wasn't your fault.
I know.
You don't have to blame yourself.
I don't. I know what Cyrus wants. Details. Facts. He wants to climb down into the same sewer that I escaped from. He wants to join me in the filth and lead me out again. He wants to know what went through my mind during all those hours, days, and weeks. What I heard, why I stayed hidden, how I managed to stay alive. I remember it all. I remember nothing important.
I can understand you wanting to forget some things,
He says.
but don't you want to know who you are, or if you have family?
I have no family.
You mentioned your mother.
I won't talk about her.
What about your childhood?
It doesn't matter,
It does to me,
says Cyrus.
and it will to you, if you let it.
I sigh and close my eyes. You want to go where I have been,
Yes,
to see what I have seen.
I think I'm owed.
I can't go back there.
I'm not asking you to go back.
Yes, you are. You want to open up my mind and peer inside, but I'm not a plaything. I'm not an experiment.
I know what he did to you, what he took.
I feel myself getting angry. You know nothing.
Where did he find you?
He didn't find me.
Come on, Evie, help me. Don't let this monster win.
He's not a monster.
He kidnapped you. He locked you up.
No,
He deserved to die.
don't you dare say that.
Hostages often grow attached to their captors, but that's not love, Evie. Kidnapping a child, imprisoning her, abusing her. You can't think that's love.
You don't understand.
Explain it to me.
My eyes are fractured with tears that refuse to fall. You want to know about love? I whisper. Love is allowing yourself to be tortured to death rather than tell people where someone is hiding. Love is dying slowly and horribly rather than betraying them. You think Terry was a monster. You think he locked me in a room and abused me. You're wrong. He died rather than tell them where I was hiding. He saved me.
Saved you from who?
I can't tell you.
Why?
He made me promise.
That's not a promise, Evie. It's a threat.
I give him a pitying stare and shake my head.
Just tell me your real name,
He says.
Surely I deserve that much.
I can't.
Why?
Everybody I love dies. I can't let that happen to you.
Chapter 72. My nightmares no longer involve my family. Evie inhabits my dreams, calling my name, hiding in a dark place as chaos unfolds around her. I cannot save her. I can never run fast enough, or jump high enough, or reach far enough to grab her fingertips as she falls past me into the void. Awake, screaming, damp with sweat, my heart hammering and her name dying on my lips. I don't know what triggered the explosion that killed Felicity Whittaker and destroyed part of my house. It could have been the central heating kicking in, or static electricity, or maybe Felicity changed her mind. Evie doesn't believe that. She saw the truth. I was wrong about many things. Terry Boland didn't abduct Evie and lock her in a secret room. He didn't sexually abuse her or force her to live off scraps and dog food. I don't know what is more disturbing, the notion of his innocence or the knowledge that he died protecting her. One thing is worse, the realization that she heard it happen. She listened to him screaming as the acid was poured into his ears and hot pokers burnt away his eyelids. She heard them calling her name, ripping up carpets, toppling furniture, punching holes through walls. How many days did they search for her? How many nights? Come out, wherever you are. Evie stayed hidden. She's still hiding. It's why she took the gun. It's why she slept with a knife beneath her pillow. It's why she constantly looks over her shoulder, searching for figures in the shadows. People watching her from doorways, or parked cars, or white vans. Sometimes late at night, when I hear a car door slam, or footsteps on the pavement, or the scaffolding rattle, I imagine someone is climbing towards Evie's old room, trying to find her. I get up and navigate around the paint tins and bags of plaster, wishing the builders would finish soon. I check the windows are locked and go back to bed, but I won't sleep again. Evie will stay at Langford Hall, at least until next September, when she turns 18. I won't be allowed to foster her again, but Caroline Fairfax is quietly hopeful that Evie's release date will be honoured. After that, I don't know what will happen. Maybe they'll send her to a secure psych unit like Arnold Lodge in Leicester, or she'll begin a programme of day release. I'm hoping for the latter. Will Evie ever be free? I wish I knew. It's like that old story of the man who falls into the river and is dragged downstream towards the waterfall. A fisherman holds out a rod and says, "Grab hold, I'll pull you in." But the man replies, "It's okay, God will save me." Then a hiker leans from a fallen log and says, "Grab my hand, I'll lift you out." But the man waves to him and says, "God will save me." Finally, a helicopter hovers overhead and a crewman throws down a rope ladder. The drowning man ignores the offer, saying, "Don't worry, God will save me." Moments later, he crashes over the waterfall and perishes on the rocks below. Later, at the gates of heaven, he says to God, "Hey, didn't you see me down there? Why didn't you save me?" And God replies, "I tried 3 times, but you turned me away." I'm the last person who should be telling religious jokes, heathen that I am. But Evie Cormac cannot do this on her own. Many years ago, a university lecturer of mine, Joe O'Loughlin, told me that a truly effective psychologist is someone who commits, who goes into the darkness to bring someone out. When a person is drowning, someone has to get wet, he said. I'm ready to get wet, Evie. Hold on. You've been listening to Good Girl, Bad Girl by